All right, let's go. What's going down, y'all? Let's get started. 30 minutes late, but I'm here. I'm on time. I'm 30 minutes late, but I'm on time, right? Go figure. I'm here, though. I'm here. What's going on? Let's go. Let's do the part 2. We only got through really a few of the questions, right? We didn't really get to everything. We only got to one topic. So we got, how many more topics do we have to break this thing down? We have 1 more, 2 more, 3 more, 4 more, 5 more. We got about 5 more topics to go through, y'all. We got about 5 more topics to go through. So y'all come on up in here. When y'all come in, I want y'all to get in the habit of clicking the like button, of tapping the screen and showing support for black content creators. We don't get enough love, man. I've been in a lot of lives, and they don't really be saying too much of nothing, and they be having like 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 likes, and they don't really be giving the game like, let's be real, like I be giving over here. Let's keep it a buck, man. I give y'all the game, man. I give y'all the game over here, man. So I expect y'all to show some love, man. If y'all be tapping the screen for people dancing, doing all kinds of fruity stuff, man, y'all be tapping that screen. Y'all, when I go in their lives, when I see some of these content creators, man, they be having like 200, 300,000 likes, and they don't even be saying nothing really. Let's keep it a buck. They don't even really be saying nothing. But y'all show them love. So I need y'all to show me double love, man, because this is insane, man. I get it. Entertainment is cool, and I try to do my best to bring a little bit of both, a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of education. I'm trying to do this for our people, man. I'm trying to keep it as interesting, not boring. So show some love, man. Show some love. There you go, Simon. We got to get you on the panel today, brother. I don't know. We got to get you on the panel today, brother. I need you up here. So yeah, we got to bring back, I want the strong sisters. I don't want weak sisters. I want strong men, and I want strong women, and I want us to have the conversation. We got about 5 more topics to go through. We might have to do a part 3, but we're going to do it. We're going to do it. So come on up in here. Let's get it going. The early bird gets the worm. You know what I'm saying? We up early. A lot of y'all getting ready for work, all that stuff. It's cool. That's fantastic. But let's get back to business. Let's walk and chew gum. So while y'all getting prepared this morning, let's get some edutainment, if that's what we want to call it, right? But let's get some straightening. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if black men and black women can make a deal, man. Can we make a deal? Can we end this gender war? It might just be, is it really just all social media and internet, or is there really a disconnect today between men and women? Are women really as ridiculous? Are men really as ridiculous as we both believe in our mind, think and believe in our minds? Are we really so far apart in what we want? Let's find out. Let's find out. We owe it to our lineage. We owe it to our future generations that we get it right this time. We get it right. Diddy did it. Okay. All right. All right. Ham Lab, huh? All right. Diddy did it. Do y'all understand trolls today? Like, what is it with people just, you know, internet, hiding behind an internet screen saying the most stupidest things? What is that all about? Is mental health really that bad? Are people really that bored? Do people really get off or get excited on just being a troll? Like, what is this troll thing, man? I still don't understand it. I still don't understand trolls. You bring them up, nah. I'm like, what did this brother just? What did they just say? And you got to get them up out of here. You know, it's like, what is that about? What is that about, man? Y'all really got, I mean, are y'all down that bad? Are people really that bored? Do people just get off on just saying any old damn thing? Are people that starved for attention? It just baffles me. Like, God, hey. Like, is Social Security and welfare paying that much money that you can be a troll? Is that what's going on? The government is paying y'all to be a troll. Y'all like, nigga, I make too much money. I don't gotta go to work. The government keeps me home. Let me troll. Is there a nigga with one arm like this? Motherfucker, that's just trolling everybody. I don't know. But y'all down bad, man. I don't like it. I don't like it. If you're down bad, I don't know. Shit. Call your grandma. I don't know. Nigga, grandma makes me, you know, if you those who still have their grandparents, man, you know, sometimes when you call your grandparents, they get you right. You know, y'all can stop trolling. You know, it's just you know, it's sad. And you know, it's like tethers participate. You know, tethers, like, think of how much energy and how much time consumption that a tether has to be a tether, to become a tether. You just, I don't know, how do you wake up with the mindset to be a tether? It's just ridiculous. It's called retirement. Is that what are trolls in retire? Are trolls retired? Is that what is going on? Is it a lot of old people retired trolling? I don't know. Is that the new thing? Oh, nigga, I'm gonna retire and become a troll. Nigga, I'm gonna retire and I'm gonna troll this nigga Too Much Moxie because I can. Nigga, I'm just gonna troll this nigga. You know, y'all should see some of the freaking inboxes I be getting from these people, man. I get some beautiful inboxes. I get some people that show love. So I want to thank the people that hit me in the inbox, show me love, encourage me to keep doing what I'm doing. I appreciate it. I need that strength. I appreciate it. But I get some of these trolls, man. Jesus Christ. They get in my inbox and they just say any goddamn thing. You be like, nigga, God, did I want to read this morning? Did I want to read this specific message this morning? End your life, tether, nigga. End your life. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. You dividing us. All right, cool. God doesn't like you, nigga. It's you niggas. I'm like, okay, all right. Now you want to bring God. I mean, you guys, man, listen, I get hate mail. But I get some love too. So I appreciate it. I think it's about even. The same amount of love is like the same amount of hate. So it's a balance. So I can't complain. It's a balance, right? But get me up to 3K likes. We're gonna start bringing people up. I want strong, man. No simps. We can't. If y'all got that mother goddess simp chip in your head, golly, we got. You know, let me tell you something. I'm gonna keep it a buck. If I'm gonna be honest with you, right? We got a lot of simps in the black community. I don't know how to explain it. But we got a lot of brothers that think that telling women what they want to hear is going to get them to the promised land. We got a lot of brothers that just want to, you know, y'all are, y'all are participating in gassing up women that need to be level-headed. You know that? Y'all are y'all messing up the game. You know, tricking, y'all mess the game up. You know, because now these women know that you're a whole lick out here. And they're like, well, shit, I need some money. I got some bills that need to be paid. Let me go trick these niggas. Let me go show a little thigh and see what these niggas are willing to put in my inbox. And send, let me see who's going to pay my bills, you know. Listen, man, if that woman is not really into you, leave her alone. Leave her alone. Yeah, I'm proud of the brothers that stand up too. You know, we need stand up brothers back in the community to lead. How can you be a leader and you pandering to your woman? And I'm not saying, you know, women shouldn't get attention. I'm not saying you shouldn't take care of your woman. You shouldn't spoil your woman. You shouldn't love your woman. But the key word is she's your woman. She's your woman. We got to get back to leaving, you know, reserving something. You know, listen, I say it again. I'm a strong proponent in courting. If you're single, you should not be dating. Dating is for married couples because dating leads to sex. Listen, ladies, if a man wants to date you, that means he wants to have sex with you. You know, if men didn't have to get in a relationship to have sex, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. But some of them know, hey man, these women, you know, they know that you want a relationship. They know that you want marriage. So they want to give you these things so they can get access to your body. Oh, what you ladies got to figure out is the man you give access to your body, is he worth it? Does he have a vision for himself? Does he have a vision for the future? Can he properly lead? What stage of life is this man in? Is he in his building stage? Is he in his, I need to figure out my superpower stage and I need to fail forward until I figure it out? Or is he in his, I know who I am, I'm hitting my financial stride, I'm ready to take care of a family? What stage is he in? Because men go through cycles. We go through different cycles. We have a cycle in our 20s, a cycle in our 30s, and we have a cycle in our 40s. And men, we typically hit our prime. We become in our prime around 35, 45 years old. Some earlier, some later. Some men don't really grow up until 50. You know, keep it a buck. You know, life is you know, it's a roller coaster, man. You gotta jump on it. But y'all tap that button, man. I don't know why y'all stop tapping. Tap that button. Let's get the likes up. Let's get to 3K likes so I can start bringing people up. This is FBA Ends Gender War Part 2. This is the debate. We're gonna try to keep it civil. I say it all the time. Women, when speaking to men, just be humble. It costs you nothing to be humble and listen to a man and you know, stay in your feminine, right? This is not a debate where you got to get in your masculine, where you got to overtalk men or force them or, you know, anything. This is where you get to have a real conversation with your brother and say, how can we make a deal? Men, just extend grace. You don't have to get triggered like women either. Women don't need to be triggered. Men don't need to be triggered. You don't have to, you know, you don't have to be emotional, is what I'm saying, man. You can be like, okay, just stay calm. If she says something that is out of pocket, or, you know, you don't have to always, you know, you can be like, you know, let me show grace, because obviously this really means a lot to her, or she wouldn't be this emotional. Okay, obviously something, you know, some truth triggered her, and she wouldn't be this emotional, you know. So let women speak with their chest, and we're going to let men speak with their chest. You know, we're going to let them talk. We're not going to over talk each other. We're not going to cut each other off. We're going to have the conversation like grown adults. No kids, no children in the room. Get the children off to school or whatever they're doing right now. This is for the adults. This is for men and women. FBA, men and women, no cosplayers, no tethers trying to sneak up in here and get the game. You know, what y'all can do is start a live. Start another live, right? Start another live and get your group cracking in the gender war in your community. Okay? If there is one, if there's not one. But I know everybody's been seeing these things online. There's a gender war, men and women, you know. And for some reason, everything that happens in the world, when it hits the black community, it hits us harder. We feel it way more than everybody else, right? So y'all get the likes up. This is where we're at today. FBA ends gender war part 2. We're having an online discussion between our brothers and our sisters on what we need to do. So get them likes up to 3K. And again, man, I'm doing this for the family. If this is not what y'all want to see, it's not what y'all want to, you know, I don't know. I'm stepping out on faith. Everything I do, I just step out on faith. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I'm just trusting that, you know, God gives the increase in everything I do. That's it. I'm just trusting that. Okay? So y'all get the likes up. Let's start bringing people up in here. And we'll get to it. We got other things to get to. You know, we got to get to our Caribbean brothers and sisters and see what they talking about. We got to get some things going in our community. We have 2 things going for us right now. Make sure you guys click the link in my bio. Keyword, click the link in my bio. And download 2 things. Absolutely free. There's no charge. Just say you click the link in the bio. Click download the FBA Code of Honor. FBA Code of Honor, which goes hand in hand with the FBA treaty. Okay, so we got 2 things. The first 2 downloads is the FBA Code of Honor, and then we have the FBA treaty. What is FBA? FBA is Foundational Black Americans. Heavy on the foundation because we are the foundation of this country. There wasn't a country until we built it. We built it and they came. Immigrants, we had the first influx of immigrants were the white immigrants, right? The ones that they weren't considered white in the beginning, but they became white later. And they were the ones that they wanted, you know, these people didn't want to, I guess, after chattel slavery, Reconstruction, they didn't want to see us niggas anymore, right? They didn't want us working in their yard and building houses and building roads. They said, let's bring in the European brothers. They'll bring their skills and they'll undermine FBA. They'll undermine. And that's what they did. Right? Now we're seeing it again with our own melanated family. They're using our own melanated family to undermine us once again. And I don't think it's necessarily for jobs. I really believe this is one of the reasons why we're delineating from the Democratic Party is I believe they see the writing on the wall. They're like, man, we can't keep lying to these niggas for 60 years. We can't keep lying to them. We've been lying to these brothers for 60 years. They're gonna wake up. We need to replace our base, and that's why they're bringing in these influx of new immigrants to undermine the black vote. Did you build Wyoming? If so, how? Man. Are you a YT supremacist? That's what I want to know. Why you bring up Wyoming? Yeah, we built Wyoming too, nigga. I don't know. We built Wyoming. Everything on the United States of America, a foundational Black American touched, and we built it. Okay, we built it. That just so you know. All right, let's start bringing people up. Let me go over the rules again. While we're waiting on people to come in, I need strong foundational Black American men. And I need strong, foundational Black American sisters. Let's have the conversation. Let's try to be respectful. I'm going to let everybody speak with their chest. Nothing in Wyoming, but it's within the Republican. Okay, I don't know. All right. Why, when I ask a simple question, I have to be racist? I don't know, brother. Why did you ask that stupid question? You know, you get a stupid question, you might get a stupid answer. You know, state your business. State your business. Are you? You know, you sound like, I'm be honest, man, you sound like you're suspected. Now, I'm not saying you are, you know, and I don't like using the racist terminology. I just want, you know, I think a lot of y'all are just bigots. You're just a bigoted bunch of bigoted people. You know, you just sit there and you got nothing better to do but be a troll. You know, you're a bigot. You know, you got no talent, you got no creativity, so you ain't got nothing better to do than believe in stereotypes. You know, that's what it is. That's what I think. You know, unless you are like some government official, some police chief, you know, I don't think you're racist. You know, I think you're a bigot. That's what I think. Bigoted Bob. That's what you are. You're a bigoted Bob. Bigoted Bob. I just wanted to see how we can extend out of the South. Okay. Extend out of the South. I think we're out of the South, brother. I think we're in the North, South, East, and West. Where can you not find the foundation of Black American? Now, we might not have too many in Wyoming. I know we probably got, maybe there's 2 Black people in Wyoming. I don't know. I've never been, if I'm being honest, I've never been to Wyoming, man. I've been to most of the 51 states, but I've never been to Wyoming, nigga. You know, I don't know who's waiting for me over there. You know, when I don't see my people, I get worried. How about that? If I look around, I'm like, man, I'm the only nigga around. I'm a little scared. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable. What it do, my G? What it do? What it do? What it do? So, this is the topic. So let me go back over some of the ground rules here. Each side, men and women, will present a summary of their perspective of what is causing divisions in the FBA community. Okay, I'm probably just going to go down the list and say, what do you think the problem is between FBA men and FBA women, between Black men and Black women? What is the problem? Okay, me and some of my mods who are here, right? We're going to set the tone. Okay, mods, I need y'all fact checking. I need y'all blocking people in the comments who don't need to be here, who are just, you know, trolls. And I need y'all to, did I say fact check already? Yeah, fact check. We gotta come, you know, we can't have people just make up stuff. That's what we're not gonna do. We're not gonna make up stats. We're not going to, you know, make stuff that's not true be true because we feel a certain type of way. We're going to stand on business. If you say it, you got to defend it. Okay? USA ships are being, oh, okay, we got to look that up. Man, we're getting, you know, man, this country, we're getting closer and closer to something we've never seen or experienced before in over 100 years. We don't know what's going to hit our soil. Did I mention anything about the election? Man, every time you listen, let's try to end up. I hate when they put this little tag of U.S. elections on this thing, and I'm like, what did I say that was that bad that made you think we're gonna talk politics? Okay, but I guess the moment you mention either party, blue or red, they want to flag you. They just want to flag your account. So the section will focus on. We're going to focus on grievances of both sides, framed around critical relationship dynamics, family building efforts, and the impact of systematic oppression on gender relations. So those are kind of the topics. We're going to ensure and adhere to the tone of accountability, self-reflection, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of it. I don't know. We're going to try to get to the bottom of it. We need healing, people. A lot of people, you know, I hate to say it, but a lot of people have gone past the point of return, you know. Some men are just not going to be in a relationship, and some women are not going to be in a relationship, and that's okay. Some men don't want to be in a relationship, and some women don't want to be in a relationship. Well, guess what? You live in America, you can do it. You know, I'm not going to try to change the law. I'm not going to try to force anybody to do anything they don't want to do. But for those that actually want to build the FBA family, those that still believe in it, those that desire it, let's get some straightening, right? Let's get ourselves together. So I try to be as fair as I can. I am a man, ladies. I'm a man. I'm a man's advocate first. I don't hide my hand, but I will try my absolute best to be fair. Give everybody a chance to speak, say it with their chest, and then try to mediate where I can. Try to help out, try to add to where I can. Okay? So FBA ends the gender war. So don't all hit the invite button at once. Let's get this started. Let's get this started. Where are my FBA men or women that want to stand on business and have the conversation? Where are the brave souls at? Let's go. I'm inviting y'all up. The box is open. Let me go over some of the questions, right? Let me go over some of the questions. While we're waiting on people to hit the box, we're going to touch on accountability and gender roles in the FBA community. We're going to talk about gender roles. A lot of men and women believe in partnerships. I'm not a fan of partnerships, y'all. I don't believe that men and women are equal. I believe man is equal to man and woman is equal to woman. Apples is equal to apple. Oranges are equal to oranges. Apples are not oranges and oranges are not apples, okay? Men are not women and women are not men. Okay, that's what I believe. Okay, first off, okay? Let me get that straight. So you ladies who want partnership is a new term because marriage is an institution. Marriage is something for men to build a legacy and lead the family and the generation. Okay? If you don't want to build, don't get in a marriage. If you don't want to build with a man, don't get in a marriage. If you don't want to build with a man, don't get married. There's no point. You can stay single and do whatever the heck you want to do. Right? My issue has always been this. Let me adjust this right here. My issue has always been this, right? My stance has always been this, right? If this is not something that you desire, cool. But if you want it, if men and women are going to get on the page, if there's going to be balance, because that's what it is. Men and women are just the yin and the yang, right? It's balance. You need the patriarchal energy and you need the matriarchal energy to build a dynamic family unit. You need both. You need the wisdom from the matriarchy and you need the wisdom from the patriarchy. You need the intuition and you need the discernment. You need them both. Very few people got everything in one. You're usually stronger in one area and slightly weaker in the next. That's usually how we're made up. We have strengths and we have weaknesses, right? What the matriarch can't do, that's what the patriarch steps in and does. It's a role. It's a yin and a yang. We can't just say, the patriarchy messed. No. And we can't just say the matriarchy. No. We need both. We need the wisdom from our grandfather and we need the wisdom from our grandmother. Right? Old people should listen to young people and young people should listen to old people. We need them both. It's the yin and the yang. Old people can tell you about the past and young people can tell you how they want the future to look. You want to know where all the roadmaps are, where all the landmines are? You need to get connected with your older self. I was talking to one of my buddies the other day, and I'm just waiting on people to click the link. I can talk. If y'all don't want to do the FBA love today, if y'all don't want to do this today, we don't have to. I got things to do, you know. I postpone a lot of things so I can do this show for you guys. Trust me, I got tons of things I need to do around here, to be honest. But where was I going with this? I lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me. Y'all click that like button. Let's get this thing started. Where are my people at? Where are my FBA men and where are my FBA women? Where y'all at? Where are y'all at? If not, we could talk about something else. You know, there's some things I want to talk about with Dr. Claude Anderson. I want to really examine powernomics. You know, I can definitely shift over into that bag. Because we need to mobilize. While we're waiting, let me see here. Yeah, Powernomics, man. If y'all don't have that book, y'all need to go buy that book, Powernomics, okay? Get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. A lot of the game is already written down. We don't got to reinvent the wheel. We got phenomenal people already. We don't have to reinvent the wheel at all. We got phenomenal people already who's laid down the blueprint. The audio book exists on YouTube. Well, there you go. No excuses. Thank you for saying that, family. The audio book is available on YouTube for Powernomics. How about that? What is this? What is this? There we go. I don't know. All kind of weird stuff popping up on my screen here. Hope I don't got my computer hacked. Never leave your computer on, man. Sometimes I leave my computer on and I just let it go into sleep mode, and then I just try to bring it back up because sometimes it's quicker. But and then sometimes it's not. Sometimes I got to restart this thing and start fresh. But let me get to some of the questions though. Many FBA men, right? They feel, I don't want to say burdened, but you know, men are burdened with a lot of things, ladies. We're burdened with a lot of things, but men feel, you shouldn't feel, to be a protector and a provider, it should come natural to men, you know. But today, a lot of the, you know, this is just what I'm getting from men, from what the men are telling me. Okay, these questions are coming from the different conversations I've had with men and the different conversations I've had with women. Okay, that's where these questions are coming from. But many FBA men, so if you don't feel like, if this is not you, if it don't apply, let it fly is what I'm trying to say. Okay, many FBA men feel burdened by traditional expectations to be the sole provider and protectors. But they feel they receive little understanding when these roles become difficult due to external factors. Right? Men and women get married. Man is doing fine. He's making a lot of money. He's getting to the bag. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. And then economic crash, right? Remember what happened in 2009? Lots of money was being made in 2009. Did y'all know that like from 2005 to right around 2009, we had this subprime boom. People who shouldn't have got loans were able to get loans. Oh man. And they were getting these terrible loans, these adjustable loans, these ARM, they call them the ARM, adjustable rate mortgages. Remember that? Where you could pay $500 for a month for 5 years. And then after the 5 years, if you don't refinance, because they just assumed that the housing market was going to keep going up, and that every 5 years your property was gonna gain value, right? Gain so much value, right? So they were giving out these bad loans called adjustable rate mortgages. Some of y'all remember, some of y'all don't. But people were defaulting on the loan after the 5 years. They were defaulting. They couldn't pay the adjusted rate mortgage. So imagine paying $500 for 5 years, then all of a sudden now you're paying $2,000 a month. And then the next year, if you don't refinance, $3,000 a month. And then the next year, if you don't refinance, $4,000 a month. People were like, "Oh shit!" So they were defaulting on all these loans. So all these people who were living in these nice houses, right, and couldn't really afford them, they were getting their property foreclosed on. And a lot of the loans that they were, because, man, trust me, these loan officers didn't really have to sell. These mortgage brokers didn't really have to sell you anything. All you had to hear was, you can get $1 million home for $500 a month. You can live in a great neighborhood and only pay $500 a month. So imagine when the market crashes and all these guys are making a ton of money. And they got these fine wives, right? They got these women, because they got all this money, they're attracted to all these women. And these women was like, lick, lick, lick. And some of these women married these knuckleheads, right? They got married, they had a family, they were building, they had boats, all these. When I was a financial advisor, I would walk up to people's houses, they have a boat in the driveway, 2 nice cars in the garage, right? They'd have their Mercedes, they'd have their Lincoln Navigator. They were balling. They had their truck, they had their fancy car, and they had their boat. And they had this big $1 million home, and everybody thought they were a stud, even if they weren't a stud. Because let's be real, if you were selling loans back in between 2005 and 2009, right before the crash, you were making money. I saw a lot of my buddies get out of, they graduated from high school, did a little bit of college, and went right into mortgage broking, and they were making money. They were driving around in Mercedes. They were making money. Benzes. There were so many Benzes on the road in California. It was crazy. People were making money. They were like, man, why am I even working this customer service job when I can just go be a mortgage loan broker and kill the game? And they were killing it. Again, they had all kinds of loans out there. Do anybody remember? You guys probably don't remember this, right? But they had this loan. It was like a hybrid loan. It kind of worked like a credit card, right? So you would have it's not a HELOC, but it was kind of like a HELOC, right? Where you'd have this hybrid loan. Let's say your house was worth $500,000, right? $500,000. You were able to, let's say you made $20,000 a month. So your house is worth $500,000. The balance on the house is $500,000, and you were making, let's say you were making $20,000 a month. You were able to turn your house into your bank. So you would deposit the money into your bank account, and immediately that $500,000 would go to $480,000, right? And then you were allowed to spend the money and pay all your bills, and whatever left over stays in that account. And the balance. So let's say your bills are $15,000 a month, okay, and you get paid $20,000 a month. You were able to deposit that whole check of $20,000 a month, and the finance charge would only be on the $480,000. That was amazing, right? So people are like, man, you can pay your home down quicker and pay less in interest and fees, because now it's being calculated on the principal. So every month you put in $20,000 and your house goes down another $20,000. But let's say your bills were $15,000, so now your house goes from $500,000, and whatever you got left over, now it's $495,000, and then next month it's $480,000. But you're only getting charged on the interest that's in that account. and it was daily interest, and it was amazing. People were doing some creative things with that. They were able to have access to almost immediate access to the equity in their home right away. Those were great. Those loans, I mean, if you could find that loan, trust me, that's the loan you wanted. Believe me when I tell you. So all kinds of creative things came out of that, man. I don't even know if we still have those loans available. There might be. You know, maybe a few people, a few tycoons and least. So y'all don't know, man. When you make money, when you make a certain amount of money, a lot of things that you didn't have access to before, you have access to now. So think about this. These tools, these financial tools that help the rich stay rich and get richer, you don't have access to, family. You need to, you know, there are some financial firms, right, that won't even mess with you unless you got $250,000 cash to invest. And that's when you know, let me get some water. What's up, sweet? What's up, Wolfie? I need you up here again. I need you up here again. I hope we can get you again. We need to bring back the brothers and the sisters, man. We got to talk about it. But anyway, I was talking about the adjustable rate mortgage. Okay, yeah. So you need at least good morning. You need at least $250,000 for some financial advisors to want to touch you. Did you know that there's something called active management? A lot of you don't know that the wealthy, they're not managing their money. They got wealth managers to manage their money. And these people's sole job is to move their money in and out of the market. In and out of the market. So when the market's good, you want your money in. But when the market's terrible, they take your money out and put it in treasury bonds. They put it in, stale accounts. They put it in low interest earning accounts. They put it in a different account that's a fixed rate so where you don't lose any money. And then, good morning, brother. Big Zy, what's up, brother? I still need that beard recipe, brother. How to get my beard right, because it's looking kind of dusty. You know, I'm looking kind of dry. So, that's what it is. Okay, for sure. So that's what it is. They have all these different type of systems and financial tools that you'll never have access, family, until you get the money. So my thing is, if I can do anything, I want to help my people get to the money. I want to help my people heal. And I want to be part of the catalyst to helping our people get on code, stay on code, move on code, and become a force to be reckoned with. See, foundational Black Americans, listen, man, we're the biggest, we're the strongest, we're the most intelligent people, I think, on the planet. I don't, if they try to say black people have a low IQ, they're insane. You're insane. If you believe black people have a low IQ, you're insane. We have a high IQ and we have a high EQ. Okay? We are phenomenal people. Everything, damn near everybody in the world is using. We invented that shit. Okay? We are the genre. We are the major influencers in the world. How can we be a low IQ when we're so creative and so innovative? And honestly, man, we're like the rabbit's foot in this mud. We are if there's any good fortune coming in America, it's because of foundational Black Americans. Let's keep it a buck. It's because of this beautiful country that the poorest of the poor don't have to live in shanty towns. Now, we got some tent cities out there. Janet Kamala said, what? 88K new IRS, 88,000 new IRS agents to find $700 billion in unpaid taxes. That won't be the rich. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, shoot, I'm probably on that list. You know, they probably looking for me because I think I owe some taxes. You know, when you own your own business, when you're self-employed, when you employ yourself, you know, it's a different animal out there with taxes, man. It's a different animal out there. But this is what we're talking about, y'all. But I'm off topic, but I'm waiting on some thorough people. Let me bring up some people, man. Let me bring up. We got 𝗖𝗂𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗂𝘁 in the house. Let's kick this thing off. Let's kick this thing off. Let's start bringing up some strong women, and let's start bringing up some strong men. Let's have the conversation. Let's have it. Let's have it. But where was I at with my story? I was telling y'all financial tools, active management, money in and out. Where was I at? Let me bring up Wolfie. Where was I at?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good
Meeting
morning.
at 10, so I'm trying to say 9:45, and then I'll come back after my meeting.
Okay. Okay. We got you. Let me bring up some more people. We got some people now. Y'all want to hit. Y'all see Wolfie, and now y'all want to hit the.
But y'all see how this beautiful black woman took accountability and loyalty? It's
There we
just
go.
that simple in communicating, man. I'm just playing.
That's right. Tell them. Okay. You scared them off. They came in and they left.
They come.
Only foundational Black American men and only foundational Black American women. And let's have the conversation.
But I did enjoy, I'm not gonna even lie, that Caucasian, I don't know what he was, Puerto Rican or something, Colombian that came up here yesterday.
I don't know. He had some flag up there, but I
Yeah.
like that brother's beard, though. I was like, man, I need that. I
I
need that.
like the fact that he knew he was in a different environment. He respected the environment and he still gave his opinion without disrespecting the environment. I like respectful people. He was scared. But we're not disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. If you give respect, you're gonna get it back, man. You ought to understand. Foundational Black Americans, we're probably one of the most reasonable people on the planet. You can reason with us. We're not unreasonable people. If you give respect, we are so loving and so caring, especially for others more than ourselves, that we'll give you some leeway. Now you throw one too many N bombs and say some slick stuff, you're gonna get the wrong FBA.
You know, I was listening to hear the slick stuff, and he not one time did he didn't say nothing disrespectful. He
Yeah.
spoke in genuine when it came down to relationships and women, and that's what we need to be. You know, like not saying I'm saying like for us communicating with each other.
Okay, I'm gonna bring you up, Chuck, but I'm trying to bring up foundational Black American men. I'm not gonna judge. So I'm gonna bring you up first, and we're gonna find out who's who. What's up, Chuck?
Good morning, Grand
Are,
Rising.
are you a foundational Black American, sir? I can't hear you, Chuck. You gotta get on the mic, brother. You gotta get to the mic. Chuck, we can't hear you, brother. Did you hit the request button on accident? There you go.
Yeah, I think I hit it on accident. My bad.
It's
Okay.
okay. We do it all the time.
I was tapping
Um,
the screen, so
okay. Are you FBA, Chuck, or
yeah, I'm
what?
FBA. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, you need to stay up here, brother. We're trying to have a conversation. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
You can
at
tap.
work though, so
Okay. That's what's
yeah.
up. We need to have the conversation. See, we know listen, man, Black people, we know our people, man. Y'all can't cosplay like y'all think y'all do it, man. We listen to accents, we're looking at hairlines, we're checking everything, body language, how you talk, how you move, how you conduct yourself. We do it different.
I think Black Americans have that black detector. I don't care how fair skinned your skin is.
We
We
know
can
our
always
people.
look at somebody and say they got some nigga in them.
Yeah. Them are people right there. We
Them my
know.
people. It's until they say no, 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 and we be like yes, yes, yes. But they
Mm,
always met us with the no. We always, and they want to say we live off the one drop rule. We all live off the one drop rule if you're in the United States of America.
that's right. We looking like, oh yeah, you got some of us in you. You got something. You got something. You got a little bit. You got that melanated power, and we can sense it.
I did not know until yesterday. You know, I was in a meeting all yesterday, and I love going to these meetings, y'all. Working with the communities, it has its up and down. I'm not gonna lie, but I was thinking that the area that I work in was majority African immigrants. Yesterday, I found out it's majority South American, African mixed together. You know, and
Okay.
all of them. And what's so I mean? Now, I don't know if everybody familiar with how South American people look, but they look like too much, and they look like you know, they
They look
look
like
they
me.
they look exactly like us. And I don't speak Spanish, so it's and they don't speak English, by the way. So me walking up to them and trying to assist them is always shocking to hear. I don't speak English, and they got the high top. They look exactly like us.
Have y'all ever seen? Have y'all ever been around Hondurans?
I work with them.
They
And
look
and you
like
know what's disrespectful is the Mexicans, and they don't even know they being disrespectful because they ignorant. They would come up to her and they would say, "How you learn to speak Spanish? Who taught you to speak Spanish?"
she's from the island of she's from Honduras.
She's from Honduras.
I
She
dated
look she my
I
skin
dated
tone.
a Honduras girl one time, and I thought she was Black American. I really did. I was like, man, this sister is fine. I dated her. Come to find out, she started speaking Spanish. I was like, what?
hmm
I was like, you took Spanish? She's like, no, that's what we speak from our country. I was like, from our country?
South America.
What country you from? I'm from Honduras. What?
But you know, when people I even looked as far as to seeing why Venezuelans are getting hated on and lied on. You know, they was a part of the chattel slavery. You know, South America. And
Mm.
when you look at these so-called gang members, they look like us, by the way. Some look like
The
Tino, but
Venezuelans?
huh?
You talking about the Venezuelans? They look like us?
Yeah, they got black Venezuelans. Look it up. Look it up. They was a part of the enslavement of Africans. Yep, they are a part of South America. South America's got 130 million descendants of enslaved people.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But they don't
Well,
want Venezuelans over here for a reason.
why?
And it ain't because the Portuguese or the Spaniard blood that runs through them or the native. It's because of
Mm.
that black blood.
So they want to kick all. So they sending us all the black blood ones, huh? Over here. They just like, yeah, go to America, nigga.
Well, you have to look when it comes to they treating Venezuelans like they treating Haitians like they treating Venezuelans. They treating these people like they used to treat Black Americans. They treating them this because they strength. They're afraid of what these people hold. When you've been mistreated for so long and hungry for so long and determined for so long, you're going to go get what you need.
So they looking at America like a lick. Man, I can just go in this store and
America
buy.
is a lick. Remember that. America is a lick.
Oh shit.
America is a lick. When you all these people, even the poor is living good. The poor is living better than me.
That's why that Jamaican lady was like, America belongs to us. Y'all remember that show I did? The Jamaican lady was like, America is not just for you, nigga. It belongs to us.
Well, they got it. They don't have that same passion for the people that actually enslaved them or colonized them because I don't know why they. That's the good question. Why do they not have that same smoke for the British, the French, French, Portuguese, Spaniard, even their own people.
I don't understand it either, man. Y'all was crying. I'm still never gonna forget. I promise you, as long as I live,
I
I'm gonna
forgive.
remember that you Jamaicans was crying over the Queen of England. I'm gonna remember it. You
Oh, they
old.
was.
Oh, they was boo-hooing, man. Oh my God. Oh, the Queen is such a sad day. Oh, the Queen.
But I seen some people crying over Bush. Nuh-uh, don't act like you
What?
didn't see that.
I didn't
I
see
seen
that.
people crying over Bush, and I'm not gonna even lie. I like Bush Jr.
Bush. They
I
cried over
like Bush Jr.
George W. Well, he's from Texas. Maybe that's why I don't like him. I
I
could care.
mean, if you, I ain't gonna
I'll tell
even lie.
y'all this.
If he's attracted to black women, if
Oh
you
yes,
met
he
him,
is.
he's such the sweetest man.
Oh yes, he is. You know who Condoleezza Rice is?
Yes. And she could have ran for president. I think she got a good agenda.
Condoleezza Rice, you remember that
Yes,
girl?
the Sambo who like white men. Yes,
Let
the
me tell you
piano
something.
player.
She
Yeah,
comes
you don't
from.
know my people.
Let me tell you about Condoleezza Rice. I met her. Okay, I just want y'all to know I met this
How
woman.
is she in person?
I'm not gonna say I met her like where I shook her hand. I met her when I was at a conference and I saw her up on stage.
Okay.
And they asked her the question, "What is your relationship with George W. Bush?" And if I didn't see a backpedaling, stumbling, fumbling, and she just said, "Let's just say we have a special relationship."
Yeah.
George W. If you look at George W. wife, she looked like she 150 years old. Okay, that's one that man.
If you look at his daughters, you'll understand there's two different types of Texas and Houston. Did that make sense?
Nah.
If you look at his daughters, you'll understand it's two different. It's segregated. In other words.
Okay. Man, let me tell you, man. I'm not the dinner man. That woman look. Y'all know Mrs. Bush look old.
Which one? You talking about senior or is
I'm
she
talking
still?
about George W. Bush's
Well,
wife.
she the best looking wife out of all the Bush wives, so I'm not gonna hate. I mean,
She looks,
it's
let
not
me
like
tell you
that.
something.
She is the best looking one out of all of them.
Man, like them brothers. I mean, no. Listen, I don't mean to be like this. I'm just calling it what. Man, that was not a. Let's just say that was not a. Maybe in her younger days, but when she got old fast. It looked like he was married. He married his grandma. That's what it looked like.
But what woman is gonna stick with a C head? Think about that.
So I understand why Condoleezza Rice and George W. was getting
Messing
some
around.
back office action going on.
Name one
But she comes
president.
from an educated family, very high. See, a lot of people want to assume that foundational Black Americans, we were all born in the hood, but we weren't. She comes from a very high society family, Juilliard. She actually played music. She actually studied music, y'all. She's a classical musician. Okay, come from a highly intelligent family. I think her
And
mother
believe it or
and
not,
father.
she loved being black. Believe it or not, she loved being black.
I think her mother and family were like engineers, NASA. Some high-paying jobs. They grew up in. I want to say Connecticut. It's been a while. This is like back in like the early 2000s when I met her. I met when I seen her at this conference and they were interviewing her, and she was telling about her family and how she landed in politics, how a teacher changed. She went from being thought she was going to play, be a classical music player, and then she went into politics.
Did you hear Obama new commercial?
No, I don't watch TV.
No. It was on the radio. I was driving.
Okay.
This commercial, it bothers my soul so much because it starts off and say, "I was raised by a single mother just like y'all."
Oh my God.
Did anybody I mean, that's the line that pissed me off the most.
Oh my God. If you don't stop with your privilege,
I was raised by a single mother just like y'all. I understand. What you mean? Who is y'all and who was raised by a single mother? Because I wasn't raised by a single white mother, and he wasn't. He was raised by his grandparents. But that's,
that brother is related to the Cheneys. He's related to freaking Dick Cheney. I don't want to hear. Listen, I don't want to hear. Listen, they're all sleeper cells. Let me tell y'all something. Do y'all notice that the Black Caucus is not full of foundational Black Americans? It's full of.
Did you notice NAACP didn't get started by FBA?
Come on, you see what's going on, brother. Brothers and sisters, we got
being the propaganda
in our community.
But we have to utilize NAACP because the image that they hold. It was in Foundation Black American Organization. Keep that in mind.
Got a question.
Go ahead, DJ.
Something was said earlier and I can't seem to get it out of my mind. First, for clarity, the The question is in reference to the Queen or the Queen of England or the royalty or whatever, the royal family, and what I know about it. Here's my question. The reason why so many people mourn for this woman's demise, who really can't or shouldn't be able to identify. You mentioned Jamaicans, and it's not only the Jamaicans, because there's people that live right here in the U.S., you know, even members of my family who had some kind of, you know, empathy for her demise. Now, my question is
Some people in
that
your family did?
ignorance?
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Huh?
Some people in
Yeah.
your family, are they Caribbean?
Yeah. No.
Remember?
No, they're not Caribbean. I mean, I saw this across all demographics. You know, it's sort of like Lady Diana, you know, that story when that went on or whatever. You know, it's like they have empathy for these people, but not people who they can readily identify with, which goes to my question that I want to present and get your perception. Is it psychotic thinking, or is it just plain ignorance that they even entertain this behavior?
I'll say this: anybody that passes away, we feel a little bit of empathy for. Like when I see Hispanic people holding these holding these signs up saying, you know, my baby passed away, or my son, my daughter, you know, you feel empathy, and you know, you want to throw a couple dollars in the bucket, and you hope it's not a scam, right? You hope that somebody really need help, you know. But ignorance, propaganda, Stockholm syndrome, I don't know. I really don't know. But I can tell you, for the most part, Foundation of Black Americans, we didn't care. Okay, the Queen.
You have to realize, I mean, that's a good question, Mr. DJ, because during the enslavement of us, of all of us on the Western side, when the people got so close to the master, they seen the master as they seen themselves, but the master never seen themselves as they seen the slave. So when the master would die, because you remember we was in enslavement for hundreds of years, they would moan and cry as if the master done them right. And we would have others on the sideline like, what the fuck you crying about? True story, you know? We would never understand another person's emotions, but I never try to fight against another person's tears. Tears to me equals strength. Not all tears, but when you see a black man or a black woman cry, it's strength. It's not like white women tears.
That means we holding something in. We hold if we gotta cry, we holding something in, and that's the only way we can let it out.
Ever since y'all talked about emotions yesterday, all I've been seeing is black men cry, and I mean I grew up seeing black men cry. I grew up seeing black men show their emotions. You know, we all talk about different hoods, but I said yesterday, y'all remember that song? I never seen a man cry until I seen a man.
That's Scarface.
Yeah.
I've never seen a man cry. I've never seen a man die.
But do you know how real that song was? Because during that time, a lot of us was unalive.
But that listen.
You cannot hold in those tears when it's a person that you've been knowing when you was in diapers, you went to elementary school. You know, this is how our communities are. You went to elementary school with them, you went to middle school, you went to high school. You know they whole family, they know your whole family.
I never seen my dad cry, but maybe 2 times. Maybe at the funeral of my grandmother when I was a child. Mm-hmm. And then my dad was oh my God, my dad slapped my mouth too, man. I saw my dad cry and I started laughing because he was watching the movie.
Oh yeah, you would have got beat up too.
Oh man, he was watching the movie, and I don't know if it was Roots or The Color Purple. I don't remember. It could have even been Gone with the Wind. I don't remember, but I saw a tear Dropped down my dad's eye, and I started laughing so hard. I was a kid, y'all. I started laughing. I was a teenager. I started laughing so hard, and my dad smacked my mouth, man. Like, slap the beak off my face, okay? Slap the beak off my face like it was a cartoon and I was Daffy Duck, okay?
I had to learn how to cry, y'all. I had to learn how to cry. My mother, she didn't cry in front of us. I caught my mama crying. The first black person who cried in front of me was my mentor, Mr. Piper. And every time he cried, he would quit on us. He would quit, and when he quit on us, he would cry. The reason he was quitting because it was the 90s. These young boys was making so much money, and living a correct life wasn't in their future. Do you understand? It was either being unalive or going to jail, and they was willing to do both. You understand? And even though they was willing to do both, they still love God. So could you imagine these same people, these same kids that people discarded, it love God so much that they'll come. I didn't see prophets pray over these kids and tell them, well, we was kids, and tell them if we don't get our life straight, that you're gonna go in this direction. This is gonna happen, and it did.
I remember that. Yeah,
It did, and it did, and it's a fact. We older now. We can say, you remember when that prophet told you this? And it happened. It came to pass, and Mr. Piper, he was a Christian, y'all. It was Young Life. And even in my meeting yesterday, the school I went to, it had a Young Life organization up there. So I'm up here trying to tell the teachers that I grew up in that organization, and they shocked because it's an international it's all around the world. You understand? The organization is segregated too, but don't nobody realize. They put the black people with the black, the white. You mean it's America, y'all. It's America way. But long story short, Mr. Piper was crying because he felt like he couldn't save all of us. He didn't really. He wasn't focused on the ones with the women. They always say, "Oh, the women's gonna do great anyway," right? But it was the men that made him cry because he couldn't save them. He couldn't save them. And his tears showed us that men do have emotions. Men do care. Men's are nurturing. I mean, men's take care of each other. They can take care of the world. They're not pedos. You can trust your daughters around black men because he took us out of town. He took us everywhere. You understand?
Well, let me say this. Isn't it better that we first show empathy at home? I mean, it's okay to do it abroad, but the reason why I asked the question about the Queen and the royalty is that I have information where I know that, okay, those people haven't had to work in over 400 to 500 years. Why is that? Because of the revenue that they're getting off for the founding of this nation. Okay, there was a deal made at the end of the Revolutionary War. Okay, and Great Britain, especially the royalty family, have not only in the Americas but everywhere there was colonization, had profited and still profit today off the residuals of that deal that was made 400 or 500 years ago when they were doing their conquest. So what I'm saying is that yes, we should have empathy for humanity, but when that supersedes the empathy you have for your own, that seems to be a problem to me. You know, and I felt that.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you a question now. Okay. How do we get that empathy back for one another? Why are we so empathetic to other groups and less empathetic to our own? That's the question I want to know. Why are we empathetic to everyone else?
In short, it's by design of the system, which the number one focus is divide and conquer. And the first thing they did was they divided the male from the female. They divided the family. They used to sell off family members. You know, there was a lot going on in dynamic, but the root cause is divide and conquer, which started with the Greeks. Then they were conquered by the Romans. Then the Romans went into hibernation under the Roman Catholic Church, and that ideology still persists today. So if you know today, I walk around today and I could sense that others that cannot identify with me, when they look at me, they don't see my value as a human being. Where does that come from? You must ask yourself.
And you talking about other that's non-FBA or FBA?
You sent me down a rabbit hole, Mr. DJ, and I appreciate you for this. Y'all just be educating me, because one thing about it is, when you talk about reparation, because people will not listen to everything a person say like I do. I'm very observant. You said that the USA pays Great Britain, the UK. Not as of today, they don't. But have you seen how much money they have given? Even the Anglo, how you say that? White person. The Anglo loan that they gave the UK.
In order to give us reparations tenfold.
The UK
through the duration
and the US
when they were
each other
doing it.
biggest traders. They the UK get the most resources from the US. But we steady giving them money. We steady bailing them out. And you telling us that you cannot pay us reparation when you taking our money and giving it to your grandfather.
We are byproducts of a deal gone bad, and he didn't know what to do with us. Marcus Garvey was trying to get us out of here, but nobody really wanted to listen here. Marcus Garvey wanted to either to get us out of here or to give us our own land where we would have our own government and have autonomy over ourselves.
Why do
You
we
are
get so
not
much
free.
credit to Marcus Garvey instead of the actual person who created it?
Yeah, I can't remember that guy's name. I don't know why
I
Marcus
understand, but the
Garvey.
guy's name is a FBA.
Right, I can't remember his name. You want to tell me what it is?
No, I want to make the point. I don't want to tell you because I'm not a Marcus Garvey fan because the way he treated black
I'm
women.
not a Marcus Garvey fan either. I'm just
saying the way he
repeating
treated black women is
history
like,
that I
ugh.
learned. I'm just giving you the facts of what happened. Marcus Garvey got in the way. They lured him over to Europe and they took care of him where he couldn't come back and finish his mission. The thing is that we're not supposed to be here like this. Either we were supposed to go back then, it's too late now, or we're supposed to have our own so we can have our own government, our own way of life. We're trying to be like them. It's
Would
in
you
our
want to go
psyche.
to that island that they tried to? I'm just saying because I would go, but would you, with the technology and the intelligence we have in 2024? They before that we went to Liberia, they sent us over to an island outside of Haiti. They've been
Okay.
trying to colonize Haiti. Lincoln talked about colonized Haiti for many years. Before
Yeah.
he supposed to send like over 3,000 Black American enslaved freed people to the island outside of Haiti. Okay, but he ended up sending 500 people. They supposed to send over $600,000. They only sent 30,000. So the people was over there. Huh?
I was talking to the Jack. Peace and grand
The
rising.
people on the island, they didn't survive. They was ate up by pesticides. They was starving over there. They wasn't, they didn't survive. So Lincoln never talked about it again. But he had to go send the Navy over there to get those people and bring them back to America.
All right, let me tell you this.
Do you think that we can survive today?
Let's say we had the perfect solution. Let's say we had the perfect solution today.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, given my age, I would never see the positive outcome of those results. It would take 3 generations just to get to a situation where people can actually see that this is working. Okay? This was a problem. This is the problem that we're having. Okay? Whatever we do today It is not for us. It is not for our children. It is for our children's children. Because the way things are supposed to be set up is generational wealth is supposed to be handed down. We have none. And those that are in a position to have it somehow lose it before they leave here. And that's the system.
Because they don't pay their policy, they don't have a policy, and they not playing the game that other people play to establish their money. You know, believe it or not, Too Much said it yesterday, and people just brush over it like because one thing about the Black community, we're gonna come together and donate. We're gonna donate money. We're gonna give our money away. It's in our blood to give it away. So when a Black person dies and they don't live and they don't leave or have a life insurance policy, they leave zero to the next generation. That means the next generation is going to go into debt. Even if they have the money, bring the money together, it's still taken away from somebody's family to make sure you get buried, to make sure something happened for you, to keep faith. Because when you come from a churchy family, they want you to be buried within a week. I'm not going to lie. You know?
Every family needs $1 million policy, man. That's what I believe.
Some of us can't even get it because of health issues, but get something.
Let me tell you what you need to do. Y'all need to start investing in cash value life insurance policies, and get it while you're young.
Yeah, get it while you're young.
Parents.
Get it on your kids. Get it on your brothers. Get it on your mom.
Right. You need to start this on your children. You need to make sure that when you give your allowances, if those who give allowances to their children, you teach them about funding their policy, right? You teach them about putting money in the bank. If you give your child, let's say $100, you need to teach them 20%. 20% got to go in savings. 20%. So if I give you 100, you're gonna spend 80 and you're gonna keep 20, and you gotta discipline your children from beginning to keep those saving habits up. And you have to have a policy and explain, there's nothing wrong with you explaining to your kids about life insurance, investment, things like that on the level that they can understand it. See, teaching them about
simple math, fractions, additions.
Teaching them how to save money, 20%, that's a good start. Most Americans are not even saving 20%.
And most Americans, y'all talked about the matriarch. The matriarch in the family had the life policies on everybody.
Yeah, you got it. We gotta learn how to pass
build in my family. That's how we have generational wealth. Grandmama owned land. Grandmama had life insurance on everybody, and you keep that going.
Right. There's a few things that we need to do. Stop kicking your kids out at 18. I'm a big proponent for kids need to stay at home until they're 30, until they're ready. Why you want them going out there getting an expensive apartment and barely making it just so they can prove that they're grown, when that's not what other people do? Other communities, they don't kick their children out at 18. They stay at home with their parents until they're ready. And they teach them a habit of saving money. So when they do go out there, they got money in their pocket. They got a year's rent paid already. A year's rent already.
Go ahead. My mother, you said your daddy's birthday the other day, the year your daddy was born. And my mama was born a couple of years before your daddy, okay? And I told you my mom was a Black Panther, but my mama didn't kick us out at 18. She died when I was 17, but my older sisters and siblings, they got a chance to go to college, establish their career, and then save money. The rule in my family, I don't know if that's the Pentecostal way, was move as a woman. Move out when you get married or own a house.
I'm like, we're not even home. We haven't been home.
How is that even possible to have that type of mentality in a Pentecostal situation? I read the book, and I hate to bring it up because
when I say it, I don't know if
this is a platform,
because that's that's part of my culture.
Right. Any religion, it's in the book that a man does not leave his mother and father and go to his wife until he's ready. It even says it in the book. So why are they kicking their kids out? It says,
I
then
didn't
will
say
a man
Pentecostal
leave his
kick.
mother and father
I think
and
Chuck was
cleave to
loud.
his wife, and they'll become one. That's not happening. We're kicking kids out at sometime before 18 if they can get away with it.
I said I
Man,
don't know if it was because of my upbringing that we was not. I mean, we could stay at home. My older siblings, my sisters, they was able to finish school, go to college, work, save money, and we did not have to move out until we either established a house or a husband. That's what I said, and I got to see that in the firstborn. She did it that way, and my mother kept on putting that in us. So when I hear people say that the kids couldn't live, who all the kids came back home on hard time. Not my siblings, because they moved out when they was established, but my cousins and all of them always came back to Big Mama house if they had my grandmother house if they had something going on. It was always a foundation there. I thought that's the whole purpose of family and friends, to make sure you have getting a house is to make sure you have a foundation for your people to come back to have something for the future.
right? Yeah, y'all just have to hear me on this mindset here. For those who have small kids, and you're going to be at least taking care of them for the next 18 years, think of this, man. Listen, we got to start instilling some financial literacy in our children, and we got to be you yourself. If you are a grown adult and you don't have an accountant and you don't have a financial advisor, you're behind. If you don't have some type of CPA, I'm not talking about H&R Block because you're on a W-2 income. I'm talking about a CPA, certified accountant, okay? I'm talking about a financial advisor, someone to teach you to invest, show you how to invest money wisely. If you're not someone who knows how to budget their money correctly so you can have money left over so you can save, okay? If you're not doing that with discipline, right, religiously even, right, you're behind.
And you're never too old to start saving. As long as you're still living, you can start your saving path. I want us to get out this mindset that we cannot do it when we can. We've been doing it. We do mismanage as a community, not all of us, but as a whole community, we mismanage our money because our money is not spent in our community. You can actually see our money supporting other communities, making other community richer, buying other communities $1 million homes, sending other community kids to school. Affirmative action is because we put their kids through school, pay for their private school, pay for their private school, pay for their tour, pay for them to try to apply for to these schools that they couldn't get into because the public school student is Black American and they did their best to get in those schools. But we paid that way and we don't even look at it like that because we support their nail shops. We supported their Chinese food. We supported everything, they cheap beauty supplies, clothing. We go in there, we patronize it. And when we see a brother, because they only got one store, we don't patronize their store as much as we patronize the big chains.
And that's
Because we hard to find. It's not that we hard to find, we worth finding.
There you go. I like that. We're worth finding. Listen, school should be teaching finance. Let me tell you something. Y'all gotta get out of that mindset that the school is supposed to do everything for your children. Okay? Listen. Stop letting the school raise your kids, y'all. Stop. I know you gotta focus on. See, this is the problem when you got both parents out the home looking for money. Think about that. Both parents are out of the home looking for money, and your children are in school being taught by the oppressor. Think about that. Both parents are out the home looking for money, and you expect the schools to teach everything. Okay, they teach somewhat financial literacy in college. They teach somewhat. I'm not saying everything, but they teach somewhat, right? But this should be before college. You shouldn't be learning about money when you get to college. You should know how money works because you grew up around it. I keep telling y'all, a lot of things are caught, not taught. You got to be around it to get it. If your mother and father are good at saving, guess what? Chances are you as the child, you're going to grow up and you're going to be good at saving money too.
True.
It starts at home, y'all. It doesn't start at school. Stop thinking everything starts at school.
Schools got resources.
It starts at home.
The parents just don't show. I'm talking about my community. And I'm not lying to y'all when I say I just did a whole presentation yesterday. It was 5 parents there. One looked like me. None of them spoke English. I had to translate it through the whole presentation. Give my best work, y'all. I'm Michael Jackson it on the stage. You know what I'm saying? Oh, translator. And that means it was just 5 parents. It had Black parents at that school. And the organization was the teachers' parent meeting where they give our resources on how to go into the professional world, who to invest your money in. They bring people in like me, but we don't show up because I don't know if we working hard, we stress. I don't know what it is, but we're not showing up for the kids like it needs to be done. And what financial freedom is a way. I don't care if you making. It's a story. A man making $12 an hour. When he died, he had over $1 million in his bank account. He was a security guard. I don't care how much money you have to put away for your future. You cannot be greedy.
I was taught this way. When people used to tell me I can't afford to save money, you know what I would say to them?
You can't afford not to.
You can't afford not to. You can't afford not to.
Rainy days gonna always come.
You can't afford not to. You got to understand. You can't afford not to save money. You can't afford it. If you can't afford to save, you definitely can't afford not to. 4 flat tires from being out on the street. A lot of y'all. Some of y'all too.
Shoot, I just did 4 tires. And did you see how much they trying to charge us for tires?
Oh, yeah. 700, $1,000. Wow. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy right now. It's crazy. You know, let me tell y'all something, man. Your car break down, you're broke. You're broke. Your car break down, you can't pay your rent. Some of y'all.
So that little $50 investing in insurance can help you. It might take away 100, however much. It might take away, but it help you in the long run when you think about the future.
That's right. You got to save money, Black people. You got to stop trying to keep up with everybody else. You got to stop looking at your neighbor, and you got to start doing what's best for you and your family, and that is saving. We're in a climate, people. We're in a climate. I know inflation is up. I know milk is up, eggs is up. Everything that you're used to having is up. I understand that. But you can't afford not to save. Oscar, I'm going to keep you down at the bottom right now. I'm only looking for foundational Black Americans. I still want to have the conversation. Maybe it's too early. Maybe a lot of y'all are at work right now. All you can do.
I got to leave at 9:45.
All y'all can do is listen. I get it. Maybe I need to figure out another day during like 6. Maybe we need to do 6 p.m. or something like that. 8 p.m. I don't know. We got to find a time where we can get our brothers and sisters up here and we can have the conversation. Alex Lopez, I'm going to keep you down for right now, brother. I'm looking for foundational Black American men and women. Chuck, are you married, Chuck? Chuck, are you there?
You know, my niece's last name was Lopez.
Lopez, okay.
She's a FBA. Her grandmother was a Black Panther.
Okay.
She is Hispanic, y'all, or Latino.
Wolfie, you're married?
No.
Okay. I'm married 6 years. 6 years. Bring up Simon. I want to have the conversation, y'all. I really want to have it.
Ask me your question because I'm very private when it comes to relationships.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shocked that I even said yes or no to that. I must feel too comfortable around it now, you know. But
That's what it is, man. You get people comfortable. You can
And
sneak in a
then yeah,
question. You can
but
sneak in
you
a
know,
slide in
for
a
her,
question. And they gonna answer.
what
What's up,
is it
Simon?
if I meet a woman that someone put in the comments yesterday, and I was gonna say it, but the way the world is going, you meet plenty of straight women who saying no to relationships. But in the man's mind, the black man's mind is he's really thinking that, oh, women are wanting relationships or they got to be covered, but the woman has been done too much stress. She's not going to go to the white man, she's not going to go to the Indian man, she's not going to go to any other man. She's just going to say no to relationships and be happy. What do y'all think about that?
That's a good question. Let's talk about that. That's a perfect question. Why are women?
And
I get
I'm
a
sorry
lot of
if I
women.
don't remember who put in the comments yesterday, but I read your comment yesterday. Uh-huh.
Let me tell you something, man. A lot of women today, especially younger women today, are already telling you they're not looking. Marriage is not their goal. Their goal is not to be married. If we go back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the mindset of the women were marriage,
Mm-hmm.
marriage, marriage. That was actually a goal for women. Marriage, marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Today, the goal is for women. Women want kids. Have you seen that
I
that
have friends that have kids do test tube. You know,
yeah,
test tube baby.
it's like
So you can
there
be
are
successful and still go get a child, but 9 times out of 10 that child is not gonna be black because men don't black men don't donate they stuff. Black man, please start donating your stuff. We need some black kids. I'm just saying.
nah,
So
True
now,
don't.
story.
Woofy,
True
I'm
story.
glad. Wait, time out, Woofy. I'm glad you said that though, because I think what we need is we need to. Hold on. I don't know if y'all can y'all hear me. I'll be
We
breaking
can
up in
hear you.
this in this
We know
spot.
you did.
Can you hear
Yeah, we
me?
can hear you. I'm gonna go on mute.
I would say our people need to get into that industry. Do you know what I'm saying? Where we are in control of our donations, our egg donations, and our sperm donations, so that it can be cultivated to make, in a sense, more Black American children, men and women. Um, so it's not that it's bad. I wouldn't do it because I know that my DNA is going to be held by white tea people, and I don't trust it. But if we were
I
the
am not gonna sit
FBA,
here and promote men going to the sperm bank, y'all. I'm
no,
not
no, no,
gonna
no,
do
no.
that.
That's not what I'm
Why
saying. Let me
not?
rephrase it. Cause
I'm
no, no,
not
no.
gonna
Hold
do
on. Cause
that.
that's not what I'm trying to promote. What I'm
Why
trying to promote
not?
is now we got to evolve. What I'm trying to say is we have to evolve with how with the new weapons that our enemies are trying to use against us, right? And so when I look at it from that angle, that's where I say if FBA lawyers and doctors got together where we were able to then do our genealogy, do our DNA, make it known that this is an FBA woman, this is an FBA man. Then when we start storing our life cycles uh, in our own storage banks, then I guess that's the only way I personally would do it. But I wouldn't go to the random, uh,
So that means
you know,
a few piece of men, a few men. We don't know if they got good genes or bad genes. Maybe we test it out first. I don't know. And we start saying populate the earth with just. I mean, I just don't listen. I believe I'm old fashioned. I want
yeah.
men and I want women to come together, work out their differences, make a deal, and build a family unit, a strong family unit.
But
And
when
that's
you
what. And
want
listen,
an
and that's what
LPA
I'm doing.
baby to
And
be
that's what I'm
made
doing.
for the women that do not choose to lay down with a
I'm
LPA
like,
man,
I'm like this. Listen,
donate your sperm,
now,
brothers.
I'm
Donate your
like this.
sperm.
I don't want any women going to the test tube baby to. I don't want women freezing their eggs and wait until they 40, 50 years old and have children because they're so focused on their career first. I
But
don't want that.
that's not the. It's a lot of things that goes on in a woman's body that I hear y'all talking, and
I
I be
got you.
feeling. There's
I
a
can
lot
go
of
over
things
that.
that the woman's body is so. I mean, it's so complicated that women don't understand the women's body. You say about women, it's different reason why you hear women take these steps. Everybody got their own individual story. It's just
I
not just
get it.
picking up a stick and peeing in a toilet. It's real issues. That woman
Listen,
bleeds every month.
I don't want women exclusively just raising children by themselves because they can't get
What if
along
you
with
get
men.
with a woman that cannot have kids? Do you love her the same? Did she not have the same value?
I listen, okay. This is gonna okay. Y'all gonna log after I say this.
No, no,
All the
no.
women
Not
are
too,
gonna
so too,
leave
too much,
my
too much.
channel.
Hold on, before you say it, hold on, too much. Before you say it, this is a conversation where I've learned that the OGs have it's a little bit of a distant reality for them, and if you're not quite in that field when it comes to fertility, it's gonna be tough to even quite understand it. So with me, I have family members that are in that fertility industry. So I just happen to be fortunate
I
to.
listen. I believe in vitro. I believe in vitro fertilization. I'm cool with that. I know that there's some people who can't do it. If we have technology that will help them, I'm okay with in vitro. I'm okay with that. Okay, I'm okay
So
with
so
that.
here, so here's my point. Too much. When we think about where everybody else can essentially find their man and woman without making a mistake. If you're looking for a Trinidadian man, Trinidadian woman, you usually would just go to Trinidad, and that's where their eggs and that's where their sperm is. That's where their man and their woman is. For us, FBA in particular, right? We are here in America, but what America did was allow a whole bunch of people to migrate here, and and it kind of confuses who people even think are Black Americans, who they think are actual foundational Black Americans. That's what I'm saying. Even though this is our land, it can be a type of spider's web in a sense to try to creep through and find out who is actually FBA. And so at that point, we have to use the tools so that we can identify our own reproductive genes at a safe spot. I mean, it's just an industry that we
Okay,
are if
okay.
we want to. You see that like
I'm
that little
listening to
angle.
the young. I'm listening to the young. If there's a use for it like that, I'm okay with that. But
Yeah,
let me
that's the point I
explain.
was really trying to say.
Okay,
I
okay.
wasn't trying to just be like
Let
marriage is bad.
let me get everybody
The way
mad with.
I see it is you came in and he was finna say something and you came in and saved him for
And
saying
save me.
Of
something.
course,
And
Me and
save
yeah,
Miss
me,
of
right?
course,
Nikki
hell
still wait for him
yeah.
to say it. Now you thought I
Hold
was
You
on.
gonna
right now,
forget,
Y'all are
and I
gonna
ain't forget
listen,
nothing.
listen,
and
family.
I
Me and Miss
appreciate too
Nikki
much
down
for
in the comments
allowing.
waiting for him to put his feet in his
Listen,
Listen,
mouth.
wait, no,
listen.
no,
I put it
That's
this
all
what you
black
on the
did. You
man,
line.
tried
this
to do
black man protecting
interference.
black men,
Hold on.
man.
I seen
Listen.
how you protect that black man, but
Listen,
I'm
Yeah,
like,
I
I
put
protect
it
that black
all.
man.
Listen, at least I'm honest. I tell y'all, I'm a men's advocate first.
I seen how you did that.
I'm not
Smooth
gonna
did
lie
it
to
too.
you. Okay,
You
listen,
see? Yeah.
I'm a men's advocate first, and I'm about to say something that
Hey,
are
Miss
gonna wanna
DJ.
Sweet might run after this. She might be like, oh, we gonna log off.
No,
Okay,
no, no,
but
no, no.
but
Trust me. I'm around
I'm
black
gonna
people all
tell
the time.
y'all
They say
how I
some.
really feel on the inside and how I really think and how I really believe.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
this is no misogyny. This is all me. Okay, this is what I believe. I'm not saying all men think like me. This is what I believe. Okay, this is what I try to listen to the ancestors. I try to do my best to be in tune and aligned with the Most High. Right. I I am a righteous brother, and I don't shy away from that. I'm a righteous brother. Okay, I mean nobody no harm. I want to see
Go
people
ahead,
good.
say it. I'm
Okay,
gonna put you in your
I
place.
gotta
Go on,
preface that.
Bifflin. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so this is what I believe. Children are not a gift for women; they're a gift for men.
Okay.
Your child does not belong to the woman. That child belongs to the man.
I could agree with that.
That's what I
I'm not a
believe.
Yeah, I'm not a. I
Women,
thought you was gonna say something
you think
crazy. All
because
right.
you birthed them,
He say
you
this all the
think
time.
because that baby damaged your body to get here, that baby messed you up. I believe, this is my belief, that children are a gift to the man. The biggest gift that a woman can give a man, the greatest gift a woman can give a man is him passing on his seed and creating a legacy. Your children does not belong to you. They're not part of your tribe. They belong to that man. And even if y'all split apart, that
Kamala Harris, could you please answer the question?
That child belongs to the father.
Kamala Harris, could you please answer the question? The question is, what if you get with a woman, and any man can answer this, and she cannot have kids?
Let me
Then
explain
she still holds the value of a woman that can.
This is going to be hard, okay? Because I'm going to ask y'all to think about if you were in the old days, before we had technology or anything like that. How did they view women back then who could not produce?
Kamala Harris, I don't know, but answer the question.
How did they view women who could not produce? Okay, let's go back to the Bible. Let's go back to Abraham and Sarah. Abraham still loved Sarah, but she felt like she couldn't give him something. And so because she felt like she couldn't give him something, she gave him her handmaiden. And said, we're going to raise this. That was like almost the first surrogate mother, right? The first in vitro for, somewhat. Was like,
no, that was just a whore who slept with that woman.
That's not how it went. No,
hold on, let me finish.
Right. That's how it went.
Hold on, let me finish. She gave him her handmaiden, her servant, and that child was called Ishmael. Okay, and Ishmael is credited with starting supposedly the Middle East, right? He's credited with that, right?
With the whole Islam religion,
the whole Islam and things like that, because they're all worshiping the same God. They just have a different way of doing it.
Yeah.
Okay? So my thing is this. Let me go back to my concept. Children are a gift for men, not women. Women, that's your gift. You sacrifice your body to produce a child for your husband so he can have a predecessor, so he can pass on his inheritance, his lineage, his thoughts, his mindset, his intellect into that child, the black consciousness into that child. So even when you break apart and y'all can't be together for whatever reason, the children still belong to that man. You don't take his children from him. That's why most women take the children from the man, because they're trying to hurt that man. It's not necessarily that they want to take care of that child, and they do, but they want to make sure, hey, listen, now I'm going to take back the gift that I gave you and turn that gift into a curse. So it curses you all the days of life, because I'm going to tell it how terrible you are, how worse of a man you are, how bad of you didn't love your mother. Your dad didn't love me. And so that child grows up like, man,
and have resentment
and disdain for the father.
You kind of broke that down smoothly. I ain't even gonna hold you, OG. I thought you was gonna say something a lot more.
I can tell my business some more.
Hold on, sweet. Before you go, let me. I want to say, because I want to try to wrap it back around. So I think it boils back down to the idea of the village, right? The idea of the village was very strong in the Black American culture prior to integration, right? And even a little bit past integration is stuck around. But the idea of the village, now when you think about it, that was back when, like OG was saying, the woman knew that all of these little gifts that were walking around the children, they were actually gifts. So each mother would take care of each other's child, and the father would also give influence and guidance to each other's children. It was the village. It took the village to raise the child, right? But what we're dealing with now is it's a few different angles. The first one is that we're dealing with the United States, who poisons our food, right? Who poisons everything that we eat. and makes it hard for men and women to have children nowadays. And it's not because of the woman is less valuable. It's not because of that man is less valuable. We're literally dealing with a society that grows poison and tells you to eat it and tells you it's okay, right? But back in the day, when the food was more pure, when our ancestors and our family members were able to grow their own food and provide for themselves, the village raised the child is a Black American heritage concept, right? So right now, and this is all I'm saying, right now, and seeing that we're dealing with how the enemy is dealing with our women, our children, and our men, this enemy wants to use food and different preservatives to change all the men into emasculated men. And they're also using the food to try to change our women into masculine women, right? So this is just where that idea of when I say if we're going to protect our emancipated genealogy, our emancipated DNA, we are eventually going to have to get into this industry of fertility so that we can protect our Black American women, our Black American men and children, and store some of our
Now, let
eggs
me ask you this.
and
What
sperm so
if,
that we can know.
let me ask you this. And what if a rich billionaire comes along and tries to buy that company away from us and we're stupid enough to sell it? And now they got black genes and they're experimenting somewhere in Antarctica on
So
black
this
people.
is where
They've been doing that. We
well,
cannot stop them from doing it.
this is where business concept comes in, and this is where business plans come in. When you start a business, and that's what I'm saying. When you start a business, you have to put your articles of organization into it. And then your articles of organization, they can be the same way where you could go into you could try to buy a house right now, but the deed and the dean on that house can say you can't sell it to anybody Black. You know why? Because that's the business deal that was made. And our corporations, we have to have that same type of business that we're standing on that says this corporation, this company can never be sold to anybody. Like you just have to put that type of language in there. In a
No, we need
sense.
to find those contracts that says that because that's discrimination, and we can sue those contracts.
What
We
you
can sue
talking
those
about?
companies.
That's right. That's right.
We
She's
can we
right.
can sue those companies. That's what we need to find out, and
What you need to
to
do,
realize that there's still companies out there
yeah.
with those in their description, and we can actually sue as a. Y'all think that Black Americans don't have power? We just don't utilize our power because we're still in this concept that we don't matter. We been mattering.
Yeah, we don't enforce a lot of things, but what I'm
We
saying is
don't
like
force because we don't stand together and force it. In history, everything was forced after we burned it down.
of course, yeah, of course. But to answer your question too much, really we just got to stand and make sure the symbols aren't a part of the head leading of the
Yeah,
corporation.
we
And
got to
plus,
watch out for
yeah, we
sleeper
gotta
cells, Caribbeans and Africans creeping up in there and saying, hey, let me mix my DNA in here. To show these
exactly,
niggas. To show these niggas. You know, do y'all know what happened in Europe? There was a doctor,
It
right?
happened over here too.
A doctor who decided that he wanted to mix his
Populate the
DNA,
world.
mix his seed with all these women, unbeknownst to them. They thought they were getting tall, white, blonde hair, blue eyed, and this doctor, he decided to sneak his genes up in there, and like over 500,000 babies
Oh.
belong to this one man. And I guess he was giving up some. I don't know what he was doing, but a lot of the kids in England
some white dudes did that in North Carolina too.
are related to this one man in England, and he was the doctor that was running the whole fertility clinic. We got to watch out for that. We got to watch out for that struggle genes. We got to watch out for struggle genes getting mixed in the pool. You understand? But here's that. I don't want to avoid your question. Women who can't have
I was
children.
just gonna call you Kamala Harris again, but I'm not. I'm gonna be respectful. I'm gonna be respectful. I'm not gonna call you Kamala Harris.
I grew up
around that question.
I grew up
and I
in a
thought you
middle
was gonna
class.
blame. I thought you was gonna blame Trump for a second, but I'm
I
not.
grew up in a middle class family. And in this middle class family that I grew up in, it had a mother and it had a father. And in this
Middle
middle
class in
class
Canada.
family, in the suburban, you know, some do it this way, some do it that way, but I chose to do it my way. See, now that's babbling, right? I'm not doing that. Okay. So to answer the question,
If I
what
don't
do
like
we
it,
do? You're not gonna like me, but I gotta say it. What do we do with women who cannot have children? Right. Well, first of all, because we live in 2024, I would say let's figure out if there's a way we can change that. Okay. Let's figure out if there's a way we can change that. Maybe she becomes a surrogate mother. Maybe she needs in vitro in order to have children. But let's make in vitro more affordable, right? Here's what I'm saying. This is where women are gonna get crazy. Okay, women outnumber men. I'm sorry, women outnumber men.
so y'all put out of jail and you'll be
Men want legacy. Men, listen up, ladies. Men don't want what you want. Men don't want what you want. Men want what they want. Men want a legacy. They don't want. I'm unbeknownst to you, whether you want to believe it or not, they don't want you and your 3 kids from somebody else. From your 3 different. They don't want to get into a relationship with the women who already have a tribe. They want their own family. They want their own children. Okay. They want their. They don't want it. There are men who are loving who will accept you and yours, and you accept his as well. But most men, majority of men, all men even, they want their own. They don't want to share
That's
some
nature
other
too.
man's. Okay.
That's nature because
Yeah.
when a lion gets into a fight and he's protecting his family, but he loses the fight and he dies. That new lion that takes over the pride will unalive those cubs the second he sees them.
They don't want. They
Right?
don't want that. Men want their own. So you got to understand that men don't want outside kids that's not here. They don't want. They don't want to raise them. They want to raise their kids. That's number one. So if you are a woman who is having fertility challenges, I would say the first thing let's look and see how we can fix that. If we can't fix that, and you still have these fertility challenges, we don't want it. We don't want you to feel like you're less than, but you are going to have to compromise. You're going to have to make a deal. And that's what y'all don't like to hear. You're going to have to, men have had multiple women forever. You might have to make a deal like Sarah did with Abraham, right? And you might have to give your significant other a hall pass.
ladies, I'm in my 40s. I
We
don't
gonna
have
call
any
it.
kids.
We go now. Y'all don't have to prove this message.
I don't have no kids. I'm
I'm just saying
happy.
this.
But
Hall pass.
Mr. Too Much, I hear what you're saying. I don't judge what people think about it because life is real.
Yeah,
Life
it's
is
real.
real. But
It's real.
I don't have any kids, and I'm happy. But
Okay.
the thing about it is,
Do
when
you
my
want
mother
to?
and my mother and my father, when they divorced, the reason that I don't hate black men is because when my stepfather stepped in, he stepped in as a man of joy.
Or that. Hold on
He
real
stepped
quick.
in I was already a daddy's girl. He kept that going. Did that make sense? I had 2 daddies. And my stepfather, he would go to bats for me. He the one that taught me how to do certain things, build a deck. I took wood shop because of him. I got all
Hey,
my
did your stepfather
tomboy.
have other kids already?
Yes. He had
So
one
yeah,
other.
that's the point. Yeah, he already had his own child, so it was easy probably to just add you in, and and
Oh,
plus
And
you and his.
black men are very loving. Back in the 50s,
Yeah.
60s, and 70s, stepfathers were praised. They were looked at as more of a man than normal men because they stepped up, took care of another woman's child, and helped build that community. Because that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, it's about lineage, y'all. It's about building up the foundational Black American family. So men made sacrifices. But here's the thing: when men made those sacrifices and became stepdaddy, right? They were able to discipline the kids as if they were his own. Today's
no.
women, they're
It
like,
was a rule.
no.
My daddy disciplined me. My
Yeah.
when my mama and my daddy was married, my daddy was the disciplinarian. My mama never disciplined me. When my mother and my daddy divorced, my mother disciplined me. For my mother disciplined me. Nobody else. My mama was strong and do
That,
not put your hand on my
yeah.
kid.
And that's the problem. I'm sorry to say that's a problem.
My
Yeah,
stepfather, he
that is a
respected.
Men
problem.
No,
men
my
That is a
have to
problem,
stepfather
be
had
though.
the
respect for kids. Not
disciplinary.
every child is
Hold on.
disrespectful. I
No,
love my
I get it.
stepfather,
I get it. I understand that.
but my mother,
But if I'm going to protect and provide, I also need to instruct and discipline.
yeah, discipline is in
If I'm
certain
going to
ways. You can
protect
talk to a person
and
in that way.
provide, I also need to teach and discipline. There needs to be consequences when you don't follow the teaching, when you don't
Tell my
follow
mama.
the rules, right?
And also, Wolfie, there's an element too
And
where
that's a problem.
when you're raising another person's child, when that child starts to grow up, they start to rebel, especially when they get into those early
You ain't
puberty
my daddy.
stages. And yeah,
I had
exactly. That's
never
where I'm
said
going.
that
You
because
ain't
I
That's
knew
my
who my
daddy.
daddy was.
yeah, but maybe not you, not maybe not you, Wolfie. But if you're gonna be fair and unbiased with your argument, you have to admit a large number of children that are being raised by another man that is not their dad will antagonize that new father and let him know you're not my dad. You can't tell me
Especially
what to do.
But
especially if the
and
mother
that's
doesn't
how.
correct that early. Especially
That's
if the
exactly.
mother
You got to correct that early. And I
doesn't
just had this
correct
conversation with one of
that
my
early.
colleagues
And let's keep it a
about her
buck.
child, and
A
her
lot of
stepson.
our foundational Black American women, y'all are not going to
You
correct that
cannot.
child.
The thing
Y'all are not
about
going
it
to nip
is,
it in the
it's the
bud.
communication between a man and a woman in a relationship.
But
I don't know
Wolfie,
that
no, wait. I
conversation
don't
that my
want you to
mother
be
and my
biased.
stepfather
Wait.
had.
I want you to be unbiased. A lot of our women do not correct that early on.
That's
They
why I was
don't.
going to
And
agree
that
because we just
child,
had this conversation, and I told her this years ago, like
And
when
let
she
me tell you
brought in the
something else.
stepfather, that she needs to make sure the child understand because however that stepfather treats the mother, the child take that in internally. The child might not say anything, so if he's mistreating the mother, the child brings up it teaches the child to hate the person who's in the house that's mistreat the mother. My stepfather loved my mother, so I seen black love. It's a difference. So
And
when a child is brought up in a toxic family, no matter if it's a step parent or the real parent, it gets into the
but
child's livelihood.
let me say this.
but you're
Listen.
also not taking into that time frame, Wolfie, that you was raised in was the village time frame. If
It
you're gonna
was. We
try to,
had a
you can't
community.
apply.
You're right.
Yeah, and that's what. No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. But you can't apply the same time frame of that Black American village to how we're talking about today in 2024.
Because our communities are
2024,
immigrant. I mean, our communities is no longer foundational Black Americans where we used to trust the next door neighbor, know their name, know all their business.
but
We don't know who's next door now.
but that's what we're talking about. We're trying to get that village back. And if we're gonna try to get that village happening again, you have to take on what a lot of these Black
So is the
American women are
suggestion for
dealing with.
single moms to stay single? I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna be honest. See, I give y'all hard truth. I tell y'all really how I feel about things.
No, don't say singles men out there that love you, love them kids, and they don't care. They love you.
I'll say
It,
this. Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this. Listen. This is what I truly listen. If you have children and you separate from that man, I believe you need to give those children back to that man. That's the best option for the woman. You need to go find another man, but you need to leave those. I'm just telling how I believe. Listen, if you are a single mother, you shouldn't be a single mother. Those children belong to that man, and statistics show that the
Yeah,
man is going to do a better job than you. No matter
it's
how
definitely
bad
statistic.
you
No,
want to
no,
be.
it said 70%. I swear, it said 70% of mothers that raise a single child, that same child has the same percentage of going to jail or getting incarcerated or being unalive, um, as
Listen,
the
not
same
if he
person. Yeah,
doesn't.
I
See,
forgot what.
here's the problem. Hold on,
Yeah,
let me ask it. Not if he doesn't want them. Listen, this is the problem. Why are you with men that don't want their children? Why are you sleeping with men, having children by men who don't want children? That's
it's,
insane. And you can't say, "Oh, we had an accident." You know better.
The
You
yeah,
men
you're
know
know
getting
better
beat
better.
down
too.
too much. You're getting because that takes
You know
accountability now.
better. Do better. Stop
Men
it.
lie. Men lie. You might not be the man that lie, but
Listen,
men lie.
listen,
And
stop
men
believing
do
the
have multiple
lie.
women at one
Listen,
time.
men lie,
Men do
numbers
have
don't. Men
men
lie,
do and men
women
lie.
lie. Listen, men lie, women lie, but the
Men
numbers
lie.
don't. The stats
Yeah,
are
they
out.
both lie.
The
They both
stats
lie.
are out. The stats are out.
And let's talk about this stats
Stop it.
because everybody, I done told you once before, I was the investigator. You know, the person who came and
I'm
found
still
you.
trying to answer the
Let
question
me no
about women with no kids.
one man, one apartment village, one community, one man infected over 5 women. And the woman who found out earlier went to the other woman door and was fighting about it. And they all came to my office and fought in my office. And it was just one man and he knew. But my city have this HIPAA contract that we cannot tell you how long he knew it because we're gonna break HIPAA, but he could go around infecting 5 different women in one apartment complex because he
Wait, are
can't
you
keep
talking
his.
about a disease?
So
You're talking
so
about a
let me
disease?
so let me say this. Listen,
I think that's a different
I'm not
argument.
down in single mothers. Single mother. Matter of fact, I got a song
I'm
on
just saying how
Spotify.
y'all like to spread yourselves around them.
I got a song on Spotify, on Amazon Music, on iTunes. Right? You can go down. It's called Back to Dad. Go listen to that song. It's called Back to Dad.
You
Okay?
rapping or singing?
It's rapping. It's rapping. It's called Back to Dad. Go check it out. I'm telling you, when I play this song, everybody loves this song. And it's not denigrating single mothers at all. It's actually appreciating for what they do, but it's telling you that you need that child that you still made is still going to need his father. Whether he wants to be in their life or not, that child that you're raising, whether it's a woman or a boy or a girl, is
Yes, I believe.
still going to need a father. Its father, not just anybody, its father. Whether that father is a good man or a bad man, they have something that they can teach their kids, something that those kids need to learn in order to develop. And it's not coming from any man, but it's coming from the man that had those kids. Now, let me get back to the question.
Is it too much? Is it under too much?
It's under Too Much Moxie. Yeah, it's under Too Much Moxie. Moxie. T with 3 O's. TOOOMUCHMOXIE. I got about 17 songs, 17 singles I released. Okay.
I'm sorry. You know, I'm doing 50 things at one time. In what?
It's called Back to Dad. Back to Dad. It's on Spotify. It's on iTunes. It's out there. But let me say this. Listen. The stats are already out. We can go back and forth all we want. I'm not saying women don't love their kids any less. I'm just saying if you truly love that child and you have a man that wants to be in that child's life, do not prevent that man from being. Co-parenting is not the best way, y'all. I'm just, that is just a solution to for now. That's just what we have because men and women can't get along. We need to go back to where
Hey,
we can get along. We
say too much.
shouldn't be thinking co-parenting is okay.
Hmm.
It's what you're left with when you have to split up. But you should always know that co-parenting is just co-parenting. It's
Hey,
just
too
what we
much.
got to do for right now.
Hey, too much. And this what I want to. And this conversation, I think, is so healthy, and I like how you're organized, orchestrating it. But I want to always put out this disclaimer. We're only speaking for the foundational Black Americans. We're only speaking for the Black American women, Black American men, because every other culture, hey, y'all could do what y'all want, respectfully. Y'all got your own ways of doing stuff. And
I'm
this
just
is where
saying, single
I brother,
motherhood has destroyed our community. Do you know 70% of Black men are raised in a single mother home? I grew up in a
and it,
neighborhood that was
yeah, it's crazy.
predominantly single mother. I told you, my father and an African dude was the only father on the block. And both of those fathers who was raising children, my dad included, were single fathers.
So, bro, I bring it up in that way because I think it's healthy for the foundational Black American man and the foundational Black American woman to understand that everybody's gonna follow what we do anyway, right? Whether they Latino, Caribbean, African, white, Pakistani, I don't care. They're gonna follow what we do anyway. So when we talk about this topic, I think it's proper for us to just focus in on ourselves and our community because everybody else is going to end up following us anyway. Now, when we try to cultivate the conversation to include everybody, then everybody going to ignore. People only people only are attracted to what we say when we are selfish, when we just focusing on our own community. So let's do that because it's our community that is being affected and going through this 2024 issue. Another issue in the Black American community when it comes to parenting, I feel, is the fact that our women allow LGBT men to hang in their circles. In my opinion, the LGBT man sits on the shoulder of our women and whispers negative things about the black man, and that's a bad demon to have near you. Once our Black women start putting that type of acceptance, that because I was raised, and this one I'm gonna be a blunt with. I was raised in a family where the women said the F word more than any men. The women in my family couldn't stand that LGBT man. Said the F word constantly. And I grew up as a man understanding like, oh, that's good. Women don't like that. That's something that I would never be. That's something I would never accept. I learned to be the straightest man I could be by other women. In 2024, the women are doing the opposite. They are telling men, oh yeah, it's okay for you to be like that. You don't have to procreate. It's another form of castration. And I learned with that.
Did y'all see that TikTok that went around of this lady holding her baby? I think she was a YT lady. And I think there's one actually of a Caribbean lady. All right. They're here in America and they're saying, look at my transgender baby, y'all.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that was disgusting.
Look at
yeah,
my
exactly.
transgender baby. It's a freaking baby.
It's a baby.
And she's already in her mind raising it to be transgender.
It was like 5 months old or something, right? It was like a little baby, yeah.
Health issues with that. And there are people who are going to say, well, what's wrong with that? What? This is what happens a lot of times when you leave the child with that mother. I'm just going to say it like that. It's unfortunate, but that is insane. Women, they, like I said, men and women think differently. A man does not want his child. Listen, men, we back me up on this. We don't want our children to be anything but what we want our children to be. We don't want our children to be LGBTQ. Most men. We accept it if it happens, but that's not what our intentions are. That's not what we want our children. We want women to be women. We want men to be men. That's what most men want.
Bro, I can't even hold you. I don't got it.
Foundational Black American men, we don't. Yeah. We want our children. We don't want. Listen, what happened to Dwayne Wade? Gabrielle Union is not a foundational Black American woman.
Are you going to address my numbers?
Okay, go through. We can't read everything, so go through the numbers. What's the numbers?
Okay, these are the single families. This is a chart, and they break it down between the mother and the father, and then they break it down by race. I see everything cannot be
Yeah, we can't see the whole thing.
Yeah, you can't see the whole thing.
You got to read it.
White, Black.
What about hold on? What about interracial couples? I don't have a problem with interracial couples, y'all. I don't have a problem.
Business.
If you love, that's
go ask an interracial couple.
Yeah, we're talking about Black American couples now. Y'all can do what y'all want if y'all want an interracial. That's matter of fact. Go have your own conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about FBA, and we're really trying to end the gender
unless a major change. And from the last time I checked, we were still making record numbers around here. Black Americans still is doing historical numbers in what America feel like is the improvement since slavery. You understand? But when we look at this chart, it has white women being single mothers at 61%.
Okay. They're not, the white community is not too far behind from us, y'all. We're not, they're not too,
They have black.
their divorce rate is up too.
When I look at percentage, I break that percentage down, and I look at actual numbers. And if you do that by actual numbers, that is over how many hundreds and thousands, maybe over millions of people in the
So
white
there's
community.
about 200 million YT people in America. So
So
61%
that
of the
means that's
women,
over
Yeah,
200
they
million.
outpopulate us.
so
Yes.
61% of the women,
Well,
and
per
they
capita,
probably
So
make
that's
up,
over 100-something million
we'll just
women
say
the
there's like,
single mothers
uh,
versus to our 31% of black
we'll say
women.
there's like 130 million women, and there's like 70 million YT men, 130 million YT women. We'll break it down like that. Just for
Okay,
the sake.
then put it like that. They got more white women that's single mothers than there is black Americans in the world. Can I say it like that then?
You can say it like that. You can say
That
it like that.
it is more white single mothers in the United States of America than it is black Americans breathing in this world today.
Okay,
But
so
yet,
I mean,
when
that's
y'all
cool, but
compare,
that's not
y'all always
that's what I'm
want to,
saying.
huh?
hold on, let's stay on time. Let her
I don't
finish.
compare. Listen, okay, I'll let her finish because I don't
Let her
compare
finish.
No,
my
go
black
ahead.
woman to no other race. That's what I'm saying. Your statistics is not even the conversation right now because I don't compare black women to no white woman. That's not what I would never do. That. I don't compare black
Well,
women
y'all
to
don't like me
Latinos.
again.
I don't compare. I'm just not interested in them. That's why I said with this conversation, if we just focus on ourselves and our own village, we be blinders to everybody else. That's what I'm saying. If we're able to just have this conversation and focus on us, then we can have our
Then
own
I
we
agree because
still need to
I
accountability
don't,
address that
be taken.
31%. We still need to address, if we talk about it, we
okay.
still need to address
So
why is 31%
31%
of the
of
black
what?
community have single mothers? Where's those fathers? Because only 18% of black men are single
All right, so let's
fathers.
talk about it. So let's talk about it. All right, let's talk about it. A lot of our men are in jail. Let's talk about that first. A lot of our men are in jail, incarcerated, and
Not anymore. Not anymore.
trying.
Not
Well,
anymore. We
okay,
got
that's
to
what I'm
look at the
saying.
real update. That's
But
back in like the 80s and 90s. We're not so
well, I don't
massive
know. That's what I'm
quantity
saying. I
like we
don't know
were
what
back.
year. I'm just going off for raw numbers. I don't know what year this statistic was taken, and it says 2021. So that's just what I'm going off of.
Here's what
So
I know.
a lot of so
70% of black families are born to single mothers. 70%. So that means 31% are single fathers or either single fathers or married. 30% are either single fathers or married. 70%
yeah, and a lot of us are
of
married
black
though.
men are growing up with single father, and you can't blame them. And
You
listen,
say
a lot
70% of black men are growing up in
70% of households of black families are single family homes, are raised by single mothers. Single mothers. 70%. That's the number. 70%. 30% are either married, single, or don't have kids. Okay, that's 30%. So when you look at the 70%, what's going on with the 70? Let's talk about the 70% of single, and this is not to denigrate single mothers, so don't get triggered, but this is just stats, okay? 70% are single mothers, okay? Those single mothers, right? Out of those single mothers, out of the 70% of single mothers, right? Single mothers, hold up, I lost my train of thought. 70% of single mothers. Single mothers.
math.
No, it is 70% of single mothers, or 70% of black family are growing up in single mother homes, and out of those 70%, those single mothers, we got 2 million extra babies that are not even part of our community. That means they slept with the white man, they slept with the Asian man, they got the Asian man, the Arab
Oh, they
man,
mixed.
the
That's what you're
Hispanic
saying.
man. Yeah, these are
Yeah.
mixed children, and guess what? They're single and fatherless too.
Yeah.
So we're gonna hold the black men accountable, but what about those other 2 million outside babies that black men didn't even father? So you can't say it's black men are the problem. It's actually black women. You control sex. You control access to your body. You
That's
control
facts.
locking your home. You just gotta lock it. Don't let anybody in there. And they won't come in. They won't break in. But you keeping the door unlocked. That's what's happening. And you're not just keeping the door unlocked for black men. You're keeping the door unlocked for the white man, for the Asian man, for the Hispanic man, for the Middle Eastern man. That's y'all. And so you're saying, well, what about black men? What about the fathers? What about listen, you're the woman. You're supposed to be smarter than the men. You're supposed to be smart to know that your consequences are heavier on your side, not on the man's side. The man can say, you know what, F, for lack of a better word, they can say, F this woman and her child, I'll go start a new family. As messed up as that sounds, men do it all the time. And for many different reasons. You know, one of the reasons that men walk away
And
from
we're not even saying that's correct. We're not even backing
we're
up
not
that
saying that's
decision.
correct, but
That's
here's
not
the
what
thing.
we're saying.
One of the reasons that men walk away from their family is because that woman is using that child against that man, and the man gets tired. And whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent, he decides, you know what? It's easier for me to just start a new family with somebody else and not worry about them kids, because though that child anyway, she's gonna turn them against me anyway.
Also, I was gonna say, also a lot of times when the man is trying to raise that child in the way it should go, a lot of times the woman is against that because
Yeah,
women, a lot of times our women want power. Our women are so strong,
yeah,
and I
it's
love our women,
crazy.
but our
It's
women are so
crazy to
strong
me.
that when it comes to the children, they want to have the power to direct the way that a child is growing without
It's crazy to me.
You know, you point the finger.
balancing.
Y'all keep pointing the finger at
No,
the
no, 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 no.
We're
woman,
not
I'm not.
saying
But
men are not the
that's
problem.
not.
What
but
That's
we're
you're
not what
not
I'm
saying is
taking
doing.
accountability for men. I
Whoopi,
listen. We're saying
That's not. That's not what's happening.
I'm gonna say
who does the
this.
consequence fall on? Who does the consequence
The
fall on?
consequences need to fall on the men.
It
The
doesn't
men
They
though.
too.
do,
Y'all
It
but
want the
they
doesn't.
do.
leadership. It takes more. Y'all need to start teaching y'all young boys to keep it in the pants.
Listen, it's
That's not the
simpler. Listen,
argument.
listen.
Okay.
We can do
Huh?
That's
that.
not the
Listen,
argument.
hold on, everybody.
You
Listen,
need to start teaching young
hold on, Whoopi.
boys. I
Hold on, Whoopi.
mean,
We can do that. We can say, men, exercise discipline and wait till you're married. We can say, woman, exercise discipline and wait till you're married.
but
We
when are you
do.
gonna
And
start it?
time out. Hold on, time out. We do that already. We do say,
No,
boys,
to
hey,
girls you do it. To boys you don't.
listen,
Because you
I
sit
grew up
here,
in,
No,
you're
we
not
do
listen,
it
taking
to.
listen,
See,
accountability
that's
that
untrue.
listen,
That's
kids
untrue.
is
listen.
not born
That's
without
not true.
sperm.
That's not true.
Sweets. That's
Listen,
Kids
so
is
listen.
not born
untrue.
My
without
father,
That's
sperm. Keep that in mind.
untrue.
hold
Free
on,
Sweets.
sperm can
y'all.
impregnate a woman.
That's untrue. Sweets.
Hold on, y'all. Check this out. Listen, my father, one of the reasons why I left my father's home at 18, like I said, I thought I was grown at 16, y'all. I left my home, my father's house at 18, and this was the reason why I left his home. My dad said I couldn't bring women into the house, and I'm looking at my
Exactly.
dad.
You can't.
I'm
Exactly.
looking
You
at
can't
my
have no
dad.
girls up in the room.
Yeah,
You can't
I'm
have
looking
girls
at
in the
my
room.
dad like we're both men, and you're telling me I can't bring another woman up in here?
Yeah, because he's the man and you were the boy.
Well, I understand that, but I
You
thought
think
again
girls can
at
bring
16.
men in they
Hold
mama
on.
house?
At 16, let me tell my story. Hold on. At 16, I thought I was a man, and I challenged my father many times, and my father had to slap me down to slap me back to reality. But at 18, I thought, man, I'm 18 now. I got me a girl. I got me a girlfriend. I'm gonna bring her over the house, and she gonna spend the night. And my dad was like, "Oh no, this is my house. You
Yeah.
don't disrespect my house, and you're not gonna do that in my house because I didn't raise
And
you to
it's
be
but
that
it's
way."
the op.
He said,
Hey,
"If you want to
too
do
much.
that, hold on." He said, "If you want to
Yeah.
do that, you gotta get out."
You got to get out.
So I moved
Facts.
out
And that's
just
the
so I can have a
opposite way.
girlfriend and have sex with women. That's
And
the
that's the
real reason.
opposite. And that's the opposite with single mothers. Single mothers let their sons bring women inside their homes. Single
My dad
mothers
wouldn't
do
do it.
that.
My dad
Single
wouldn't do
mothers
that.
do that, and that's a little slice of accountability that I know for sure.
My dad wouldn't do that.
I put like this. I
And he
know
was a
it's so
single
for
father.
sure. Let me tell you how much I know what I'm talking about right now. because when I was going through high school, early in college, majority of the women that I was dealing with were single mothers, and
We're
as
not
soon as
blaming
that
single
single
mothers.
mother,
We're not blaming
yeah,
single mothers.
I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying the moment that single mother saw me and said, "Oh, he's tall, dark, and handsome." Oh, she actually knew I was in the room or knew I was in the basement, whatever, knew I was in the house. She upstairs making food or whatever. She had no problem with a male being in her house with her daughter. Single mother type stuff. What I'm saying is
That's
the
not single
father.
mother type stuff. That
Listen,
was
all I'm saying is, hold on. I know that's triggering. I
How
get
you
it.
know she ain't
Wait,
just
hold
brother?
on. I
prejudice
know. Hold on.
it's
Time
not
out. Time out.
true.
You're gonna have your chance. You're
It's
gonna
not
have your chance.
true.
You're gonna have your chance. All I'm saying is, but the girls that I dated that had their father in the home, I had to
She
stay in the
wasn't
living
born in
room.
that home.
I had to stay in the living room, watch TV.
See
Okay?
the difference?
Okay,
The
there's a
structure
difference.
and the discipline is there when the father is in the home. You won't find too many fathers that are going to be okay with a man and their daughter in the same room. You're not going to find it. There's not too many fathers that are going to sit there and allow their daughters to have boyfriends and have their boyfriends sleep over at the house. And he is correct, because I've been, like I said, I grew up in a neighborhood full of single mothers, and I can't tell you countless how many times it was okay for me to sleep on the couch or even sleep in the daughter's room
May
Yeah.
I ask
while
you
I
something?
was in
They
high
should have
school,
left you on
y'all.
the streets. They
While
should
I
have
was in
let you
high
sleep
school,
on the
y'all.
streets that night. I'm just playing. But no, I don't see that in mothers
So go
letting
ahead, hold on.
their
Let's
boys
let
sleep in their home. What
building.
kind of adults are you around?
Hold on, man. I grew up in California, so I don't, I didn't grow up in this. I grew up in California.
Yeah,
Building.
that's just, okay. Thank you so much. That just sounds like irresponsible.
I didn't mute you. I didn't mute you.
I didn't
I
meet
didn't mute
you
her
either.
Can you
either.
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't meet you either. Yeah.
I didn't
I got
mute
a
you.
phone call came through. I'm sorry.
See, stop
That just
assuming.
sounds like irresponsible parenting. That's not a single mother or a single father type of thing. That's an irresponsible parent type of thing. Okay, because I was also raised by a single mother and father because they had split up, and I stayed with the both of them. So my mother was single and my father was single as
Look
well.
at the
So both of my
comment,
parents were
right? My daughter mother doing that now with my daughter boyfriend. I'm
That's
telling you,
one
ladies,
coming out
you
of
gotta
thousands of
listen.
like I
something
You
just
gotta
stuff.
said.
No, it's
listen. This is a real thing. We're not making this up. This
we're
is
not
Let me
real.
making
see
this
your
up,
go
sisters,
ahead.
What I'm
sisters,
saying is
sisters.
that's
No,
parent.
sisters.
Everybody, hold up. This is the host. Let y'all can't keep cutting me off. Let me say what I gotta say. I'm gonna let y'all speak. Now listen, you ladies need to listen to the men
You
when they're
ladies.
telling you this is going on, and they know it's going on. We know for a fact that a lot of single mother homes, the discipline is lax. How do we know that? Your kids are more unruly than other kids at school, ma'am. Your kids are the ones that don't sit down and pay attention. They run around and they run amok, and they're saying they have a hard time teaching these children in school. That's a fact. You can say, not my home. Well, guess what? Not your home, but your neighbor's home. And your
Yeah,
neighbor's.
I
exactly. It's
talk
your
And
to
it's not,
neighbors and
my
your
and it's not,
friends that
hold
neighbors.
are
on, hold on, hold
teachers.
on, hold on. It's not about color. It's not about black women. It's majority of single mothers, period. That means Hispanic. That means whitey. It's across the board.
What
Okay,
about
it's a
co-parenting?
more relaxed home. I'm co-parenting is cool, but it's still not better than a single father and both parents being in the home. I'll just say it like that.
Yeah.
It's the
You
stats
cannot
still
force
don't.
some
It still
relationships to
doesn't
work
finish.
if it's
Listen,
unworkable.
hold on, especially
It works
Hispanic.
because
Do
I
you
was in a
know? Let's
situation
hold
that
on.
worked.
Do you know how many Hispanic homes will allow the 16-year-old daughter boyfriend to move in with them? And
A lot.
this
I grew up in the 90s in Houston, Texas.
A
Yes, a
whole lot.
lot.
this is
Where
going on.
I seen 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds with 21-year-old boyfriends in the belly, and they don't get on here and they don't say yes. My mother is a whore.
Listen, there'll be a
Well, no, yes, they
16-year-old
do. They're
daughter.
just saying in
She'll
a
be
different
pregnant by
language.
a
Oh, okay.
21,
They're just
22,
talking Spanish, and
23.
we're
Hold
talking
on.
English.
Hold on. There's a 16-year-old daughter who will have smacks with a 21, 22, 23, 24, 25-year-old. She will get pregnant, and guess what? That man is living on the street, and he's in his 20s, and they're going to be like, come stay and take care of, they're pushing that man to marry that daughter, even though he's older, even though it's statutory, they're pushing it. Okay, it's a different community. You got to understand. Outside of, we're the only ones in America who tell our children 18 and over. Do you know when you go other countries, it's 14, it's 16, and that's a grown man with a little girl, and it's okay. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying we accept it. I'm just saying outside, we're the only country in the world that does that. Outside everybody else, those rules are kind of relaxed. There was a man that got deported in Florida. He was 25 years old, and he had a 16-year-old girlfriend. He was Hispanic. He was here illegally. Instead of doing time in jail, they deported him. His lawyer said the best thing we can do, so you don't have to go to jail. You either stay here and go to jail, or we deport you where you can continue that culture back in your homeland because it's not accepted here. You understand? So all I'm saying is this. Listen, I'm not trying to denigrate any single mothers. I'm saying single mothers do the best job that they can do. Single mother, I know I grew up around a lot of single mothers, and they weren't all bad. They were doing the best that they could.
Yes,
Right?
say that.
But I am saying that single mothers do the best that they could. But if you want to know what's best, what's better than your best, it's that father. And if you're sleeping with a man and you have a baby with a man and you're worried about how he's going to raise your children and if he's a good father or not, then you're the problem because you slept with that man. That's like this. Okay, let me put it like this. If you have a man that's mentally challenged, I don't want to use the R word, but you have a man that really is mentally, mentally.
No, don't do that.
got mental challenge. I mean, mentally. I mean, like his mind is like a child, even though he's 30, 40, 50 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you lay down with that man, and you know he can't even take care of himself, and you have a baby with that man. Who's Boo Boo the fool? You are Boo Boo. You are Boo Boo. Because you lay down with a man that's mindset is not even there. How dare you look bad, not that man. That man looks like you got that woman and you got that
Love
woman.
is a powerful thing. Look, Miss Rochelle and Reginald's here too.
Let me let Rochelle go ahead, Rochelle, because she raised her hand. I got to get to Rochelle. Go ahead, Rochelle. Rochelle, go ahead.
You want cash back? Little Richard, from his story, his mother ran a brothel. That poor boy was tortured in that house. And I land my plane.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What you mean? Oh.
Yeah, Little Richard. Little Richard. Little Richard. They got a thing. Little Richard told you that Hollywood was.
He sure did.
He told you that most of the people that you see in Hollywood are freaks. Go look at that interview. Little Richard said, "Did you send it to me? It's on TikTok. There's a interview with Little Richard, and he tells you that Hollywood is full of alternative lifestyle people that you wouldn't even think, and they're all freaky." Every person in Hollywood is having a freak off, y'all. Let me just say it like that. There may be like one or two people that don't have freak offs, but everybody in Hollywood is freaky. Everybody, all of them are Diddy, Epstein types. All
Pay
of them.
attention. They only take down people that look like you.
Your favorite actor, your favorite entertainer, your favorite sports player. They're freaky.
It's two things. Let me tell you the two different mindsets. When they get taken down for that, they on the line themselves. When we get taken out, we go spend the rest of our life in jail.
Because they can't take, once you come from money, once you start making money, it's very hard to go back and live in poverty. Like I said, I have many friends in the financial industry, not many friends, but a few of my friends, people that I knew personally, took their life when they couldn't make that that boat payment, that house payment, that car
They don't want
payment.
to go through that
When
embarrassment.
they
And
when their
that's why I
wife
don't believe
left
in
them, when they
billionaire.
found out their wife wasn't going to stay with them for richer or poorer.
Oh, that's why I would say that's why I don't believe in belittling a man. That's when we need to start looking at people as human, especially when this inflation is going on. I've been preaching this because I see the numbers, y'all. I see the people. You have people making six figures. Okay, let's be more realistic. You have people making 70 and 80,000 a year and cannot afford nothing. Whereas a check from one person was 70 and 80,000 a year, couldn't afford everything at a point in time. And I had someone someone say, you gotta be foolish to think that in this society that you don't need you don't need two people income to earn two people income.
You don't. The problem is you women, a lot of women, y'all like to spend money. And y'all think the man is
Men
there to
like to
make
spend
money
money too.
and you to spend the money.
Men
Uh,
like tools.
I'm not saying men don't like to spend money, but I'm saying men know. Most men, for the most part, there are some men who don't have discipline, but for the most part, men aren't shopping. We're not shopping like that. We know we got other things that are important that prioritize that. We know that all we gotta do if we're with a woman, all we gotta do is open up her trunk, and we're gonna see all kind of Amazon and shopping sprees and gifts going on up in there. We know that.
I do beg a different. I beg a different.
We know y'all. We know y'all got a
All we
whole
gotta do
closet
is open up a
full
man's
of shoes.
closet. He got shoes, baby. I beg a different, like my friend down there said. I beg a different.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this: when you're talking
Or
about,
you will open up his car, his garage, the cars, the trips,
we got toys. We got
the
toys too.
cologne,
We got
the
toys too. But
shoes,
but but, but
the
hold on.
shoes.
But hold on.
Not just
You can't
tennis
say every
shoes,
man. You can't say every man has a bunch of tennis shoes. You
the
can't say
suits,
every man. You got to
the
have a suit.
jeans,
You got to
the
have three suits,
pants,
gentlemen:
the
white, tan, and
haircuts,
blue. White,
the
tan, blue,
haircuts,
and go ahead and add a gray in there.
getting
Okay.
facials,
Man,
getting your beard trim.
okay, beard trim, yeah, but men aren't getting facials like that.
Oh, baby, yes, they are like
Not
that.
like
Since
that. Not like that.
men
Not like
tips
that.
and men do tip, sure not tipping.
Okay,
You
we
know,
do we do that because that is a man activity. That
and
is
as
a
you can
man
see, my
activity.
personality, strangers pay for other strangers, marry or not. They taking up people. Men do manly stuff, and y'all act like y'all don't
Listen
spend
to
money.
this. We got to pull up. Listen, I'm in the delivery and logistic business, and 95% of my orders are women. That's a fact. Women are
Look at
consumers.
this. Oh,
Women
you
are
snitch.
consumers.
Who
Women
is
are
this snitch?
consumers. Women are consumers. Y'all buy. Y'all shop. If men don't listen, men don't want to be in the store like that. We
Miss
don't want to.
Rochelle.
We
Miss
don't want to be in the store like that.
Rochelle. Tell him that we don't shop. We
Y'all
we
do.
can do it ourselves.
No, y'all do. Y'all shop. Stop lying. Y'all shop. Y'all know
Do
y'all
you
do.
see the receipts?
We got a closet. Listen. I had to go move my
No
stuff.
case. No
Listen.
face, no case.
Listen,
Miss
hold
Rochelle
on.
got her
Hold
hands
on, hold
on.
on. I had an ex-wife, right? And our whole closet. I had a little corner for my clothes, and she had she had 3/4 of the closet was her stuff. And half of it was shoes. Half of the closet was shoes. She had to have a shoe for every outfit, y'all. And I used to pop that trunk on a regular. On a regular. And,
You just
and,
didn't know
and
how to hide better, Miss
man,
Rochelle.
she did in the beginning because I was young. I didn't know about popping that trunk. I know about popping that trunk now. But before I used to be like, just go in the house, won't even check the trunk, don't think that, and then all of a sudden I'll be like, where'd you get that outfit from? She go, oh, I been had this. I was like, I ain't never seen that in the closet. Oh, it's been in there. Come to find out, I popped that trunk. She got a closet, a trunk full of clothes and shoes with tags still on them.
I got the numbers. Women drive 70 to 80% of all consumer purchases, decisions. Okay, now it also says this. What gender is the biggest? 85. The U.S. 85% are women. 93% food purchases are women.
We have to be
75 women identify themselves as a primary household shopper, and
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
50% of the product, particularly men, are purchased by women. The stuff that 50% that the women are purchasing are for men. So that's an equal thing on that one. But
I'm not saying that men don't buy shoes,
93% and 75% of all the household parts are the women.
but I am saying women do it more. I'm not saying men don't shop, but women shop more.
Bro, but let's talk about where they getting the money to shop though. They getting the money from niggas.
So
Men like men spend their money on different things. Women shop, men spend their money on women. That's
I see
how
no
that
problem
pipeline
in that,
goes.
Mr. OG.
It's QG though. It's QG. Appreciate
I
it,
mean,
bro.
QG. I don't have my glasses. Work with me.
I was just messing with him. I just saw that Cuba might say OG, but yeah.
I mean, OG is just respect. I'm just
So
saying.
hold on. So look, I come from a financial advising background. There's been many homes I walk into, and let me tell you what they teach us. They teach us to identify, right? Identify who is the buyer, who's really in control.
For sure.
We're taught to identify who's really in control of that household. Is it the man? Is it the woman? And let me tell you who's in control of money most of the time when I walk in the home.
AKA women, doofus.
Women.
I'm not talking to you,
The
bro.
husband will always say, I got to check with my wife. And when he says, I got to check with my wife, you already know it's going to be a no. You already know that man doesn't run his household. When he says, I have to
check with my husband,
wife. When it comes to financial decisions, you hear a lot of men say, I got to check with my... There's so many times I'm in the room and I'm talking and I really am talking to the woman, but I'm looking at the man.
That's respect.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm really talking to the woman, but I know as a financial advisor, and they teach this, that if I look at the woman too long, or I still have to acknowledge the woman. If I don't acknowledge the woman, I'm going to lose the sale. Just so you know, if I don't acknowledge the woman in the house, there's nothing. There's no business that's going to be done. So I have to acknowledge the woman, but I can't look at the woman too long because then the man's going to think, "Why are you looking at my wife?
Exactly."
Why are you talking to my wife? You need to be talking to me. So I have to look at the man, but I'm talking to the woman because she's going to give the head nod if he can get this insurance policy, if he can start putting his mutual fund together, because that woman is looking at, well, that money is taken away from my shopping. She's not looking at it like that money's going to better our family for the future.
Exactly.
She's looking at it like, okay, I still need to be able to shop, and we still need to save money.
No.
And a lot of times, and here's the thing: a lot of times, if I want to keep it a real buck, a lot of men, especially back in the 2000s, they weren't concerned about finances. It was the wife who was concerned about saving money. Sometimes I'll keep that real too. For the most part, the women were the ones setting up financial appointments because they are looking at why she can't go shopping, why their family is struggling financially, and their husband has a good job. These are six-figure earners. I mean, six-figure, $150,000, $125,000, $130,000 earners. General managers at Walmart are making that money. I don't know if you understand that. The district managers of Walmarts, they're making six figures. They're making 130, 150. Okay, so I'm going into these people's homes, right? And the wife, and they got two car garage. They got Mercedes. They got a Benz. They got a truck. They got a boat. And when you open up their refrigerator, it barely has anything in it. When you open up their cabinet, it barely has anything in it. They're living paycheck to paycheck. $700 a month for this car, $1,500 for this car, $700 for the $800 for the boat. Okay, they got 4-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 2, 3, 4 of those for the family. They got a jumper in the backyard, and they're struggling financially. They got more month than they got meat. When it comes to the end of the month, they don't have nothing. They got Nordstrom bills with $30,000 on it. They got Macy's with $20,000 on it. They're maxed out on all their credit cards, but they live in this beautiful house in this beautiful neighborhood. This is what most of the families I sat down with, and a lot of them, man, it was you would think they could save $1,000. Man, they can barely put together $200 to $500 to save. And a lot of these homes, they don't even have children funds. So all you parents who say y'all love y'all kids and y'all don't got y'all don't got an educational fund for your child, do you really love them? Let me throw that out there. Do you really love your kids and you don't have insurance and you don't have a college fund for your children? If you're not saving any money for your children, let's talk to Black America now. Are you saving money for your children? Do you really love your children and you're not doing the best thing for them? Let's keep that a buck. Let me hold all y'all accountable for that.
A lot of these people didn't even want to have their kids, bro.
Say that again, sweetheart.
I said a lot of people didn't even want to have their kids. Like kids were more like put on them than it was something that they actually planned for and wanted.
You should be planning.
That makes a big difference.
A lot of people don't talk about family planning neither. Like
that is important. Good. That is very important. Family planning.
I'm holding y'all accountable.
We do need to talk about that.
Love your kids. Are you really doing all that you should do as a mother, as a father, as a provider, as a protector, as an educator, as a disciplinary, as a nurturer? Are you really nurturing your kids the right way? Are you really raising your kids the right way? Are you really doing what you're supposed to do?
Family planning, Mr.
Or are you focused on your job, your career, whatever your outside interests are? Do you really love your kids? Do you really think the television should be raising your kids? Do you really think social media should be raising your kids? Do you really think the education system, the indoctrination system should be raising your kids? Or do you really put in the time to know what your kids are learning, how they think, how they move? Are you really teaching them how to choose friends wisely? Are you choosing your friends for your children? Are you actively involved in your child's life? That's what I want to know. Herman, your mic is kind of hot, brother.
Mr. Too Much. But a part of family planning is, are the Black men ready to settle down at an early age? Or you
okay, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
If you say no, just hear me out. Everything you're saying is not realistic. I mean, it's not, you're going from your standards. I mean, the way you think, and I get it. You're shaking your head too hard for me right now. Slow down, okay? Because it's going to take the Black man to want to settle down at an early age and start with the family planning. If you want to have some type of structure.
Let me tell you.
I've been listening. Can I respond to that? Because I've just been listening. I've been letting the pen a little bit.
Let me respond first, because what I'm about to say is about to shock a lot of people. Okay.
Yeah, it's like arranged marriage.
I don't believe men should get married until they're 35 years old.
And then what age should a woman get married if that's the case? I believe
a woman should get married by 25 years old.
So you want the man to be a virgin to 35? Is that correct?
I'm just saying. I would say the discipline. See, here's the thing. A lot of women don't want virgins. I'm sorry to tell y'all that. A lot of y'all don't. I've talked to women.
It's a lot of things that women don't want to settle for.
I've talked to 1,000 women. I've talked to 1,000 men. I'm telling you, I got data and I got research and I got videos of you guys can go look at my YouTube. I'm telling you, I done talked to me from this side of the world to this side of the world. I done talked to many different, and I'm telling you, from what I'm getting, most women, they want men with experience. Most men, they want women with less experience. Women want experienced men. Men want inexperienced women. That's just what they want. Men want different things than what women want. You got to understand that. The thought process.
And sometimes a provider don't come with no experience. I don't care how much experience he has.
35. The reason why I say 35. See, my dad got married at 39. Okay, so I'm already the apple don't fall too far from the tree. Okay,
It's
my
double
dad didn't
standards.
start
We're
having
not mad.
kids.
It just
My
don't
dad
make
didn't start having kids until he was like 36, 37, 38. That's when he started having kids. I have an older brother out of wedlock. I have a half sister by my stepmother, and I have an older sister. We share the same mother and father. Me and my older sister, we share the same mother and father. My dad had 2 kids. He married my mom. I wasn't born out of wedlock. I was born in matrimony. I was born in wedlock. If I'm not mistaken, my sister was on the way, and then my father married her later. So she was already in the oven, and then my father married my mother, because that's what they did back in those days. If you got a woman pregnant, they forced y'all to get married. My dad didn't know about my older brother, because the lady my dad was in a bowling league, and the lady that was flirting with my dad didn't know, but the lady that was flirting with my dad was a married woman, and he got up in it. And she didn't tell him that he had a son. She passed that son on to her husband because she didn't want to get in trouble. So she hid it and made it seem like it was her husband's child. So my brother has her husband has a different last name than I do. Okay, he has his stepfather's name, who he found out later wasn't his real father. Okay, and then that's when the phone call came to my dad later on that, hey, you are the father of this baby. And my older brother, looks just like my dad. Spitting image. They could be twins. I mean, pretty. My dad was a pretty boy. I don't know. I won't call him a pretty boy. He was pretty handsome.
How does that make you feel, bro?
How does that make me feel? That what? Explain.
About you having like a whole other, having whole other siblings outside of, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I thought, I grew up around women. I grew up around me and I had a stepsister, a little sister, and I had my sister, right? So I grew up around women and just my dad. So I always wanted a brother. I have a half brother from my mom and some other man, and then I have a half brother from my dad and some other woman. Okay, and I always wanted brothers. So I wasn't too happy as a child. I was like, man, I felt, I was playing with the Ken doll and the Barbie doll with my sister, and I would get kicked out the game. You know what I'm saying? So I grew up like that. I grew up with women and my dad. So I don't feel any type of way. It's just how I grew up. But all I'm saying is this. Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. Men think differently than women. Men priorities are different than women. That's what it is. We have to know that when we're coming into the conversation. My motive is not necessarily your motive, but that don't mean we can't make a deal and get things done. That's all. That's really all I'm trying to do. I want people to know that, listen, men and women, men talk differently, women talk differently. So if you don't grow up around men and women, if you grew up in a more female-dominated home versus a male-dominated home, you're not gonna know the difference. You know what the woman's gonna do? She's going to emasculate that man, not on purpose, just by survival. She has to, because that brother's gonna have a lot of testosterone when he gets into his teenage years, and she's not gonna be able to control him. So she's gonna emasculate him early, so she can have control and dominance over a male child who is bigger than her, stronger than her, taller than her, right? Most women, don't get me wrong, don't get mad at this. You run a tyrannical household. You're bringing tyranny. Ask the men that grew up in single father home, and most of them will tell you, I love my mom, but I don't like my mom. I've heard thousands of men tell me, I love my mom, but I hate her decision making. I hate that I had to grow up with men coming in and out the house.
And I would always advise a woman
with this dude that's my stepfather that didn't like me and I didn't like him. I hate a lot of men. Listen, there was a TV, I think with that girl Van Zandt, I forget that black woman's name, where the woman could not acknowledge her son as a man. Even though he was a man, she still treated him like a boy. And she was like, you ain't gonna. She told her son, you ain't gonna be nothing just like your daddy.
That's that
So
This
hurt,
so
is
bro.
what
so
male children are
No, so
growing up
yeah.
under.
but
But
before we get too
too
far,
much. We
hold
always
on,
tell our
sweet.
daughters.
Hold on, before we get too far from that, because too much brought up earlier. I think Sweets asked when you was asking, when do you think somebody should be married, and that part of the conversation.
Women are in their prime in their 20s. Men are in their prime in their late 30s, early 40s. That's just what
So
it is.
That's how he think
but
it's not realistic. But
No,
when
listen,
it
it comes,
is. It is very.
listen,
No. This is
Hey,
wait.
bro,
data.
he
This
was
is
literally
fact.
saying
I
he was in
want
the
you
middle
to
of saying
understand
something.
this.
He was in
This
the
is
middle of saying
real.
something.
But it
but
all
you know,
circles
we
back
always
up.
tell our
Sweets,
daughters
sweets. Can I?
if
Can
you
I?
don't, if a man
Stop
don't
it. I
love his
really want to hear what you got
mother,
to say,
do
bro.
not
I
date
swear to
him.
God.
If a man do not love his mother, do not date him.
Simon,
And
what?
Watch
that's
Simon,
how
what
a
did
not
you
man
say,
true.
treats
bro?
his
All right, so
mother. Watch how
sweets.
a man
Listen,
talk about
I
his
don't know
mother.
any
sweets. The
man.
love.
I don't
Listen,
know
the
any
love for
man
your
that doesn't
mother
love
has
their
nothing
mother.
to do.
They may
Yeah,
not like their mother, but they love their money. Look at Marlon Wayans. Okay, let's use Marlon Wayans. He's a mama's boy. He loved his mother. He said out his mouth, I could not date, I could not marry another woman as long as my mom is around. As long as my mom is alive, I'm not going to marry any woman because my mother is my woman. That's what Marlon Wayans said. He would take his mom out on dates. She was disabled a little bit. She was old. He'd have to carry her to the car, carry her to the restaurant, and he knew that any woman he brought around his mom, she was not going to like. So
so
he
sweets. Hold
decided
on.
that he was not going to marry any woman until his mother passed away. He became a son husband to his mother.
And that's
How
the
many
biggest
boys are
that's
growing up as son
emasculation.
husbands? How many men? How many boys are growing up in a single mother home and they are son husbands in that home?
Yes, that's
I mean, because
emasculate.
let's
So
be
sweet.
honest though,
Hold on,
too
wait,
much.
wait, wait. Can I just say
Go
one
ahead,
thing?
bro.
Because when it came to Sweets has to understand
Many.
that, because when women tell other women don't date a man if he doesn't respect his mother, guess what? A man has never told his daughter, like, that don't marry a woman if she doesn't respect her father. I think it's very toxic with some of these sayings that women have got in their mind to spread throughout.
You
To
know what my daddy told
hold
me?
on, wait, sweets,
Bro,
one
can you let him
second, please.
finish what he's saying, bro?
Please, sweets, one
Hold on,
second.
QG. I got the panel. Let them finish. These are mods. I give them free reign to
Yeah,
talk.
she a
Okay,
mod, she a mod.
these are
So what
mods.
I'm saying is, and this why I respect the host, and he's talking about this specifically for us, because we have a lot of bad rituals when it comes to our relationships, and even when it comes to the marriage thing and how do we come together, it all does circle back around to the idea that marriage has to come before babies. Marriage first, babies second. If need, and this goes for men and women, if you don't start, and I ain't trying to say it's gonna be 100% correct. All men aren't gonna be successful at this. All women aren't gonna be successful at this. But it's not the conversation. It used to be the conversation where you could identify a Black American family because, damn, guess what? Your grandma, grandfather done had 17 kids by one woman. Like your auntie done had 10 kids by one man. You know what I'm saying? We were able to identify each other with certain ways. Now it's flipped. It used to be first comes love. Remember the nursery rhyme? First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes the baby and the baby carriage. Now it's just baby carriage. No love, no marriage.
Okay.
And you wonder why, sweets, one second.
You'll
And you
be
wonder
lucky to go
why.
backwards.
Hold on, yeah, and you wonder why it's so dysfunctional. You wonder why people are turning LGBT. You wonder why all these single mother percentages are high. You literally took the nursery rhyme that was given to kids at an early age to let them understand that it's first comes love, then comes marriage, then comes the
In comes
baby and the
baby and the
baby
baby
carriage,
carriage. Come on.
And you literally just said, you just scrapped it. And our people just scrapped it. And that's why we are where we're at now, where we can't even look at each other in the eye. We can't go political with each other and trust each other, because we don't have that founding structure of how do you raise a child. It even boils down to when the man does want to raise the child in the way they're supposed to go, he's not given that respect by the woman to allow that man to point out the tough decisions that the child is doing wrong. No, the mother likes to, and I'm gonna say this, the mother likes to keep her titty in our children's mouth until they are 50 years old. The mothers, you have to not be afraid to allow your child to leave the nest.
Simon, I'm gonna let you finish. Hold on, I gotta interject. I'm gonna let you finish. Check this out. Listen. How many of y'all women complain about a mother, about a mama's boy? How many women do I hear complain about mama's boys? They don't want to marry a mama's boy because that mama is going to rule your house.
But this is the thing, too much.
How
though,
many women complain about that? Hold on.
Yeah.
I cut Simon off. I want to let him finish. I just wanted to add that in there because I talked to, like I said, I've talked to thousands of men, thousands of women. I'm telling you, I do this. Okay, women are constantly complaining that men cannot do for themselves. Women are constantly complaining, and here's the thing: I don't even call them men. You're complaining that boys are not acting like men. Their growth is being stunted because they're being nurtured too long.
But can I say something? Hey, son, let me just say one thing, brother.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let everybody else talk. I'm gonna be real quick. That Ronald Reagan administration, that divided us like crazy. That crack era did a number on the family structure, bro. That did a number. People don't understand how bad that did to us mentally, like and trauma. Let's be honest, because with one thing, they divided the woman and the man within our community. Some of us was smoking, and I'm from LA, brother. Too much. You from LA? Some aunties and moms were smoking it while the uncles were selling it. Let's be honest, brother. Let's be honest, man.
In that household, when they're crackish, think about having a crackish mother.
That was a whole. Yeah, that
You're gonna
era
automatically lose respect for the woman when you see that. When you see 304 activity going on, if you're a son and your mom was a 304, did you respect that woman? Did you like to see the revolving door that a lot of these women had? Did you like that the mom prioritized the man over their children? Did you like that? No kid liked that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and yeah, that administration did a number on us. I think, we just got out of the Black Panthers movement. We was gaining traction against the government forces, and that drug, that narcotic came, and it just destabilized us in a way that we're still trying to heal from right now. That was only like 30 years ago. You know this crazy thing about it though, too much, man? It was, my family, my mom, she got off of it. She's doing great now. I love my mother. She's doing great. But, it was so division among like people at that time. I'm named by another man that I thought that was my father. I'm a junior to another man that's not my father. That's how much literally, that's how much it kind of divided the family structure, bro. Like, that's how much, and that's why I get on people that come over here. Yeah, like, that's why I get on people that come over here and don't understand our struggle, man. The Africans and the Latino, anybody that come over here and try to denigrate us, you don't understand that we got all type of warfare handed to us, at one time, so that's all I have to say. Too much. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for having me on, man.
Yeah, appreciate you.
And let me land. And VR, and shout outs to you for being strong and getting and being stronger than your situation. We all got, sir. I swear, VR, your story, I'm telling you, the world will read. I know the world will read too much.
To a man that is not my father, I felt that. Look at the comments down there. I want y'all to hear the men.
That's crazy. VR, I felt that so damn deep Like I felt that so deep, my guy. Like, and I appreciate you actually saying that shit. Like, cause that means a lot. That meant a lot to me to hear you say that shit. I'm telling you, our stories, bro. I'm telling you, once we really get our foothold into owning our representation, bro, the books the black man will be able to write is going to take over this globe again. It's just going to be another version of why the black American is the phenomenon of this globe. So I respect you and salutes to you, bro. And I'm gonna land with this.
Appreciate it, brother.
With
Yeah,
all,
appreciate
with,
it. We all
of
have
these
testimonies,
stories,
man. We all have stories that
yeah,
we
we
all
all
come
got
from the same
testimonies.
background. We all come from the same background, man. So we all have stories.
Listen, ladies. This is your black men telling you what they grew up, how they survived their parenthood, how they survived growing up in a single family home. Think about
Too
this.
much.
This
Do
is
you
your
want me to stay on
men.
the panel or do you want me to drop? I have to go into this meeting.
You have to go into this meeting.
I can stay on the panel, but I'm not gonna be able to respond to anything. Or
Stay on the panel, but do you have to
I'm
go
gonna go on
right
mute.
now, or do you have to go right now?
I need to get prepared. You know.
Okay. Get prepared. We'll leave you alone, but go ahead and stay up here. And when you get finished, just come back.
All right. I'll be back in 2 hours, y'all.
Okay.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I'm just gonna land with this, like, and so this is where remnants of these rituals that a lot of our black, and I love that this is, I love talking just about our people because I respect what
Actually,
the
sweetie,
women
I'm
have
gonna
to say.
drop you because I'm gonna bring up cousin, and you can always come back up.
Yeah,
You already know
Brother,
that.
you could drop me, brother. You could drop me because my phone is at 10%. But thank you for having me up too much. Appreciate it, brother. Everybody in the panel.
Yeah.
All right, for sure.
All right, for sure.
like this is just what I want to say. When it comes to these rituals that are in our Black American community, I love that we're talking about just our Black American community. A lot of these new rituals came up during these crack era survival type mental games that we were played upon, right? And so right now it is a lot of self-evaluation that's going on. You know what I'm saying? But yes, we need to reverse what we stopped standing on business about. We have to be excited when somebody is in love and excited when somebody wants to get married. Don't Our women need to stop taking advice from women that are not in love. If you're in love, don't take advice from someone that's not in love. If you're engaged, don't take advice from someone, and this is not just towards the women, this is men too. Men, don't take advice from another man that's not in love. Don't take advice from a man that's not engaged. Same thing with your marriage. Marriage people should only take advice from other marriages. Like, you can't, because it's a different, and this is where then you start growing that community to getting back into the baby carriage type thing. But I ain't gonna monologue. I'm gonna let it land there. I'm gonna be listening.
And I'm gonna take it a step further,
I
bro.
want
You need to
QG.
take advice from people.
Hold on. I want QG to speak. I want to hear from Grace. I want to hear from True Crown, 𝗖cie, Anika, and Cousin. So QG, Grace, True Crown, 𝗖cie, Anika, and then Cousins. I want y'all to talk, man.
Yeah, for Kiki. Kiki said she gonna come up.
Okay.
I can't stand when Simon is on the panel because he always take the words out of my mouth. You can't come behind Simon. God damn.
What's up, sis? Yeah, I'll try to leave some on the bone for you. I'll leave some on the bone, man.
Where you at, Kiki? Request up. I can't see you in there, so request up. But QG Bitter, go ahead. QG Bitter, go ahead. You got the space. I want we got to talk, y'all. We got to end this gender war, and we got to keep it real. We got to be. Men do not walk on eggshells. I want you to let it all out. Women, do you feel comfortable? Feel free to say whatever you need to say. I'm giving everybody their space to talk and get it all out. What are your grievances? What do we need to fix? What do we need to do to end this gender war and come together as a family? And listen, I'm not here to denigrate women. If you don't want to get married, I'm not going to tell you to get married. Okay? If you don't want to have children, I'm not going to tell you to have a children. But I want to know, for those who do desire to be in a relationship with a man and a woman, not an alternative lifestyle. I'm talking about man and woman who want to build the black family. That's what I'm talking about. And I want everybody to air it out and talk it out, and let's try to be adults about this, and let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. Go ahead, QG.
I just wanted to piggyback. First of all, I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Simon was talking about, you know what I'm saying, hurt people, right? And that's like, and that's intentionally or unintentionally. Like, so even whenever they're giving advice to you, like it might be coming from a good place, right? But they're not in the space, like you only want to take advice from someone who's where you want to be. You know what I'm saying? So if you're taking advice from someone who was hurt, who, you know what I'm saying, who has a bad history of bad relationships and choosing bad people, honestly, I'm not going to take advice from them, because the advice, you know what I'm saying, like if I take advice from them, I'm just going to end up where they ended up. But if I take advice from those people who are married and who have been married for, you know what I'm saying, 20, 30, 40 years and stuff like that, you're going to pick up some of those things. And also growing up around it, like growing up in it and seeing your dad actually respect and love your mom. You know what I'm saying? Seeing your mom actually
Not taught. You got to be around it. Yes, go ahead. I'm saying caught, not taught. You got to see a kid. Yeah. Kids don't learn by you telling them anything. They don't comprehend.
They got to see it. They got to see that stuff, bro.
They comprehend by being around it. Some things are caught, not taught. You want to find out relationships that are going to last long. They probably came from a relationship that they probably came from that type of relationship with their mother and father. They've been around it. Men and women need to be around other men and women who are together, who are connecting, who are getting along, who are working it out. If I see my parents work it out and not get a divorce, it's most likely I'm not going to get a divorce and I'm going to work it out. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother. Go ahead.
And I'm going to also say, and I'm going to let my plane here, bro. Whenever we allowed, right, like the black woman to be like as disrespected as she is like now, you know what I'm saying? Like that, like kind of, I almost set the precedent for everything else. Like, because like,
how much of that was in our control, brother?
The black woman used to be like the cornerstone, you know what I'm saying? But now, like, whenever I hear people talk about black women and, you know what I'm saying, people's perspective on black women, like it was, that was
unfortunately, brother, a lot of that has been media driven, which was out of our control.
Hold on, real quick. Women, I want you to listen to what this brother is saying. Listen, don't listen with your feelings, listen with your logic, and try to understand the man's point of view as he's telling you the image of the black woman is not good. That's what he's saying. I want you guys to hear him. Go ahead.
The image of the black man ain't good neither, bro. Like, I hope he ain't. I'm not trying to be no simp or nothing. But I'm just saying, like, that's where it's like, that was, that, you know what I'm saying? They like, once they separated us and knocked us down, bro, it was a wrap. So, I mean, like, we've been talking about black men the whole time. Like, let's talk about black women as well. We want to talk, like you want to talk about actually rebuilding the family structure. You can't do that from one side, bro. You have to do that by uplifting, and you know what I'm saying, with everybody as a people.
Right. But I want everybody to hear the grievances of women and the grievances of men. I want y'all to understand that nobody's ignorant here. Nobody is dumb here. We may be stupid, but we're not dumb and we're not ignorant. We know exactly what's going on. Women know exactly what they're doing is wrong, and men know exactly what they're doing is wrong. Everybody knows, but who's going to do something about it? Who's going to step out and say, I'm going to be righteous? And what woman's going to step out and say, I'm going to be righteous? I'm going to tell you right now, I brag on myself. I'm a righteous brother. Can't nobody take it from me. I don't care if you think I'm arrogant, I'm prideful. I am a righteous man on this earth. When I lay my head on my pillow, I sleep good at night. I'm not worried about, did I do anything wrong to my brother? Did I do anything wrong to my sister? I'm not worried about all that stuff. I know that I'm walking in the light and I'm not in the darkness. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I'm saying I know me. I'm honest with myself. I look myself in the mirror. And if I can't look at myself in the mirror, there's a problem. If you can't look at yourself in the mirror, there's a problem. You got to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and rightly hold yourself accountable. You can lie to the world, but don't lie to yourself. Go ahead and land your plane, QG, and then I'm going to go to Grace. I cut you off again, brother. Go ahead.
Oh no, you good, bro. I mean, like, that's really what I was just saying. Like, we have to uphold We have to hold each other accountable and uplift each other at the same time. If we really want to make this thing work, and like if a person, like if a black person doesn't want to be with another black person, you can't force them. Like if they don't want to do that, like I find like a waste of breath to even try to change their mind. You know what I'm saying? Even try to, like, it's a waste of breath. Like we need to be doing this to who it's intended for, and that's for the people who want to rebuild the black family structure. And if they, you know what I'm saying, if they don't want to do that, then they don't want to do that. Like,
all right. Okay, let me
go ahead. I'll let my plane right there.
My mod, 𝗐𝗂, she has her hand raised, and I'm gonna go to Grace. I give my mods a little bit preferential treatment. I'm sorry. 𝗐𝗂, go ahead, 𝗐𝗂. You had your hand raised, 𝗐𝗂. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. This is coming from, I guess, a 34-year relationship and marriage. I guess the tarnishing of the black women. A lot of them are doing certain things that people are seeing undesirable. So it's like insanity. They say you're doing the same thing over again and expecting a different result. You can look back at successful relationships, or you can get someone that is successful in a marriage or whatever to show you how to deal with life. But the problem is nobody wants the advice. Nobody wants it. I try to let women know this is what to do, and a lot of them brushes it off. And they like, we'll come back next week, come back a couple years later. Well, I'm going through the same thing again. Look, I'm trying to tell you, but they don't want to listen. So if it's a bad light being spread abroad on this situation, or a light being to expose the badness, then basically what do? You change it. You do better. You do something different so you can get a different result. And also I was going to say something and then flew my cool. Okay, now if someone did kick you down or put you down or you are down, why stay down? Why you going to stay down? Get up. And that's all I got to say. And I'll land my plane.
All right, Grace, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Good morning to everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm not sure exactly, but the young guy that was on earlier was talking about the traumas of drugs. At the time, I was like 12 years old when I first started seeing, people out there selling that what they call it back in the day, butter or milk or whatnot. And then the music started to change, because even myself growing up, I thought it was, headed towards the right direction. It was like somebody flipped the switch off and flipped it back on, and it was just a total change. And, I can say I see both sides of the spectrum. I had a father that worked, but he was also mingling, because that was back in his day, which was like the early 50s, the early 40s, 50s, 60s, and all that pimping and stuff. But I thought it was dying out because it was more or less unity. We coming back to unity. The things we can change are the people that are trying to do, like myself. It's too late for me to want to do the white picket fence and all that young stuff when it comes to young love. So I'm more or less, I just want a person that is ready to be with somebody, that's ready to settle down and not do all this wild mess out here, because it only takes one time to get caught up in the wrong situation. And I see a lot of, young women, I don't know if they understand that they're precious. I don't think that the younger men understand how precious. I think men and women are precious. They're angels. They're precious jewels that, once it's, tainted, it's hard to purify it, because going through the fire is too tough. It's too rough. And, I say we focus more on people that are in the change, people that are, stand up people You know, because I consider myself a stand-up person. You know, I was a single mom for 5 years. I love to big up my children because I did work hard for them to not be, you know, caught up in the selling of, you know, themselves, their bodies, their you know, just selling out their people, you know. So it takes diligence, it takes persistence, it takes, you know, it do take a community, because there were people in my family that, you know, stood by what I said was right and what I say is wrong, you know. And it's just, it's gonna be a road to travel, because we are getting over a war. To me, in my eyes, it was a war on black folks. You know, when that drug came out, I was working as a youth. Yeah. Oh, no doubt. And I seen a 9-year-old. I was like 19 at the time, and she was 9 years old, y'all. That girl can pop, lock, and drop it like no other. That's when that Pop Lock song came out. And she was 9 years old with 2 boyfriends. One of them was 23, and the other one was like 19. And I figured like her mom must have been on.
Wait a second. Somebody lied.
No, sir. The only reason why I found out is because she kept complaining about her mouth. She had this funky rash. I was working at Evanston Rec Center. I was a youth advocate for City of Cincinnati. And, you know, when you talking to the young kids, bro, when I say she can dance, but hell, she danced better than I could at the time. I mean, I was still like a nerdy little kid, like still playing with baby dolls at 14. But when I get out here in the real world, and this little girl, I had to report it. The state came in, found out that the baby had some STDs going on. And I asked her, like, who is these people? But these dudes, like I said, I done heard horrible stories about females and dogs, you know, in my neighborhood. Like, this shit was real. Like, I'm not lying. What they Rottweilers and these dudes that was calling themselves balling out of control. Yeah, they had people doing some strange shit. You know.
You doubt the depravity of man?
No.
No, I'm questioning.
Saying,
not you, sister. Not you, sister.
Oh.
Not you. I would say, I know, my brother. You're taking this as if it's a surprise. The depravity of man knows no. It is an evil spirit.
Yes.
And it will rear its head any and everywhere it's given an opportunity. I'll be quiet now.
That's why men need fathers.
I mean, I could go on and on about horrible stuff, and all I can say is us strong people, we just got to keep gathering those that want the same things as we want, because it's really hard to reach somebody mentally when they like possessed or mentally shocked. I mean, all I can say is I look for people that want the same things as I want, or want to go in that righteous direction, because if you ain't got the strength to pull somebody from that depths of hell, I don't know what we gonna do. I land with that.
Okay, let me say this.
Yes, sir.
This is what I want. Let me tell you what's not good advice. I want men to give advice. I want women to give advice, but I want them to give them the right advice. I want the brotherhood. I want y'all ladies to know the brotherhood is intact. The reason why you've seen men step up from the 80s and the 90s, and here in the 2000s, men have stepped up to great. Listen, ladies, men. 63% of men are in the middle class. Black men are in the middle class or rich. 51% of men, think about this, lady. 51% of men are single and childless. I'm not single, but I'm childless. I consider myself in that group, but 51% of men are single and childless. 51% of men are single and childless. 63% of men are in the middle class or rich. So the brotherhood is giving out the good information. It's the sisterhood that I have a problem with. Let me tell you what's not advice, sisters. This is not good advice. Do what makes you happy, girl. Y'all need to stop with them lies. Stop telling each other to do whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes you happy is what's destroying your community. What I want, especially older women to do, I want y'all to start telling the truth. Start giving Start becoming a cautionary tale for these women. Y'all need to stand up and tell these younger women how valuable they are, and stop saying, do whatever makes you happy, girl. Stop that. Do not do that in the sisterhood anymore. Stop it. Stop being delusional with women. Start telling each other the hard truth. Stop saying, girl, you look good, when you know she look messed up. When you know her outfit ain't right. When you know her hair ain't right. Stop lying. Stop looking at the big girl wearing the skimpy stuff and telling the big girl she look good when you know her belly sticking out don't look good. Start becoming a cautionary tale.
Bro. Ain't nothing wrong with a little belly now, though.
Okay, well, some brothers like it, but I'm saying, start telling the truth is what I'm saying. Start telling the truth, the sisterhood. Stop telling your feelings. Start telling the facts. Stop telling your feelings.
I mean,
I
agree.
That's true. That's true.
I agree. Because I'm going to keep it real. I got two daughters.
Hold on, Grace.
I'm sorry.
Sisterhood, you are single-handedly taking out your women. You are the reason why most women, not the brotherhood, not men, it's the sisterhood that's the reason why most women do not desire to be married, because you're giving out the wrong information. Some of y'all big mamas was lying to y'all. I'm sorry. We love Big Mama, but sometimes Big Mama lie. And she been lying to y'all when she said that her husband wasn't as good. She was lying to y'all when she told y'all become independent, go get a job, don't depend on no man. That's the lie.
But wait a minute now. Big Mama had no choice. Big Mama had no choice.
Listen,
and that was going to be a part of my submission, though, host.
Listen, I want y'all to say it with your chest. I'm not here to shut it down. I'm just telling y'all, listen. Stop giving out false. Stop telling people how you feel, and start telling people the facts. That's all I'm saying. Big Mama was telling you more how she felt and less of the facts. Because
Big Mama just wanted to protect her children.
And I'm not denigrating Big Mama. I'm just using that as an example of the sisterhood. I'm not saying all Big Mamas are doing it, but I am saying this. Hold on.
All I can say is I didn't have a big mama. I had a daddy.
Okay, and this is what I'm saying. A lot of times you women are telling other women how you feel instead of telling them the facts.
I think the message,
telling one side of the story, you're not really telling both. You're not telling them how you or Big Mama's not telling you how she was sometimes mistreating your granddad. But she was telling you, granddad did this to me. Granddad did that to me. Granddad took my money. Let me tell you something. My mother, real quick, okay, I didn't grow up with my mother, but I had a mother. I didn't grow up with my mother, but I had a mother. When I met my mother, I was 16 years old. She came down for my graduation at 18, and I went to go stay with her for like 2-3 months for the summer. It was hell, y'all. I'm not even going to that. But my mother, she would tell me, when she had me to herself and didn't have my dad around, okay, boy, she tried to turn. At 18 years old, she tried to flip me against my dad. And she said, I asked her, why didn't you and my dad stay together? Because I always wanted a mother. I used to envy my friends who had mothers, because I grew up in a single mother neighborhood. I used to envy them because they had all the nice clothes. All the single mothers' sons, their sons were well dressed. They were dressed better than me. They had the newest coat, the newest shoes. My dad didn't care about none of that stuff. He would let me go to school looking like a bum, and he wouldn't care. But single mothers, y'all go out y'all way to make sure that y'all kids don't look like they're conditioned. They don't look like they're poor. Okay, my dad, we weren't rich. We weren't even. I won't even say middle class. We were in between poor and middle class. Okay, and he didn't care how his son looked. Okay, but single mothers, y'all made sure y'all kids were dressed to the nine, everything. So anyway, but I asked my mom, why did you and my dad break up? And the only thing she can complain about is your dad took my money and he wouldn't let me do what I wanted to do. He put me on a budget. And I'm like, that's why you didn't like him? Man, he won't let me. Your dad tried to control me. That was her whole thing. Listen, ladies, y'all gotta stop telling your feelings and start telling the facts. Tell the whole story. Tell what you did. Don't just always point the finger at the man. Tell also what you did to that man. That's all I'm saying.
That's right. That's right. Because I can confirm that.
If you are a woman that is past your prime and you didn't do it the right way, instead of telling women be happy so they can end up like you, tell them the truth so they don't end up like you. Tell them, listen, if I would have done this, that, I would have been married and I would have stayed married, or I would have had the family that I wanted. Tell the truth. I didn't prioritize family growing up. That's what. Tell the women the truth so they can choose wisely, so they don't make decisions based off your projection. That's all I'm saying.
I think that's what the message should be. I think the message should be really like better discernment, not just be independent and do this and do that. Because you know what I'm saying? Until you meet that person that's gonna do that, yeah, you should that should be automatic. You know what I'm saying? But I think the message should really just to be to practice better discernment. You know what I'm saying? Because especially whenever we talk about open up your legs. You know what I'm saying? It goes the same for fellas. So I don't want to hear the just gonna talk about women thing.
I'm telling men
the same for fellas
to have sexual discipline, and I'm telling women to keep their legs. I tell men to practice abstinence, and I tell women to practice abstinence. I say dating. If you're young, you should not be dating. Single people, you should not be dating. Dating is reserved for married couples. Dating leads to smacks. That's what dating. If a man says he wants to date you, that means he wants to sleep with you. So do not date that man. You need to be courting. Your job should be courting a man. That man should be making an investment in you, and you should be making an investment in him. It should not be take me out, feed me, and then let's go to the hotel. We can't do that. So I don't want to take too much time, but I want to go to True Crown and say it with your chest. I'm out. Go ahead.
Well, I would definitely agree with what you're saying when it comes to the way that we as women speak to each other and holding each other accountable. But I also have to be a realist here. A lot of the times when we're talking about these big mamas and grandmamas who are giving their advice, they're giving their advice based off of their experience with men, not usually with just one man. Usually a woman will take her life experience from the time she's a young girl all the way up until she is an adult. And she will gather that information and she will give that information to her lineage, her daughters. So if Big Mama had back in the day was maybe, let's just say Big Mama was a second generation freed slave. So that means she would have seen her grandmother and her mother in their days, correct? Well, if we look at history, the black man being oppressed, he would come home from what the white tees were doing to him, and that frustration would be on him to come home, and then he's trying to deal with his family that the woman is, she might come to him and say, hey, I'm pregnant again.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing,
Yeah.
That's not a good thing, because this man has already been, let's just say this white man or white T man.
Africans too long, True Crown. You've been hanging around them Africans too long. I heard it.
Yeah, you did, didn't you?
I heard it. I heard it. You've been hanging around them Africans too long. I heard it.
And I'm telling you, when you see the way these women were trying their best to appease, granddaddy, and he's maybe trying to deal with his own trauma from the day. And now mama's telling him that she got another baby on the way and you got 14 kids already. That that's going to trigger him. And so what's going to happen with the children that are watching grandma and grandpa, or mama and daddy at the time, they're watching that scene. And because we were not aware of what trauma did, our ancestors weren't aware of what it did mentally to us.
Right.
They carried on that fear. One of the things that really, and this is just recently, my stepfather passed away just in right before COVID started. And I remember us being we went to the orchard, a peach orchard, right? We were on a farm. And my dad, I was a little kid, I might have been about 13. And I'm running through the field. And I remember this man, is a white tea man, he was telling us where we could pick these peaches at. Well, I happened to see this one tree that was full and it looked really good. So I ran across the boundaries where the man gave us the instruction. When I tell you the fear that came against my father. Now, this was in the early 80s, you guys. My father had fear for me because I went to the tree and I picked up these peaches. See, this is ingrained. So when you say, oh, don't talk about your feelings, talk about the reality, that is the reality for them. Big mama, grandpas, they had to work around that fear and raise their children with the same fear so that their children would survive.
You're right.
It's the same thing here. When we in America, when our black sons and daughters are getting older, when we look at them now, we're not wondering about what little boy you talking to at school. No, what we're trying to do is give them that talk of, if a police see you and they pull you over, they talk to you, this is what you do. This is how you act. This is how you behave. Put your hands on the wheel. Do this. It is the same repetitive fear in a different form, in a different context that we are handing down to our generations. If we stop that fear, we can help our children to learn the confidence that they need in order to be great adults, greater adults than where we are today. So it's not been a place for me to say, what is this a person's reality, what they should or should not say to another individual. But I do understand what the panel is saying, and what you're saying, host, is that we do need to speak on the facts. That is important. However, if you are going to speak on your feelings, ladies, I'm going to tell you this. Be vigilant on how you explain your feelings and where it's coming from. Because if you don't, you're going to place that fear in them without
projection. You're going to project
yes,
it, and
you're projecting it to them.
A lot of this stuff on the
them.
internet. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you finish. A lot of this stuff on the internet, y'all, is projection. A lot of people run to social media. They see it on social media, and they believe it's real life. It's called projection. You can actually change your reality by paying attention to much social media. So I agree with the comment that most of the gender war is on the internet, but because it's on the internet, it's now in real life. We got people acting out what they see on television. You don't think they're not going to act out what they see and hear on social media and think it's real? It's happening.
And I'm gonna tell you, some of that stuff is in person. Because I'm gonna tell you, and I don't know about anybody else.
It's both.
But our black women, we have an attitude problem with each other. I don't know what the issue is when we see each other on the street. We do not give each other a warm welcome, a hello. I see my brothers on the street.
Can I ask you something? No, because we black men, we nod at each other, whether we know each other or not. We're gonna give you a nod
all the time.
We salute each other. So yeah, sister, please talk on that, because I always found that interesting.
But my sisters,
we salute our
look at my sister. Let me tell you something.
Hold on, real quick. Men, when we're going
that's
down
not my experience.
When we're going down the street, we give head nods to our sisters, and they give it back to us. I went to Walmart. I went to Walmart the other day, and I got the head nod by the sister and I got head knocked by the
Yeah,
security
we
guard who was
definitely do
foundational
that.
Black American.
Mm-hmm.
We acknowledge each other. It's not just the women it's not just the men. It's the women too. Now I don't know if it's women on women, but I know for sure men and women. We acknowledge when we see our sisters.
Definitely, if it's men and women, we will acknowledge each other. But I'm going to tell you, majority of women on women, we will not.
Oh, women to women, yeah. So that's
You
the
will
thing.
not.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. The moment that a woman sees another woman that might got herself together, she's confident, she walking in her heels, she's stepping, looking good, she's smelling good, she looking good, she got that front lace looking and laid and slide down to the side, baby. The makeup is on tight. Let me tell you something. Another woman come in the room, she gonna feel insecure immediately.
And that's
why she gonna size her up.
And that's why I say this. And listen, men, we size up each other. We do the same thing too, but we don't do it quite the way the woman does it. Okay, right. Men, we walk in the room and we be like, okay, I can take this guy if I need to. I can take this guy. Okay, he looks this, But we have confidence in ourselves to know that we're going to be straight. Because we're going to get respect in order to get respect. But women, y'all can be catty when it comes to other women.
Very catty.
But
let me give you my experience on this. Let me give you my experience on this and the reason why I said what I said.
We're just talking about the sisterhood real quick, and I was looking at the sisterhood.
Let me give you a reason
because there's too much. See, let me say this. Here's the problem with the sisterhood, right? Ladies, and y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Especially you young women, and especially you young women who grew up in single mother homes. Let's talk about this. You bring your boyfriend around. The mama want him, and the grandmama want him.
That's what I just said earlier. She upstill
the mama want him, and the grandmama want him.
What type of women are y'all around?
What are you talking about? Wait, hold on. After Crown, let Anika go after Crown.
I get you, but I'm gonna tell you this as a man. Let me tell you, as a young man, as a 16-year-old boy, okay, I would have a girlfriend, and I tell you, I look like a grown man in high school, so that I used to have to show them my ID, my school ID, so they know I'm still in school. And I kid you not when I tell you how many mothers, I'm not proud of this, how many mothers and aunties that were married, that I had access to and wanted me. And I laid down with some of them.
Okay, but don't put the grandmother in it now.
No, okay. Let me. It's not just. I know you don't want to hear this, but I want ladies to understand this is true. And I know, and if you ladies are really being honest, you'll admit it too.
Yeah, you looked at some of them young boys.
If your mother is single,
to me,
those are the people that like to have incest.
I'm just telling you. This is the truth.
They be molesting their own kids.
You can't say words like that.
I can't.
Don't say that. Say essay. Just say essay, and we know what you're talking about. But let me tell you like this. Listen, it's been the mama. It's been the auntie, it's been the grandma. Especially if you got a young grandma. You got all these three women are competing for the same 25-year-old boy. Think about what I'm saying. This is why the sisterhood does not give out the good information, because they don't want you to get the man, because the men there's not a lot of men out there. Men are rare. Do you know that there are more women than men? There are women who are not going to get a man. That's just a fact. And the older they get, and the less option of men they have, you don't think they don't want your man? They do.
They do.
And guess what? They want you to end up just like them. They're gonna say things. Oh, is she cooking for you? Because I can cook.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. I just brought that up earlier.
I'm trying to tell y'all, this is real talk.
The women are not being honest right now.
I'm telling you, they really not. I'm telling you, because look, I'm gonna tell you what I've seen it with my own eyes, y'all. I've seen it with my own eyes. There are some low vibrational females out here.
Read the comments.
And I mean low vibrational. And I'm appalled. I see it even here in Africa, it's very, very popular. Very popular.
So
And
popular
it's
in some cultures, the man is not supposed to go to the mother-in-law. See, in Black American homes, when we have our parents, when we have our mother or mother-in-law, we can go right into their home. It's no problem that I'm chilling with my mother-in-law, I'm chilling with my father-in-law. It's not, but it's you don't do that in Africa. You're not allowed to go visit the mother.
heck no.
You're not
May I
allowed to
say
go visit the
something?
mother.
No.
The man is not allowed to
May
go
I
visit
say
the mother.
something?
And every time you go visit the mother, you're supposed to have a gift in your hand. Okay, that's how you can't just
Well, I
pop up
must
and
have
go
grew up
into
with a real
it's
good old
different
school
from
grandma.
foundational
Yeah,
African American
Anika,
homes.
I
because
don't know about this
I
one
was
here.
never raised around that. The stuff that y'all saying, I was never raised around. I'm 25, by the way.
Hold on, Kiki.
Um,
Anika was next. She hasn't went.
oh, go
She's the
ahead,
moderator.
Anika.
I really
She's the
wanted to
moderator.
give my
I just
reason
Well,
for
I
why I
Oh,
didn't.
Kiki,
said
a
what I
mod? Oh,
said
my
about
bad.
the
My bad. I didn't know
women,
you
if
mod,
I
Kiki.
can.
My bad.
Oh yeah, I'm
Okay, well,
not mod on
I'll
this
just drop
page.
down because
No, Anika, you can go.
no,
I'll
I
go
gotta
after
go.
you.
No, I have to go anyway. I had waited, but I'll go.
I
Oh
wanted
yeah.
to go in
Anyway, I
further about
wasn't.
this
Hold
because the
on,
reason why I
children.
said that about women not speaking to each other, they're not really respecting each other very much, is because you see it all the time. You see it online. You see it. You see it in person. I tried to give a woman a compliment. I was in America. Now, mind you, this woman was looking beautiful. And I know I'm looking nice. You look, I'm a queen on my block. You can't come on my block and think you're gonna be the queen of my block. So I don't have any reservations about giving a woman a compliment. There are a lot of women, I'm not saying all, there are a lot of our Black sisters who cannot simply just give acknowledgement and respect to another sister. It's almost as if their insecurity demon just
No,
jumps
all
clean
women
out of
don't
them.
deserve respect. Most of the women that are walking around nowadays, they're very envious and very jealous, and they tend to hide that behind a compliment. You
But
understand?
you have to,
Hold on,
here's the
hold
thing,
on.
but
Let me
here's the thing
finish.
though,
What?
sis. Wait
Let
a
me
minute.
finish.
You
Let me
cut me off
finish.
though. You cut me off. I'm
Okay,
saying to
Grant, you've
you
been
this.
talking this whole entire time.
Everybody deserves respect. If we keep on trying to figure out who deserves respect and who doesn't, we're never going to get this unity thing going in the Black community, especially amongst our women. We all deserve respect. There are some that just don't have respect for themselves, and we have to teach them. Yes, we have to teach them. Those of us who have a better background, those of us who have a better educational mentality, those of us who are more patient, those of us who are trying to be the better version of ourselves, we cannot allow these women that are low vibrational, these women, I'm going to tell you now, there's a lot of women that the moment that they see you got a man, they own that man. They're going to try their best to be in his DMs. They going after him. It ain't just the mamas and the grandmamas, okay? It's the sisters, the cousins, and everybody else. They all trying to get a piece. They all want to they want to humiliate. These are low vibrational women. But we still have to learn to respect each other. And the only way we're going to learn to respect each other is if we, the more mature women, the women who have the background such as yourself, Kiki and Nika, who's never had to deal with that, it is up to us. It is our responsibility. This is where accountability comes in at. Is that we have to take it up and we have to say, hey, sis, look, that's not cool. That's her man. That ain't nothing. We don't praise women when they say, oh yeah, honey, he was with her, but now he with me. Baby, that ain't nothing to brag about. Because now you just put yourself in the category of being a pick-me. See, if we stop supporting this attitude of these women running around here, I'm single, honey, and I get any man I want to get, and I can do this, and I can do that, and honey, I'll be in the store. Look, if we don't, and then to my brothers, if my brothers, and I know you all men are visual men, and I know it's hard for y'all not to look because a lot of these women are giving y'all a lot to look at. But here's my thing is that integrity. It's the integrity there. If our Black men are not giving these women the attention that they're so seeking, then they're gonna stop doing that crap. They're going to figure out that, ain't nobody coming. If we didn't have men filled up in the strip club, you think it'll be stripped?
That's great.
It's a reason women are doing the things that they're doing. It's because they're getting paid. You got women in the strip clubs throwing out dollars and 5s and 20s, encouraging the behavior. So if we don't put ourselves in check, that's on both sides of the gender. We telling men, hold men accountable, but women, are we holding our women accountable though? Cause see, when I see my young sisters getting on social media, and you got half your chest hanging out, leaning into the camera, talking to the camera, talking about I'm cool being single. No, you ain't. Cause if you was cool being single, you would have had all of that covered up. You trying to get attention for likes and views. You trying to get some Negroes in your DMs.
Real Negro talk. Thank you, sister. Real Negro talk. Right. I'm loving it.
You know, people killing me how they, and especially some of these women that talking about SA. You know, I have a right to my body. I got a right to wear what I want to wear. Okay, well then he got a right to feel the way he feel when he see you walking down the street looking like a prostitute. Where is the accountability at? Where is the accountability at? You up here running around here wearing these skimpy suits looking like prostitutes, man. Why your dress gotta be that short? Woo. Why your dress gotta be that short? Why you gotta show so much skin? You want a husband? Ain't no real man gonna take you to his mama and you looking like something that just stepped up off the night air that was on the red light special. And you thinking you look cute because you trying to look trendy like the rest of it. And let me tell y'all something, women. Let me tell y'all something else. Hold up, brother. I ain't done yet. Hold on. Let me tell y'all something else, sisters. Y'all quit wearing this drag queen makeup.
Come on.
You out here looking like these doggone men trying to look like women.
Oh, Jesus.
Soften your makeup up. Y'all out here, you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman dressed, a man dressed like a woman.
I got goosebumps.
Versus a real woman.
I got goosebumps. Jesus.
This is ridiculous, man. I'm never gonna compete with no man because he can never be me.
Ooh, shit.
I ain't gonna never have no argument with no doggone transgender. You know why? Because you and me ain't even in the same group.
Come on.
I'm telling you, I had aunties that really spoke like her, like real life. I'm telling you,
I
know.
We gotta cool you off. You cooking too much. We gotta go to somebody else. But you cooking.
Okay, I'm gonna sit back. All right, I'm gonna sit down.
Take a breath, baby. Take a breath.
Let that shit right there breathe.
Just cool off, girl. You on fire too. You about to go to death. You about to blow up. Let me just cool. Oh shit.
Ain't no ice cubes in these gifts. I need to send this lady some ice cubes.
I better send that girl, man. I gotta send a gift on that. Hold on, y'all.
Ain't no cups of water yet. I gotta see which one she's supposed to get right now. Cause damn.
Is it okay if I go?
Yes, Ganika, go ahead and go. Cause I know you got it. Go ahead and go. Please go. Oh.
Okay. All right. So listen. Here's the deal. I'm going to bring it back. She was cooking. She was saying some real stuff, and I feel her. I was born 87. Grew up in the 90s. I feel like I'm actually a 90s baby, but I was born 87. My grandfather passed away 86. I didn't even get a chance to see his face. Passed away from HIV, AIDS, from intravenous drug use during the 80s. He served in the war, came home. So when he came home, he was already mentally out of the household. My grandmother and him had 9 children. One boy, all the rest were girls. When he came home, he was already mentally out of the household. I grew up in Baltimore. All my family grew up in Baltimore. You know how that go. Here's the deal. With my grandmother, she did have to do that on her own. Never remarried, never changed her last name, never did any of that. Grandma was in the household with her children, working. She was a nurse. She did what she had to do. The trauma of that and the endurance of that stopped with my mother and my father because they were married. I grew up with my mother and father in the household. My father was a lawyer. My mother was a business owner. She was a hairdresser. And I grew up with that. I am married. I have 2 Black American young boys in my household. I am married to my husband. We do what we got to do daily. I let him take the lead on what he has to. It took me a little bit. Now I will say, we not no soft women in my family. I'm gonna say that we not no soft women in my family, and we kind of do overpower a little bit. We will overpower a little bit, and it took me a little bit to let him go ahead and take the lead with the boys and not be so much. It took me some time with him and getting that, but I finally got it when my oldest son turned 13. I posted something in the chat. It's an article.
Uh-oh. I think she got a call, y'all. Hold on. Give her a moment. We'll see if she come back. There she go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Number of Black children growing up with a 2-parent household has raised 70%. In 2023, that's an article. That's a number. That's a poll. That's something that we should be considering. I saw someone in the comments say, "Well, y'all talking about the problems, but when are we going to talk about how to fix it?" Now, the fix is coming because it's also been a poll that has been sent out. It's been an article that's been sent out that Black American men are the most involved in their children's lives at the top of this year that was sent out than any other race here in America.
We're at the top.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about where it's going now. We can talk about the problems. We can talk about the women not being dressed enough and not being presented well. We can talk about it. Now, see, because I don't consider myself of this generation. I really don't. I don't consider myself of this generation because I had an old school grandmama that really was in my house too, that was talking to me too. You know, I like to dress, I like to look good, I like to do what I do. But I also know when I come home and when it's time to raise those children and talk to those boys and be with my husband, I know that's time to put on that armor. I know it's time to talk about that lineage business and to talk about what we should be doing out here in these streets and what we should know. You can look at a person, but you don't know what they're doing in their household. So that's great. A lot of our aunties got to stop that mess too. Got to stop talking down to these young women too, because you don't know what they talking to and to their children. You don't know how they handling their child's father, because they could be doing the right thing. They could be moving in the right way. Let's not just look at our young women that's out here like that and dressing like that and putting on the makeup and doing all that. You don't know what that young woman is doing. There has to be something going on in the households where these Black men, where these polls are coming out saying that these Black men are more involved in their children's life than any man in America. Something's got to be going on. Something's got to be going down. We can't always talk down on our young women like that. We can't always talk to them like that. Now, if we want to give them some advice and we want to be, we want to be a elder to them, we got to talk to them a little better than that. We got to say things a little better because they're not going to hear that. They're not going to hear that. That felt harsh on my ears because I like to dress. I like to look good. Okay. I like to put it on when I go out, and my husband is okay. I'm not skimpish. I don't do that. I'm not skimpish, but I'm going to tell you what. The trauma of the 80s and 90s is stopped with my mother when she decided to marry my father, when they decided to be business owners. Then it carried on to me when I decided to marry my husband, and when I decided to tell my children that the best way to be and the best way to live your life is as the nucleus family, the Black nucleus family. We have an agenda. We have the solution. Let's talk to each other about it. What we doing? We know the 80s and 90s hurt us. We know that was the hardest fucking time for us. That broke us. We know that. We was together before then. But come on, let's talk to each other with some type of I don't know how to get it out, but let's talk to each other better. Let's do this better here. Let's do this better. I know my situation is anecdotal. Hold hold on, cousin. I know my situation is anecdotal. That's not going to be everybody's. But we also got to learn that every word that you speak, it has to land softly on the ears. You can't talk to each other like that. We can't do that. Our young women need better from us. I worked my whole entire young career in the criminal justice sphere here in Baltimore, Maryland. I worked at the courthouse. I worked at the public defender's office. I worked with the juvenile justice system. I've seen it all. I've seen it all happen in front of my eyes. I saw it all go down in front of my eyes. And the best way I could reach the people, the affected people, was to pour into them. We got to do better, y'all. We got to do better. I know I know you grew up in a time where that was not acceptable, seeing that kind of stuff come from young women and young men. But this is not, this is, listen. Let's talk to each other better. Let's do it better. Let's be better. Come on. Yeah, integrity. Come on. I hear you. It is a shame. But something is going on out here where our young women and men are understanding that it's better together than apart. It's something going on. If we got these polls and we got we can see these articles, something's going on where we're understanding. Our little boys and our little girls need the men in their lives. We can't deny that. So I'll land there. I gotta go because I got a meeting to go to. But I appreciate the panel. I appreciate the room. Brother Too Much. Oh, I love you, brother. I love you. You do the rooms. Man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I love you. You do the rooms. I came off X just to come in your rooms in the morning. I'm on X heavy. I got a whole family and community over there. But I came off X to come on TikTok just to come in your rooms in the morning. You do it. Love you. Appreciate you. Love you, Simon. Love you, Kiki. Love you, family. Everybody, Black American. And I'm done.
Love you too.
Peace and prosperity to you, sister.
All right, we're gonna go to Kiki next, and then we'll go back down to one.
Power to you, sister. Power
and
to
then
you.
we'll go DJ, and then we'll go cousin and.
Oh yeah, I most definitely agree with what the older women said on the panel. Just for me, in my observation, what True was talking about, like hypothetically walking in the stores and you're not giving people respect. I'm a very spiritual person. A lot of people are not old and due respect. A lot of people hold negative intentions behind kind words, and I can seek that out. Like, that's just my intention. I practice ATRs, by the way. Like, I was raised up, my grandmother's from Louisiana. I was raised up not speaking to certain people, not touching certain people, not encountering some people. So that's just the environment that I was raised around. But again, majority of the women that give me cold grudges, they're older women. Like, I really don't experience that from the younger women. And even when I seek advice from, people that are older than me, again, they have bad intentions because they're envious and they're jealous and they want to project their hurt and their pain onto me. Like, I am in a relationship. I've actually had an older woman give me some odd advice, and then I went to my grandmother and she was like, don't listen to that woman. Is she in a relationship? I'm like, no. So why would you listen to her? And I'm like, I don't know, because she's older than me. But, I don't really seek out relationship advice from random people. It's usually people within my family, because I can kind of critique them. But yeah, I agree mostly with what True said, but I don't know. That's just me. Half of the things that y'all are saying, I've never experienced. My mom is married. I grew up in a 2-parent household. My grandparents are married. My great-great-grandparents are married. So thankfully, I was never raised around an environment like that. And it really kind of blew my mind how you were saying that you slept with your girlfriends. I would. If my mom did that to me, I wouldn't. I don't know. That's kind of disgusting. I've never heard anybody, that actually did that. So
I'm not proud of that.
Here's the thing. So not to. If I may,
hold on real quick. I'm not proud of that.
I mean, but it's not up to you. You were a child. Those were pure.
I was 16 years old when
they were seeking you out. That's what I was gonna say. It's not your fault.
I've had from 14. If I'm honest, I lost my virginity around 13, 14, and it was with a grown woman.
Oh wow. See me, I lost
A
my
lot of
virginity at
men,
18. So
a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
men, a lot of men have this story. A lot of men, a lot of black men, which you don't understand, they've been SA'd, not by other men. I'm talking about from the babysitter. Okay, it goes back to the babysitter. Why you keep leaving your kids with these strange women who want to babysit your kids? Why do grown people want to babysit children anyway? That's the parent's job. Stop leaving your kids with these, oh, I'm a babysitter, I'll babysit. And y'all think because she's a woman, she's harmless. No.
I agree.
They are the biggest SAers. Men just don't speak out because we're taught that, hey, man, guess what? When I told my homeboy that I slept with the babysitter, I got dapped.
Yeah, it's weird how they fetishize that. I most definitely agree.
Weird. So when y'all talk about men with younger women, y'all need to talk about the issue also with women essaying younger men. Grooming, even. Grooming. Listen, did you hear about remember the high school boy that slept with his teacher and then she went to jail and then he married his teacher? That's grooming, y'all. That's grooming. We got to stop the grooming in our community. We got to stop letting weird people babysit our children. Stop it. Just stop it. You don't know how many times. Listen, I'm not proud of this, y'all. Aunties, listen. We know the bro code. You don't mess with the sister. You don't mess with the mom. You don't mess with the auntie. We know the bro code. It's real, but it can be broken. Your auntie can be more. Older women, they can be very persuasive when dealing with younger men. I'll just say that. Anybody who's older than you, they got more game than you, and they can game you up and get you where they want to be. I've been in some houses, where parents allow their kids to drink as long as they're at home. That's not safe either. I've been in some houses where kids are allowed to drink. I had a homeboy, he lived right across the street from the school, and I would go over there, and he'd be like, the mom was like, you want a beer? And what am I going to say? No? Be like, heck yeah, give me a beer. And the mom passed me a beer.
I used to get mad when my mom...
And her mindset was, as long as you do it under my roof, it's okay, just don't go outside.
Oh, no.
This is the mentality. Listen, I grew up in California, so we got a lot of that. And that was a Hispanic woman, okay? This is in a Hispanic family, too. They do this. This is in black families, too. They do this. You got to watch out for sleepovers. Because a lot of these men, when you have these women sleepover, man, listen, I done heard stories about young women going to sleepovers, and they're talking about the dad was walking around in his boxers while there's like 8, 9 teenage girls in the living room, and the dad would come out the room and walk around in his boxers and hang out with the women and joke with the women and tickle the girls. You got to watch. Y'all can't do that. Stop it. Stop letting your kids sleep over at other people's house. Keep your kids with you and at your home. And you have the major influence over your children. Don't have them succumb to peer pressure from outside. They need to succumb to your peer pressure from inside. They need to follow your rules and your standards and not be with this other weirdo stuff that's going on. I'm not proud of a lot of stuff that happens.
I mean, I agree with you.
And keep kids away from your kids.
I'm not
tap the screen. The host. Hold on, the host is giving some big game. The host is giving some big game. Type the screen, man.
That I did as a child, and I told you I was a crash out dummy because I was very stubborn, and my father taught me the right way.
I mean, you were a child though, so it's not a lot of blame. So for me, I always used to get mad. I was raised in Arkansas, so I think the environment is different. I was raised in the country, so I really used to get mad at my parents for sheltering me a lot. Like I never understood at that age why, because I never grew up going. I never grew up going to sleepovers. I never grew up going to certain things, around other people's parents and stuff like that. Not only that, my parents protected me from, P words within my own family that I never knew. And I never realized that until I got older and I realized what was going on. So now, like, I thank my parents for, putting me, through those things. Cause I used to hold grudges against my parents. I used to say, I'm going to put y'all in some nursing homes. I'm not going to care for y'all when y'all get old. Certain things little kids say. But as I got older, I'm starting starting to realize why. And I'm 25 and I'm still learning. There are still things that goes on within my family that they still haven't told me, you know. So yeah, when your parents are telling you certain things, they're not, you know, what's the word?
Watch out for them cookouts too, y'all, because y'all know, man, listen, a lot of stuff, a lot of family members meet family members, cousins meet cousins, they go to the cookout, next thing you know, the auntie's freaking up on your son.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that happened to one of my cousins.
Everybody think it's a joke. Everybody think it's a joke, but mama backing that thing up on a child.
It's not funny, but that happened to my cousin, and he didn't tell us until he got older. And I'm just like, I used to look at him weird until, you know, he told me that he got great. Like, I never understood that, and I'm just like, why didn't you tell anybody? But he was saying that he was afraid, you know. So now, like, it's from a different perspective, that, you know, a different thought process, because that most definitely happened to people within my family. So
a lot of people don't want to talk about what happens in the home, because it's what goes on in my house stays in my house. And that is the biggest cancer there is in our community, because you lock up and you don't know who you could talk to, what you can do and what you can't do. So you become a victim to what you're going through.
And just like Kiki said, I was raised by my grandma, single lady, but you couldn't tell. We lacked with nothing. So she did her part. But I have 2 black boys, and just like Too Much was saying with the family, you got to watch out for the family. You know, I keep my kids at home, and they don't go nowhere unless it's a family outing. We go on to Dave and Buster's or something like that. You can't stay the night at cuz house. And my family say, you don't let your kids do nothing, baby. You know why? I know why. I ain't playing that game, because I ain't the cousin that's going to sweep nothing under the rug. It's going to be you or them. I can't play that game. Like, I'm not about that. And I just want to piggyback on what, I don't know if it was Truth or Grace was saying about the women dressing a certain type of way and putting on too much makeup, and she's not going to argue with a transgender. I wouldn't either, but let's not forget that they're copying the image of a real woman. So it's no shame to us that we can put it on and look good. Don't shame us that we look good, because they're doing it too. Remember, they trying to imitate what a real woman is. And just because they go that extra mile to be who they want to be doesn't mean that we should stop who we really are. And I don't like the fact that, you know, we should be dumbed down because other people are doing it. And I don't like the fact that when she say we can't dress a certain way, because I like to dress a certain way. And it's no form of fashion of me having low self-esteem, that I won't likes abuse. It's just me. And I like to just dress like that. And some men will wipe a woman like that. Let's not get it twisted. Women get wiped looking just who they are, because men are comfortable enough to say, that's who she is. I appreciate who she is. And so that's just what it is. Now, yes, it's a time when you're supposed to be respectful and presentable. I'm not going to your mama house with my butt out. No, it's a time for that. So let's not get it twisted, that you can be who you want to be and still achieve every goal in life you want.
Okay, let me say this. I gotta go. Hold on. I gotta go to White Shell, but I want to say this. Okay, this is the reason why I don't denigrate all black women or say all anything. This is one of the reasons why we have to delineate, and it's gonna help black women too, because a lot of y'all are not doing it. It's the Caribbeans and it's the Africans that are dressing this way and that are perpetuating, pretending to be black women. They're cosplaying as black women, but they're not black women. They're twerking on the tables, all that stuff. Some of that's not black women, y'all. That's Caribbean culture. You gotta hear me on this. A lot of it, we look at black women and try to make all black women out to be the same. But our foundational black American women, they come from the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Yep.
They were raised right.
Yep.
A lot of this Caribbean culture, all that, you know, where twerking didn't come from the black community. Let's keep it a buck. Twerking came over here from Africa.
Yep.
We just made it popular. We just made, we'll see. They'll bring something out here, and if we start doing it, it becomes big.
Yep.
But that's not our culture. Twerking is not our culture.
I know twerking is not our culture,
that
but
came over from the Caribbean.
Let's not misinterpret what twerking is. Twerking from the Caribbean culture is a homage and a religion.
Well,
We
they
just
called it
embraced it.
grinding out there, but it got out here and it became the twerking. All that atomic dog stuff that we were starting to do, that was brought over here, y'all. That was brought over after civil rights, y'all. That was brought over when all people would start melted in and they became black. So we got to understand that a lot of our sisters are not doing this, but they're being looked at as the ones who are doing it because under the thing of black. So that's why I don't.
You know what? Another thing too, host. Go back to the 50s and 60s and see how the black women were wearing their makeup.
Come on,
I guarantee you, it ain't nothing like what you see today.
Listen, if you got to transform your face,
they couldn't afford it.
Hold on,
that's not true. That's not true.
That's not true. Listen, if you got to transform your face, then you have insecurity issues.
There you go.
This is what I say. This is what I tell men. If a woman ever calls you ugly, this is what you need to say.
That is not true.
If you got to put on makeup, how dare you call me ugly? If you got to wear transformative makeup to where you don't even look like who you're supposed to look like when you take that thing off, don't you ever, men, you're not supposed to look handsome. You're not supposed to look beautiful or fine. It's a plus because that's what women like. But you're a man. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to look like a man, talk like a man, move like a man. You're not supposed to be the cute one. The woman is.
Wait, so are you saying that the man can't look good?
You gotta understand the difference between
hold on. No, I'm gonna interject here. I've listened quietly for quite some time. I am simply going to. So am I.
Let me finish, please.
So am I.
Hold on, cousin's a mod too.
Well, I didn't know who he was. My bad. I'm not.
I understand that. This is why I sit quietly so that when I believe I should interject, I do.
Right, but again, like I'm trying to understand.
And this is one of those moments, dear. My young queen, my precious queen, my precious young queen.
I understand that, but I'm trying to understand what is he talking about? That is the only thing.
If you give me a chance, I'll get there.
I'm not talking about you, love. I'm talking about the host.
Okay, what do you want to know? What do you want to know where I'm getting at? Go ahead.
So what was the point of you even saying that? Because I'm trying to understand what is the correlation with makeup, because there is a difference between how, like Fairy said in the comments, light makeup and heavy makeup.
Listen,
I do agree that there are some women that take it to an extent, but makeup is literally
that's the only thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, makeup is literally just to enhance. I don't know what's going on. Somebody's mowing or something.
Yeah, it's me. My bad. I'm out. I'm getting out.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, because I'm sorry to interject, cousin, because I really just wanted to understand what.
Yeah, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about the light makeup, the enhancement. I'm not talking about that. But I am talking about all the filters that y'all put on. I am talking about all the transformative makeup, all the Hollywood makeup, all the drag queen makeup, all the if you hug me and I got this on, I don't need, men don't like that. We don't like to hug our women and we got makeup on our clothes. We don't like that, especially if you're wearing a white t-shirt. I'm talking about the transformative makeup that the drag queens wear that's popular today because they got to cover up themselves, cover up their hard features to look soft. When all of y'all walking around looking like Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, when y'all do y'all makeup like that, I'm talking about the cake soap love, all this lightening and brightening of it. I'm talking about all that, except you have insecurity if you're doing it. Now, if you're just putting on a little bit of lip gloss, a little bit of lipstick, a little bit of blush, all that, men don't care about that. But
wait a minute now. What about the lashes? Because I'm gonna wear my lashes.
We can talk about the Muppet eyelashes. We can. I call them Muppet eyelashes. We could talk about.
No, not them. I'm not wearing them. I wear just my regular lashes. Look normal.
Who would have thought that women will be walking around looking like the Muppet babies? It's real.
But it became a trend, and that's what took
looking
over.
like Fraggle Rock.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? This is a real thing. I see it all. I'm in California. You want to talk about plastic women? I'm in California, y'all.
We have normalized a lot of things we shouldn't have normalized.
Yes.
Oh, let's say that again.
Yes. But hold on,
we've gotten away
But
from
not
principle.
it's like because they have low self-esteem. Some people could just wear makeup because they could have a skin condition.
Hold on. Listen, we're not talking about that. We're not talking. No. It's not go get it fixed. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about the Michael Jackson thing. We're not talking about the excessive acne that you're trying. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the women that don't need to do that are doing it. That's what we're talking about. The transformative, the one that make your nose look smaller when it's really big. We're talking about that. If you got to do all that, then you don't love yourself. Black is beautiful. We have big noses. We have wide lips, big lips. We are who we are. We got coarse hair. We are who we are. We got to love us.
If you're going to say that, you also got to go to the point of people follow trends.
Yeah.
We don't know how to stand out anymore. We rather
we're
fit
the
in with the crowd.
trendsetters, though. Listen, people follow us. We are the trendsetters. So we don't got to jump on everything. We can set our own standard of beauty. Listen, right. Black people, we have our own standard of beauty. We don't have to follow European standard of beauty. We got our own standard of beauty. And I'm telling you, black men are telling you they want natural women. If you don't understand that, lady, listen. If you don't listen, I'm gonna just say it how it is. If you don't want to get left behind, give the man what they want. Stop being so combative. Listen, if you want to stand your ground on something else, don't stand on makeup. Don't stand on a wigs and weaves or eyelashes. Don't stand on that. Compromise with your man. If he doesn't want that, take it off.
So how you could say that and then they go out and cheat with the whole opposite?
Okay, listen. Okay, let me explain that. Let me explain that to you. You see these IG models.
Hamana don't care.
Hold on. You see these IG models with these big old booties and these voluptuous shapes, right? Are they married?
Yes, some of them are.
Exactly, some, but that's a small sum. Majority of them are not. Why? Because men want to have fun with them, but they don't want to marry them. That's not wifey. We're not bringing that home to our mother and father.
Well, I don't know what y'all talking about. My man loves when I wear makeup. He loves when I wear wigs. He actually gives me the color of
I'm not listen. I'm saying majority of men don't. I've talked to 1,000 men.
You're also talking about a younger generation. You say you're 25,
exactly.
right?
And we're not denigrating the makeup wearers.
Yeah, listen.
We're not denigrating the makeup wearers.
Nobody ever said that.
That is how you're coming across.
Hold on.
What are you talking about? I'm engaging in a conversation.
You in that picture, Kiki?
As am I.
Hold on, cousin. You in that picture, Kiki, is a beautiful woman. You're not transforming your face.
Okay, that's exactly what I was asking because everything you named, I do that. I literally do everything that you named.
You're not transforming your face. Now, if you wear the Muppet eyelashes, I don't know what to say.
Oh no, I can't wear the Muppet eyelashes. I don't do that.
So again, that looks natural to me, even though it's a little bit enhanced. That looks natural to me.
Exactly, enhanced is great. No problem.
Let me say it like this: men want natural looking women. Let me say it again: men want natural looking women. It's not about the makeup. Does it look natural?
It also too, you gotta look
Kiki,
at
he talking about
I'm gonna let you speak, cousin. I'm
he
sorry,
talking
brother.
about you know how when women put on that makeup and you can see the difference between the color of their face and the color of their neck is completely different.
This would be considered heavy makeup. This is not even light. So I was asking like what is like appropriate in your standards because this is very heavy to some people. To me, this is very heavy, like on my face.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that's
He's
not
talking
heavy.
about a whole beat. You know, the whole beat with the color, with the extra, the everything.
You're not even in the ballpark.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, to me, you look like a natural black woman.
I always ask people this. Like, this is not the first time I've had this conversation. Like, I would say, when I take my makeup, do I still look like myself? And people would say, yeah. So, I mean, I just be asking.
Enhancement.
Makeup. A lot of women don't know how to apply makeup. They know how to do that costume makeup, but they don't know how to do real makeup.
And here's the thing: a lot of these younger women.
Go ahead.
A lot of these younger women are being taught by some of these young transgender men. I see them on TikTok. And so they're being taught to do makeup according to, and a lot of these young men, these transgender men are in, they're in MAC. They're in these stores. They're in Sephora. they're giving you these tips to look a certain kind of way. So a lot of you young women are going, and older women, I'm gonna tell you, I've seen them
Older
on
women are
TikTok,
doing it too.
and when they putting it on, I swear they look like they on a paint canvas, and they just smearing it over there. And this is how you put the eye, and you make it perfect like this. And you can look at it, you can just see like it's about 2 inches worth of concealer that they done put on their eye. And
Okay,
then
now,
they go in with another concealer on top of that.
Okay.
And then they match it. And then they press it and they
Hey,
blend it.
can I be quick?
It's crazy.
Hold on, Crown. Hold on. Can I be real quick? Can I be real quick? I
30
just want to be
seconds,
real
because
quick.
I haven't let cousin. I mean, I gotta go to cousin. Cousin wanted to interject a long time ago. He's the mom.
Let cousin go. I'll go after cousin. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Simon, real quick. 𝗖𝗂, she's also a mod. 𝗖𝗂 next. She just very respectful. 𝗖𝗂, man, thank you for being who you are. And then we got DJ, and then we're gonna go to Lala. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, first let me say to Kiki, I wholly admire your family's traditional histories. I think that what you have grown up under is the same thing that I grew up under. There was an umbrella of protection that I did not know I was under until I became an older adult.
Umbrella protection. I like
that. You are on your journey to finding out how much or how large that umbrella was. I commend you for taking the early steps and acknowledging it. So please know that I will never attempt to disrespect my young princesses on their journey towards queendom. I have nothing but love and positivity into your life. True Crown. Dear Lord God, who we? I can only say, because you appear to have a life experiences similar to mine along your path and journey. And I say to you, as you have learned, day to day, that husband and wife bond. With every early fight you overcame, the bond becomes stronger. With every step through the way, the bond becomes stronger. If you are a young couple starting out, I would actually say, as the Bible says, and if you know, as I've told you, as to know, I'm not a biblical person in any way, but there are aspects of it that I do agree with. Leave your family. As a husband and a wife, if you want to secure your destiny, if you want to ensure your footprints, you must step out and do that as a pair. That is how you continue to grow, knowing there's no coming back. You left it to start anew. So start anew. All right. As to how we come together again, there are so many interpersonal aspects of humanity that trying to bring a singular point to the center is impossible, because everybody believes that their particular view is the center point. It's just that simple. But what we can all come together and agree with too are the things that will move us together in a more karmic form, in a more karmic harmony. We know that we want to come together as brothers and sisters in our foundational Black Americanness. And as the sister pointed out, 70%? Really? Thank you, sister, for that information. That was, again, something I didn't know. And if you don't take some information in that you didn't know today, you wasted your freaking day. I'm going to stop right there, brother, because I'm kind of getting drifty. So I'll sit back and quiet. But every now and again, please, panel, allow me to interject. Peace.
He's a mod, y'all. Allow him to interject. 𝗖𝗄𝗄's also a mod. She's just very, very respectful and patient woman. Simon, 30 seconds, and then I got to go to Michelle. Okay, give her.
Yeah. I'm gonna be very quick. And this I don't want to trigger. I just know that we're being upfront with each other. And our Black American community and our Black American village that we're growing, the greatest are not welcome, female or male. They're not welcome in this LGBT thing. Male or female will not be welcome. We have to start moving along with that idea. Women, look around your circle. It may be your child. It may be your best friend. That idea of what the Democrats did has to be put back in the closet and sealed shutly.
Let me say this, because I've been thinking about this, because I have people in my family, my older brother and my younger brother. Okay, I have people that live.
I'm the same. No, I'm the same. So I got people in. Okay, I'm gonna respond to you afterwards. Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. We gotta have the same way we did. We did with the Africans. We're gonna do with the Caribbeans. The same thing. The same type of. I can't really call this debate because we're family and we're talking. We're gonna have to have a talk with our. We have to listen. They're out the bag.
We're going to have an open communication with our LGBTQ brothers and sisters.
With our LGBT brothers and sisters, and make it respectful and make it in a way where we make a deal with that they can coexist and we can coexist. But they still have to have the mindset of lineage first.
And that's so let me respond to that.
That's what I'm saying. I've been thinking about that. Especially from the last gentleman. Remember, I don't know if you guys were in my room. We had an LGBTQ gentleman who was Democrat. We know if you're LGBTQ, you're voting Democrat. Okay, you don't have to hide it. We know what you're doing. We know that you're getting tangible from the Democratic Party. So your allegiance is gonna stand there. But what we're saying is we want to make sure that it's fair for you, that you don't lose any rights or privileges that you already have, but that you get on code with your Black brothers and sisters like Marcel Dixon is. Marcel Dixon is all
Marcel, yeah,
but he puts that's what I'm saying. But he puts his lineage first. And that's what I respect about that brother. And I'd never want to denigrate that brother. I'm sure everybody in here has family members who live that lifestyle. But we want them to put their lineage first. You don't have to put your LGBTQ first. Because guess what? You got a home here in the foundational Black American community, and we're going to love you and we're going to protect you over here just as much and even more than you get from that other community that you're in. We're not going to disconnect you from them, but we're going to say you got to line up and connect with us, and we got to have that heart-to-heart talk with them also. Right, wrong,
love is love, brother. Love is love. The idea of speaking against love. Wait a minute. The idea of now, just kind of follow me out for this second. I just tried to speak on karmic energy, and the idea of either vibrating with love or vibrating with a negative karmic vibe of hatred. I'm gonna vibrate with love. Now, who you love is up to you, the individual. I don't care. But the idea and the concept is to flow with the power, not flow with the anti-power.
So let me say this. Listen.
So wait. Cause I was cut off. I'm gonna let you land. Yeah. I'm just saying me.
Let me land it here. Then I'll land it here. Listen. That community cannot create. They can only recruit. That community cannot create. They can only recruit. What we want to do is we want to make sure they're not recruiting and grooming our children.
Or
That's
or
it.
trying to influence our women. That's what I'm saying. Because as a man, we got two jobs to provide and protect at the end of the day. And if I see that group, I don't live by the love is love idea. That's not how I live. I
Bro, that's
live
not what I'm
by my
saying.
men.
The power
Hold
that you're
on, cousin.
speaking
Hold
to
on.
is out of our
It's so
hands.
cool.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on, cousin. Hold on.
Go ahead, finish, because I gotta go to
Like
White
I said,
Shell.
I don't live by love is love because that's what Democrats told them to go by. I don't go by any of these Democratic terms. Why do you care about who they lay with? I don't go by these terms because they have been already thought tank out and put in front of our children and our women to somehow be acceptable. In the community that I'm putting my money into and I'm help growing, if that's what you stand under, then you could stay a Democrat and stay away from the village that I'm building because I don't trust it. And I'm not going to trust it because I'm under the impression after all of the agendas that we already have on top of us. Marcel Dixon is I probably met two LGBT members that actually think like Marcel Dixon. I don't got time
There's
to
a lot
worry
more than
about.
that, brother. There's a lot more.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a
well,
lot more than that.
but that's what I'm
It's just
saying,
that,
and I agree.
that
But
community
that's
is the
what
loudest. That part of the community is the loudest.
that's what I'm saying. That's how.
You
But
also
that's
you're
how.
also discounting that there have been homosexuals throughout history
All right,
in
don't do the
every
history for
community.
me. I already know the history
So
thing.
the idea
If
that
we're
it's
gonna talk about
prevalent
bowling,
more
all right,
that
let's talk about
no,
bowling.
you're
If
missing
we're
my
gonna
point,
talk
brother.
about
You're missing
bowling,
my point,
no,
brother.
Let him
because
land.
you're cutting me off. It's not your turn.
Let Simon land his
Okay.
plane. Let him land
Isn't
his plane. I
Alec
told him 30
Bowling?
seconds, and I made him.
Alec
I made him go
Bowling?
live. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm a limb. Just Alec Bowling. He would say the LGBT movement has gone too far today. In 2024, he would say it's gone too far. The same way Malcolm X would be ashamed of how the Pan African movement disrespects Black Americans today. Okay, facts. So
Okay.
Agreed.
at that point, there are elements of that LGBT movement that need to be shoved back into their closet, right? And dealt with. And if you're not willing to be your black first and all your agenda second, then I can't deal with you. Now, if you want to be black first and you want to move black first, then that's something I can have a conversation with. But I am completely holding the line on that element. Your other elements need to be pushed in the closet. Know your LGBT should not be taught in school. Know your LGBT should not be able to have children. Know your LGBT should not be adopting babies, and know your LGBT should not be able to tell your child it's all right to go to my child's preschool and be attracted to my child. Know your LGBT should not be able to go into the school system and tell the parents that they shouldn't be defending their child against that LGBT education. My things is this: I will have my foot on their neck if they're not just gonna go black first. Because anything other than black first is Democrats. And guess what? You are more than welcome to stay over there in your Democratic lane, separate from what the nuclear black family is growing. And I'll land with that.
Okay, we gotta have a
Okay,
new
first you ain't
terminology.
said a word I disagreed with, so
Hold
yeah.
on. We gotta have a new terminology because I hate when they put up this election stuff banner on my live. So
Rainbow.
blue, rainbow, and red. That's how we gotta talk. Blue, rainbow, and red. That's how we gotta talk when it comes to political things because I hate when they keep putting that banner up there. Now I just want to clean up.
Okay.
I just want to clean up a little bit.
Rainbow.
We go to White Shell, okay? Because listen. Again, just like we're not putting our women back and saying you got to go back to 1950s women, we're not the LGBT, they're out the bag too. So we got to deal with them where they're at. And as long as they understand that your blackness comes before any other gender or any type of role, I'm okay with that. As long as they understand, look, there are a lot of LGBTQ people, there's a lot of rainbow people, right, that don't agree with the rainbow parades. There's a lot of them. It's just that that's what the media is showing as the loudest. If you talk to a lot of these rainbow people, they will tell you that they disagree with some of that stuff. They'll tell you. I've talked to one here on the platform. He was we had a very respectful conversation. I was able to speak it how I wanted to speak it, and he was able to speak it, or he or she was able to speak it how they wanted to speak it, okay? I don't tone police anybody in here. I let people say it with their chest and get it out the way they get it out. And we'll just have to deal with how they presented the message afterwards. But I don't believe in tone policing anybody. I let people speak their mind and speak their truth. And we had a respectful conversation. I didn't agree with everything they said. He or she definitely didn't agree with everything I said. But we came to a common ground understanding on some things. And that's what we got to have with our brothers and sisters who are in this type of lifestyle. We need to let them know there's still love here. You can still support black. You don't have to switch sides and be rainbow. You can still be black and just your business is nobody needs to know what goes on in your bedroom. That's none of our business. What you do in your bedroom, you do in your bedroom. But what we're asking our brothers and sisters in that community, don't try to recruit. Don't do it.
And that's my thing, bro, because but that's the term too. Because it was in their bedroom. Once they took it out of their bedroom, that's when I got it.
Yeah, exactly. We're saying don't recruit, don't groom, especially our children. You can talk to as many grown people as you want to, but leave our children alone. Let them be children and let the parents decide what they want for their children, not you. Children do not have rights. We need to stop that. Your kids, they don't know what the heck they're doing. They're guessing. You're their parent. You take control over your children and their upbringing, their education, their everything. Now, what they do when they get grown after they come out of your house, that's their business. Can't nobody force you to go to no freak off if you're grown. Let me say that again. Can't nobody coerce you or force you to go to a damn freak off if you're grown. You were freaky, that's why you went to the freak off. So I gotta go to Wichelle. We're gonna go up to DJ, then Lala, and then it's an open panel. I gotta be honest, I got some things I gotta do today, so I cannot be long. We'll probably stop it right around 9:30. Okay? And again, follow the moderators, Kiki, Simon, Cousin, 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝘁. If they want to start another room, follow them over there. Okay? Follow everybody on the panel, especially True Crown. She spit some bars. I had to give her some love today because she spit bars. But we're still talking about ending the gender war, y'all. And I think we're getting closer to doing that because now men and women are actually talking to each other. Do y'all hear what's going on right now? There's no arguing going on. Men and women are talking to each other. And that's what we want. If we can keep this conversation civil and open like it is, we can actually make a deal and get somewhere. A lot of these women up here are married. So I got nothing but love and respect for the sisters who are speaking. I hope you carry this back into your communities after we get off the live and you start talking to your brothers and your sisters and start opening the dialogue. Husbands and wives, y'all need to speak. Y'all need to date. If you're in a sexless marriage, you need to date your wife. You need to wine and dine your wife. That's how you bring that spark and connection back. If you're not whining and dining your wife, if you're not having regular time where you guys spend with each other, if you don't enjoy being around your wife or your husband, something's wrong.
Get them likes up.
Get the likes up too. Something's wrong.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Cousin, True, 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝘁, Simon, for the advice. I hope you guys have a good day. I actually took in everything y'all said. This was a very informative live.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Kiki, for showing up. Appreciate you. 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝘁, go ahead and unmute your mic. You've been the most patient person on this panel. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you for the gifts. 𝗖𝗂𝘁, go ahead and unmute your mic.
I read a comment down there. I want open dialogue with me. Okay, I don't know, but no. We can minimize the makeup. I wanted to touch on that. All I do, I just wear foundation, and I do it with Clinique. Clinique matches my face because I had a friend of mine to make sure before I left the place it was at. And that's all I do. And that thing lasts me for almost 6 months. So just lightly dab, conceal around where you have your little marks, and that's it. And that's the foundation.
Hey, hold on.
Eyeliner.
𝗖𝗂𝘁 is a married woman. Be respectful to 𝗖𝗂𝘁. Her husband regularly comes in these panels. So her husband is in here listening.
Yeah, he will. He will be. He won't let me know until you tell me. You know,
respect 𝗖𝗂𝘁, please.
He does.
Hey, let me just say this as a former husband, okay? Let me just say this, 𝗖𝗂𝘁. That man look at you right after you come out the bathroom after a nice, healthy squat, okay? In your rawest form before you had. Wait a minute. Before you had your cup of coffee.
Well, no. Well, actually,
that man love you. That man love you. That man love you as you are, in all of the purity that is you.
We're speaking truth, men. Let me tell you.
Now I don't know how much more devoted a man got to be than that.
Men are the true romantics, okay? We are in love. A lot of men are in love.
Can't wait to kiss you.
Are in love.
No. That's a no.
A lot of men, listen, if you have a man that's willing to unalive himself for his woman, that's the greatest love of all.
Well, that's on y'all relationship interpersonally, not there.
Lay down his life for his wife. That's the greatest love of all. Go ahead, 𝗖𝗂𝘁. We didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
3803-882-3332.
Whoa, 𝗖𝗂𝘁, you there?
Yeah. Hold on one moment. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, we're gonna move on. We'll come back to you, 𝗖𝗂𝘁. DJ, go ahead and unmute your mic. You got the floor.
I just want to say, hey, everybody, and I've heard a lot in this live, and I just want to say this: we as individual women need to take accountabilities for ourselves. At the end of the day, we do wear too much makeup. We do over-exaggerate things and cuss people out and mean to one another for no reason at all. But the more that we line up with ourselves and become happier with ourselves, we'll begin to see less makeup. We'll begin to see less of those things because you begin to accept who you are truly. The problem with us is we want to be what everybody else wants us to be instead of being the woman that we are. So we put on different things and we cover ourselves up. And like you said, the mirror, we don't like what we see. When you were talking about the men and being prey to the women having girlfriends and different natures of that, I've seen that my whole life. I grew up in the 80s and 90s and I've seen it. I've seen where people have boyfriends and their mama done smashed them and they wind up pregnant by them and different things of that nature. So I definitely understand the time that you're talking about. And the fact that you're man enough to say that you were in that time and take accountability, I respect you for that. Because a lot of men are not taking accountability out here.
All right. Okay, man. Men and women have to be held accountable. It goes both ways. And I tell men all the time, you got to work hard. Your curse and your blessing in life is the hard work of your hands. You have to. No woman should be outworking her. That responsibility is on your shoulders. As a man, whatever you got to do to take care of your family, feed your family, if you got to get 2, 3, 4, I don't care. You got to do it. If you are depending on your woman to help you, that's wrong, man. I'm sorry. Your job is to go out there and bring home the chicken. And your wife's job is to cook it up and make it good, make it taste good for the family. Now, if she wants to work, I'm not telling you to force her to stay home. But I'm telling you, if you guys don't have kids and your wife wants to work, Let her work. Let her work. But understand this, ladies. Men don't get in relationships to be last. We get in relationships to be first. Let me say that again. Men don't get in relationships and put themselves last. We get in relationships so we can be put first, because men are going to put you first automatically. Automatically, you're coming before him. Automatically, he's going to make sure he takes care of home before he takes care of himself. There are many times my wife will have, I'll make sure my wife is enjoying eating, and I'll go without. I'll go without. I'll eat once a day anyway, but I'll go without so my wife can have. Men do that all the time. We are constantly sacrificing. We don't care about happiness. We're going to find happiness. Men find happiness in the simplest things.
Ain't that crazy? We find happiness in our women being happy.
I heard this comedian, she said it best. Men are in the simplest form. They're a fucking rock. Why are you trying to improve on a fucking rock? Okay.
Men are so simple. In our simplest form, we don't listen. We find happiness in children playing. We find happiness in putting I every time my wife smiles, I'm happy. I feel better. Okay. We put our happiness is not important to us like it is to women. And I'm asking women, I'm pleading with women, if you want to be a married woman, you have to learn how to be happy on your own. You have to learn how to not do shopping therapy to make you happy, because that's and happiness is temporary anyway. True joy is when you look back on your family tree, on the lineage, on what came from you. And you see how successful and how grateful everybody are because you were their mother. You're at your happiest state when you have children running around you, having a good time, living carefree, because you know they came from you and you are giving them a life. You're sheltering them from the world, but you know they're going to have to one day go into the world. So you're happy that they're safe for right now. But the moment they leave you, they're going out into danger. And the job of that father and that mother is to prepare that child for the dangers that are to come. Now,
Let me interject if I may, brother.
Go ahead and interject, but I got to go to Lala. I don't, because I'm going to end the live at 9:30. Y'all. I'm going to end the live at 9:30.
I don't like to listen.
I'm taking up.
I just want us to listen. If you've listened to the panel for a while, you know I'm a widower. And my wife went into this thing knowing it was she and I, wasn't nobody else. Now, the idea that we struck out to endure it all, highs and lows. I don't care how deep it get. I don't care how high it get. We in this together. After 18 years of marriage, 10 years of dating off and on, there was a 30-day window when we put all the pressure that we could put from each side on our relationship. And at day 21, we realized it was all for nothing. The pressure that both of us had put on, because we talked about it. We talked about how we felt in those moments, in those times. See, I was feeling this, so was I. I was tense, so was I. And none of it was relevant to the time that passed. It was the pressure we put on ourselves. If you are in a relationship and you choose to have life and breathe life into that relationship, know that you're going to go through some ups and downs. The downs are what makes the ups so wonderful. But once an eagle learns to soar, it only lands when it wants to.
All right.
I have a question. How is everyone today?
What happened?
So how is everyone? I have a question because everyone is, because I've got a book, and I've been digging out as well to find out about all the evil things that Muslim women are doing. Yeah, and you know, in the States, what is a
hold on real quick, Anthony. I know you want to say something, but and this is no disrespect to you. You're my brother, but we're trying to have a foundational Black American meeting, and we're trying to get ourselves together. And I don't want to be, you're my brother, and we talk on the other platform. Only for today, I know I let you up here, and I just pushed the button, but I want foundational Black American men and women to talk and come together. That's what this is about. I mean, no disrespect.
Okay.
I got you're my brother. You're my brother. Okay, but this is foundational. We got to take care of business. We got to take care of business over here with our people, and we got to get us on the right track. But I don't want you to think that you're not my brother. You are my brother, but I got to have foundational Black American men, foundational Black American women. We have to have the conversation so we can start taking care of business and doing what we need to do as a lineage. So please forgive me today, but only for the time that I'm doing this, where I do end the gender war. We're really trying to end the gender war here. We're really trying to build bridges, not anything that's going to bring us further apart. Okay. I want to go to Lala, and then I want to go to Wanda next. So Lala, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, yeah. So I have a quick question for you guys. So I heard you say that a woman needs to find peace, like within herself, right? And a shopping spree shouldn't make her happy.
Right.
So when I meet a lot of guys, I ask them, "What do you want in a woman?" They turn around and say, "Peace." For me, that's an automatically turn off, because for me, I need my guy to already be at peace. I need you to already be at a level of peace that where I'm not coming to bring you peace, but I'm coming to join in with the peace. So for me, it's kind of like if you basing all your efforts into a woman bringing you peace, it's somewhere along the line where you're unclear with what you're going through.
Okay, let me explain that real quick. Why men say they want peace, and why men are expecting women to bring them peace. Because when we're out in the world, what most women don't understand is because men did a great job of civilizing this world. The world is not a peaceful place. When you're pioneering, when you're going out into the jungle and you're vehemently, violently chopping down that tree, that's not peace. When you're working, that's not peace. When you're contending, when you're under a lot of stress, that's not peace. Men are not at peace. That's why we claim we want peace. That's why men can sit there and be quiet and be at peace, because he doesn't have to do anything. Men have a nothing box that we access in our mind, and we go there for peace. Men go into solidarity for peace. Men want women to bring peace to them because they're constantly at war. So if you're a woman that doesn't bring peace, men are going to be far, far away from you. And I mean no disrespect. I'm just saying men want peace because the world is not peaceful at all. You are at luxury because the men built the world and made it safe and peaceful for women. But the real world is not peace. It's constant war. So that's why men say they want women to bring them peace. Women, what you're bringing to the table is peace. 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝗁, are you there, 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝗁? 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝗁, are you there? 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝗁, are you there? Okay, 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝗁 does an amazing thing where she talks about the 4 P's. One day I will have her speak on it. She talks about peace when that man comes to the door, peace when that man, when you serve him on a plate, and peace at night when y'all doing that thing. You give him the peace that puts him to sleep, if you know what I mean. Those are the 3 P's that 𝗖𝗄𝗁, but I'll let her explain it. She does it way better. But that's what men want from women. They want peace. Real quick, I gotta let Wanda, I'm gonna close out on you. We got 5 minutes left. Wanda, go ahead.
Hey, you guys. I was listening. I came in like maybe 15 minutes ago. Um, but I heard you guys talking about relationship and marriages, right? And I just got married, and he was showing me all these good qualities about himself, and asked me to marry him, and I said yes. I'm a retired nurse, and I also own a food truck. I make my own money, right? So my thing is, my issue that I'm having now is all the things that he was doing before we got married, he stopped doing it, right? So I had a tire that blown out of my Escalade, and then he told me, "Oh, that's not on his priority list." And then it was something else that came up. He said that's not on his priority list, and all these things. And I'm like,
Are you
wow,
married? Are you married?
yeah.
How
We
long you
just
been married?
we not even a month now. The 26th will make it a month. We just got married last month, September
So the
26th.
honeymoon is over that
Okay.
fast?
Wait a minute. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Okay. How old is he?
54.
Okay.
What made? Well, hold on. Were y'all in love when y'all got married? Did something happen?
Yes, we are in love, but I'm not sure what he's going through now because everything that he was doing, he didn't have a problem with doing, anything for me. Now it's like now that we're married, it's like he stopped.
Well,
But
no.
if anybody else call him about anything,
Yeah, he on
like
it.
money or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
he'll
yeah.
do it like in, no hesitation.
Yeah, no. He's still in his lost phase right now. If I'm gonna be real honest with you, he's still trying to figure out that you actually are the priority. He hasn't figured that out, and in 30 days,
I don't get it.
he should have figured that out when he said "I do." But since he didn't, he's confused about how important you are.
Cousin, I hear you, but I don't believe that in his situation. I don't believe no 54-year-old man is lost and doesn't know what his priorities are.
If he's never had responsibility before, absolutely.
Well, we don't know. We're assuming now because there's not enough of the
Exactly,
story.
and that's where I'm coming from.
There's not enough of
Has
the
he
story.
had responsibility before, dear?
There's not enough of the story for us to even, and we don't got. I'm gonna say this: we're gonna do a part three. We're gonna do a part 3 tomorrow.
Okay.
And come back up tomorrow. I usually start around 4 a.m. I know I've been starting around 4:30 and 5, but y'all bear with me. I'm trying to get as much sleep as I can, and I'm trying to give y'all all I got. Okay, so come back tomorrow, Wanda, at 4 a.m. If I'm not on at 4 a.m., I'll be on by 4:35. But come back on at 4 a.m. and ask that same question, and we will give you the answers that you're looking for. Okay.
Thank you, because I'm not sure.
But we got to hear more of the story because that don't even sound right.
Right,
Okay?
it does not.
That don't even sound right. Something's going on, and we got to get to the bottom of it. So come back tomorrow.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Come back tomorrow, Wanda, and we are gonna help you out. We're gonna give you the solutions that you're asking for. Understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to end the gender war. We want husbands and wives. We want men and women to speak to each other and come to an. I gotta mute your mic. And come to an agreement. We got to make a deal. We got to learn how to talk civilly with each other. We got to get on code with our lineage. Download 2 things. Go to the link in my bio. Download the Peace Treaty for Foundational Black Americans and download the FBA Code of Honor. Get that, read that, study that. That's how we need to treat each other. That's how we need to do business with each other. That's how we need to conduct ourselves on this earth. People need to know how phenomenal Black Americans are. They need to know the true foundational Black Americans because they've never seen it. They only know what the media shows them. We have to take back the narrative and we have to show them how loving and empathetic we really are. We are a phenomenal people. We do great things. We are the culture. We are the culture of the world. We're the major influence of this world. If we don't make it pop, it's not gonna pop. If we don't make it fashionable, it's not gonna be fashion. We are the ones everybody are looking at. So let's give them something to look at, not what the media shows them. I'll talk to you guys later. Come back tomorrow. Wanda, come back in the room.
Peace, my brother.
And we're gonna solve it. We're
I will. What time? What time?
I do 4 a.m.
Where you at?
Time.
I'm in St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay, so it's probably going to be more like 7 a.m. your time.
Okay, great.
6 a.m. or 7 a.m. your time. I think you're 2 hour difference in St. Louis. So it's probably be 6 a.m. your time. Come back between anytime between 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. You just come back. We're gonna solve your problems. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Everybody have a great day. I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care.
Okay, talk to you later. Bye-bye.